We're in the eternal city of Rome, where old world elegance meets modern, vibrant energy. And it's that modern energy we're here for, as we're about to dive into the enthralling world of T10 cricket. Like a bolt from the blue, T10 cricket burst onto the scene and turbocharged the gentleman's game into a thrilling, heart-pounding spectacle. And of course, well, it's also planted the seeds of cricket in lands where the willow and leather were once strangers. Italy, they're no longer strangers to cricket. They boast an incredible national team side that welcomes international stars from around the world. And well, the growth of the game, it starts right here in the European Cricket Series. And today, we've got 5 excellent games coming up for you. Are we going to witness more iconic moments? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Oh, welcome back for day 8 of this terrific series here in Rome. We're in the Eternal City as we get an absolutely gorgeous drone shot of one of the most beautiful grounds on the continent. As of course, let's take a moment to recap some of the terrific matches we had yesterday. Of course, Kent Lanka made their introduction to the tournament yesterday, but unfortunately succumbed to a defeat in their very first match against the Roma Capinelli. We opened the day with an absolute thriller. That match was decided by just 4 runs, so basically 1 shot. The next match of the day was the 2 top-of-the-table sides in a heavyweight clash, Royal Roma against Roma Cricket Club. And unfortunately for Royal Roma, they succumbed to their 2nd straight defeat of this ECS to the Roma Cricket Club. Once again, Roma were terrific in the chase. Charles Fernando led the way with an awesome 58 of 28. In the end, Roma Cricket Club took that one by 7 wickets. Then, of course, the Capinelli would come back to face Kent Lanka for a 2nd time in the day, but this time around, Kent Lanka had the upper hand. They would win by 8 wickets thanks to a terrific half-century by Risal Jayawardena. His 2nd of the day. He was in top form yesterday, scoring runs for fun. Our 4th match of the day would see the Roma Capinelli take on the Roma Cricket Club, but unfortunately for the Capinelli, they would return to losing ways as they would once again succumb to defeat against the Roma Cricket Club. Once again, Roma just looking incredible in the chase. Dinidu Marage making a terrific undefeated half-century, and he was aptly supported by Kalugamage with a great role as a closer. And then, of course, the Gladiatori will come and play their first game of the day. They would take on Kent Lanka. Of course, the Gladiatori posted one of their highest totals of this tournament. They put aside their batting woes for this game thanks to a terrific hit by Mubarak Hussain. And, of course, Harpreet played awesome at the end. He was terrific, making a 46 of 21. But of course, that would not be the final match of the day, as yesterday we had a super-duper Sunday with 6 games. Dinidu Marage will come back and he would play a terrific innings, making 78 of 23. Prithuvisa Marage making 43 undefeated of 17. And unfortunately for the Gladiatori, they started strong. They were great in the power play, going at 17 and over, but they would just lose their way because it was too tall a task for them to try to score that many runs. And of course, we'll take a look at the standings as well with Roma Cricket Club, with pretty much an unassailable lead at the top of the table. I think they have the top spot all but secured. 1 win should do the trick for them. And of course, well, we'll start off with a good matchup between Royal Roma and Kent Lanka. Lanka had a very mixed day yesterday. There were some bright spots, but unfortunately they lost 2 out of the 3 of their games. So that is going to be quite discouraging for them. And, well, let's head over to the coin toss of that very game.
Kent Lanka, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Yeah. Royal Roma, you're the away team, so you will call. There you go.
Tail.
Tails has been called. Heads. It's come down heads.
So we are bowling first.
Okay, so toss has been won by Kent Lanka, who will bowl first.
Well, thank you very much to the captains as well as match referee Ian Ramage for that. So as you heard, Kent Lunka have won the toss and chosen the field first. I agree with that decision. I think as the underdog side, you really want to put the stronger team into bat, and then you can just have a look at how things are. But of course, let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, this Nicolo Fernando with 241 points for Kent Lunka. The top scorer, though, is Rishal Jayawardena with valued at 6.5, but also he's managed to get 250 points. I think he's an absolute must-have in your team. He's a wicket keeper. You know he's going to take some catches, but he's also going to score plenty of runs. And then you look at Royal Roma, Lakhinwal with 629. He's been scoring runs for fun throughout this tournament. Of course, Gagandeep Singh at 940 points. Of course, he'll be rather pricey because you get to buy him at a price of 9. And let's take a look at our win predictor. Of course, Royal Roma are 74% favorites, understandably so, heading into this game. Of course, they were finalists in last year's ECS in Rome. Unfortunately, they succumbed to defeat against the Roma Cricket Club there. In second place, they probably had a few more losses than they would like, but you would still fancy them to potentially make it to this year's finals. Of course, the umpires have taken the field. And this should be a very interesting game. Of course, the openers are just about making their way there as well. Of course, you can see umpires Suleiman Saeed and Nirmal. I have to say, our umpires have done an outstanding job throughout this first week we've had here in Rome. It's a very tough task, isn't it? I mean, they're the unsung heroes of our game. As we can see, the opening pair heading out. As you can see, it's umpire Suleiman Saeed who's going to be behind the stumps first. And yeah, Royal Roma, beautiful looking kit, isn't it? Nice navy blue with orange. And the color combination, of course. Kent Lunka, actually, they've had a change of kit, beg your pardon. Yesterday they were out in bright orange, and today they're showcasing a different kit. I like this. Different kit, maybe a different result. We'll wait and find out. It should be interesting, though. I think Kent Lunka had plenty of signs of encouragement yesterday. They looked pretty good with the ball in hand. I think they've got a lot of left-handers. That's a big thing they do. You know, they come in early. They can just cramp the room to the right-handed batsman. I think that's huge in T10 cricket. Yeah, let's just see this early field setting. Got a cow corner and a deep mid-wicket. Very interesting, of course. They're protecting that leg side. I think they really fear the slog here, so I think a nice straight line is what's needed. First ball of this Monday. Yeah, that's a good-looking leave, something you very rarely see in T10 cricket. Of course, very good morning to all of you and to everyone joining us in the chat. Great to have you along. Great to see you here, Rob. Hope you're enjoying your day, as well as Kroom 111. And of course, a big congratulations to Dave for making it first. Yeah, this wider delivery was there to hit. I think you kind of have to be very careful with that delivery, don't you? Especially early with third man inside the ring. You know, if you get a thick edge on that, particularly on this absolute tree trunk of a bat that Gagandeep Singh has, you know it's going to fly away for a 4. And he goes for that big slog. This is why there's a fielder out there. Is he going to carry to him? Oh, I think he's managed to get to it, but he spilt the catch, unfortunately. And that would have been an early wicket. They really needed that to stick. Oh, this was the game plan. This is what they set up for. Oh, he's failed to take it. Oh, it was never going to be an easy opportunity, but you really should have taken that, you feel. That was the plan, and you got to feel for Khan because this could have been 0 for 1, but instead it's going to be 6 for no loss. Huge moment to start off this game. This one's going to go straight down the ground. No fielder there. Had a pretty clear view of that. And it's taken a bounce maybe a foot in front of the boundary rope, and that's going to be a 4. So, yeah, that's just the cruelty of cricket, isn't it? Khan could easily have dismissed the danger man, but instead, it's 10 runs off a couple of balls. But yeah, huge moment in this game. Gagandeep Singh dropped on a duck. This time again, he drills it down the ground. It's going to be quite a chase, and the ball looks like it's going to win the chase. And he's just absolutely wrecking havoc here after being put down. And it's just fine margins that can determine the outcome of cricket matches. And you got to feel for Khan, you really do. Now they've moved mid-wicket back into the ring, and instead they've got the fielder out at long on. This is another chance. It's not going to be easy. Actually going to fall beyond the fielders. It's just difficult to track that, I think. He just slowed down ever so slightly while he was trying to get to it. Of course, if he'd been sprinting the whole way, probably makes it there. But again, just so difficult to judge. But in the end, a couple of opportunities there for the Kent Lanka side. Of course, we've got just 7 days to go until Europe's finest step onto the cricketing stage for the Grand European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. We've got fiery newcomers joining this year's party, as well as seasoned veterans. It's not too long until the first ball. We're just a week away. This time, next Monday, we'll be coming to you live from beautiful Cardamom Oval in Malaga. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Matthew Hodgson saying shot, absolutely. That was a great shot there. Let's see now, it's Lochinwall, who was had the best seat in the house for that Gagandeep Singh over. Just watching him absolutely belt the bowler. Again, slightly over pitched, and it's one bounce, goes for 4. Great start here for Royal Roma. And yeah, they're being made to pay for letting a couple of opportunities slip by, aren't they? Yeah, this is just a demoralizing start for any fielding side. I think we saw some of the encouragement Kent Lanka had yesterday. They came in with a lot of enthusiasm, but just a few balls in, they look a little deflated. Some shouts of encouragement got Ishan Shaminda currently fielding at long on, trying to encourage his boys. Everyone's saying, come on boys, let's get back in this game. Oh, this one's just played away straight to the fielder, a square leg. Good fielding there. It's got a, say, like a swarm of flies just buzzing right in front of our ice cube. I don't know if the collective noun for flies is a swarm. It certainly is for bees, but it does feel a lot like looking at a swarm of bees. They're just sort of hovering in and around in front of the ice cube right now. Oh, low full toss. He's going to belt this and forget about any fielders. That one's going to clear the fence. It's gone all the way. As Royal Roma continue to bludgeon the bowlers early. Look at that. Doesn't even, it's a check swing. That's kind of the amount of power he has, sheer brutality. Oh, that one is just pitching outside the leg stump, so can't be given LBW. You can see the only appeal was from the wicketkeeper, which is rather funny because he probably had the best view of the fact that it was pitching outside the leg stump. Good call there by umpire Nirmal. Oh, great ball. Right up there. Gagandeep Singh, though, I mean, he's been in terrific form on the network this year. Made 330 runs in the 9 innings he's played. Also, one of 2 players who've smashed a ton so far this series. Of course, we take a look at the standings once again. Royal Roma all the way up there with 6 wins in their 11 games. While Ken Lanka going 1-2 in the first 3 games they've been involved in. Yeah, very good morning to everyone in the chat. Great to have you here, Tim Reedman, Ivan B joining us as well. Hope you're all having a great time wherever in the world you're joining us from. Tahir Khan coming back for a second over. Oh, that is, what a crack of the bat. That was a beautiful sound. Probably heard in Bologna. It's funny because he's not even middled it, but again, it's just this impressive bat he has, and incredible amount of power he has too. The bat speed he generates as well. I feel for Tahir Khan, I really do. Could easily have had his wicket, and now he's being punished by the very player he almost dismissed. And rub some more salt onto the wounds. Oh, you really have to feel for a bowler. Top edge over here, and it's going to go away for a 4. I think, really, it's always a risk to be bowling that length with the kind of field setting he has. If he maybe had a fielder at third man, it would make sense to bowl there, but the field setting he has, it really needs to be out right up there, aimed at the stumps. Oh, another great hit. It's going to go over the fielder's head. This is cruel. This is really unfair on the bowler, isn't it? I mean, this is just incredible hitting. Again, does provide a bit too much width. Gagandeep Singh is just a terrific cricketer. And as we said, averaging 41 this year with a strike rate of 242. It's just been incredible to see his growth as a cricketer. I mean, last year he was averaging just about 14, but his strike rate was just under 200. So, yeah, this is just a case of a cricketer growing and growing year by year on the network. And, of course, that's the purpose of ECN, to help develop the game, improve these players. That's well blocked. And again, it's incredible. We haven't seen a single bit of running between the wickets. It's just been exclusively boundaries that Royal Roma are dealing in. Man, why would you bother breaking a sweat running when you can just belt the ball wherever you like? Oh, he goes to the big one again. Is the fielder at long on going to get to it? Oh, he will. That's a terrific catch. How is he taking that? That is brilliant, of course. That was right in front of the commentary tent. We saw one put down earlier, but Ishan Shaminda taking a blinder of a catch. He had to run to his left, and we might have seen one of the best catches we'll see today, really early in the day. Oh, that is terrific. Shaminda, take a bow. This was hit so hard. He tracks it perfectly, and then the slide as well. Great athletic effort, and really, you needed something like that to get rid of Gagandeep Singh. Brilliant, brilliant bit of work. And a little bit of justice for Tahir Khan. Right on the last ball of the power play. And of course, you'd certainly say this power play just leans Royal Roma's way, considering their run rate is over 12.5. But that wicket right at the end, that moment of magic from Shaminda, just gives this side a bit of hope. This is a catch just from another angle. Just great, isn't it? I mean, you can just see what the batsman would have seen right there when he was at that vantage point. He probably thought I'm getting a boundary, and then he has a real heart and mouth moment as Luckenwald goes for the big swing again. Great year for Luckenwald too, averaging 37 in this series with a strike rate of 235. I mean, think about having that for an explosive opening partnership. This is another opportunity, but oh, the fielders just stumbled. Might be worth taking another look at that. Just seeing how much of an opportunity that was. It's kind of difficult to see that from the ice cube. It's all the way at the other end of the field. Oh, this one is so well played. Great stroke. Is it going to beat the fielder? He puts in a good dive. Full credit to him. That was a nice effort by Karunayaka in the deep. And this is a great slide. Oh, yep. This is, again, Arif just walks right in, hits a boundary off his very first ball, and it just shows you the power this team possesses, the depth of their batting. I mean, I know he's just a number 3, but comes in, immediately starts hitting. Averaging 15 so far this series with a strike rate of 158. And Fernando, we didn't see him take part in any of yesterday's action. Oh, chops one back on. That's really unlucky for Arif. As Cheyenne Fernando picks up his first wicket of this ECS. He'll take them however they come. That's a little bit unlucky for the batsman. You do feel for him. That's not typically a line or length you're going to get bowled on, but yeah, inside edge, chops it onto his stumps. And a great moment here for young Cheyenne Fernando, who picks up his first ECS wicket. Let's just take a look at this. Great moment. The second wicket falls. Of course, Fernando, really young man. He's just 16 years old. He celebrated his 16th birthday this May, so always good to see this young man getting his fine moment, of course, on his ECS debut. Again, he's got a very long run up, running from just outside the inner ring. I think, again, as he grows as a bowler, he's going to get more disciplined, you know, learn a few more skills, maybe add some variations to his arsenal, a bit more pace as well. I think the only way is up for him, and it's good to see him get his big moment on the network. And you can see Singh over there. First ball goes for the big swing as yeah, this is really good by Fernando. Got hit for a boundary. Kept his head up, gets the wicket, and now closing out this over pretty strong. 1 ball to come. 6 runs off this over so far, and more importantly, gets the all-important wicket. And this one is absolutely drilled down the ground, and Shaminda, who we already know is a terrific fielder, puts in a dive to try to get to that. It just slips past him, but it's a good effort nonetheless, and well, slightly spoiled the over, but that's still a pretty decent one for Kent Lunka, considering they get the important wicket of Muhammad Arif. 48 for 2 at the end of 4 overs. And in comes Fernando. I mean, we saw him open the bowling a couple of times yesterday. It's been funny for him, really. He's always bowled a good first over, but then his second over has been the expensive one. And it's a big shout here. I want to take another look at that. Yeah, just with the angle, you think it's sliding down the leg side. Good call by the umpire. Oh, he absolutely middles this one. Forget about that. It's going to go the distance. It goes all the way as another huge 6 for Luckinwell, his second maximo of the innings. Again, he just gets underneath the ball so well. I mean, going to bowl full to him. It has to be a Yorker. It has to be right in the block hole. Oh, there's an edge there. And it sneaks past the keeper again. Second time he's been the beneficiary of an edge like that. And yeah, that's about 9 runs to his account through that region. Wonder though, they're just going to move third man fire. They bring someone across from the leg side. And they move him to a short third man position. Just because they're wary of that edge. When he goes up in the air, this is a catching opportunity. Will someone get underneath it? Oh, a little bit of indecision and miscommunication there. As Tahir Khan running at it, as well as Vimukti. Again, we know Vimukti, Mr. Backflip. And yeah, he was just not quite able to get to it, was he? I think at the end he was just that moment of hesitation, thinking that Tahir Khan might go to it, was potentially would cost them, but they get a wicket the very next ball. Anyway, as Fernando clean bowls Singh, he has to depart. Kamaljeet Singh, just the 4 runs for him, as he has a very brief stay at the crease, hits a boundary, gets out a couple balls later. And full credit to young Cheyenne Fernando. I mean, he's still chasing that ball down after it's hit the stumps, of course, rightfully so. You never know, it might be a no ball. But yeah, cleans him up. As another wicket falls here for Royal Roma. And yeah, full credit to Kent Lunka. Even though this net run rate's fairly high, they've managed to chip away and get wickets at regular intervals. And of course, a very good morning to Cricket Mania, who's joining us from Germany. Guten Tag, Cricket Mania. Where in Germany joining us from? And of course, Sujit Yadav joining us as well, saying best of luck to Nico Fernando. Well, absolutely. Just down the leg side. That's going to beat the keeper, and it's going to go away for 4. It's going to be a minimo. And yeah, that's just a poor delivery by Fernando. That's now 6 runs of extra so far. Given up by Kent Lunka. Just take a look at the projected score below. It's 137 right now. And yeah, that was a good variation of pace. I think he just took some pace off the ball there, and that's why Singh wasn't able to batter it the way he desires. As we come to the halfway stage of the innings, Royal Roma are 65 for 3. Of course, let's have a look at the groups for the Ultimate European Cricketing Carnival. Europe's finest will battle it out for continental dominance, pride, and a coveted spot in the championship round. Of course, the Netherlands 11 have already secured themselves a place in the championship week by virtue of winning the tournament last year. So, should be a very, very fun series. We've got, of course, Italy themselves are in Group C with Denmark, Sweden, Serbia, and Estonia. That should be a good group. Nice little Nordic rivalry there between Denmark and Sweden. Yeah, just you look at every group there, it's just so tantalizing. And you know, even though it seems like there are some major favorites in this year's ECT, I think we could see a lot of surprises. A lot of these teams have stepped up and improved themselves a lot over the past year. I think we could be in for quite a few upsets in this year's ECC. That's a short and wide there by Fernando. Of course, Cricket Mania joining us from the south of Germany. Hope you're having a good time over there. That's another wide. And of course, the Cricket Mania saying his favorite cricket club is KSV, but unfortunately they won't be going to the ECL in Cardamom next year, and they'll have to support Berlin. And of course, yeah, it's been a big week really for ECL qualifiers. Of course, our very own Maz Paji is taking part in his own ECL qualifier. And of course, we had the big news yesterday that Wimbledon will be representing England at next year's ECL. This one's another huge heave by Singh. Yeah, Fernando just, I think it's just a very dangerous line and length throwing the ball. Of course, young player is very eager, probably trying to run in and bowl fast. You might just get a veteran heading over to talk to him and say, look, focus on your line and length. I just noticed he shortened his run up a little bit. And yeah, he's getting good bounce, of course. This wicket is built over some concrete, so it has a terrific bounce and carry through to the keeper. One of the bouncier pitches in the ECS tour around Europe. That's another one that's just a bit too short and wide, and again, just struggling with this a fair bit. That's his fourth wide already. He just needs to focus on getting this towards the stumps, and again, I think we've seen throughout really our time during the ECS is that, you know, pace isn't the only thing that matters really. I think accuracy is king. We saw Kirby yesterday, wasn't bowling with plenty of pace, but he was just aiming it at the stumps, and he did so well doing that. Again, rather flashy sound off the bat, as that's just going to be a single. Yeah, yesterday, right at the end of the day, I mean, we were having a great time watching Denham, Seneviratne bowling. I mean, he had figures of 4 for 5, and really, he didn't focus on pace. He was just going for accuracy, full and straight at the stumps. He had a 4 for without needing any fielders for that. 3 bowls, 1 LBW. And although, you know, we were all sort of, you know, cheering him on in a rather ironic way, I legitimately think he sort of, you know, just set a blueprint for how to bowl in this format. Again, just focus on your accuracy. Don't need to give the batsman too much pace. Usually pace can often work against you, as this one's gone up in the air. It's another opportunity, but it's going to land safely. Last ball of the over. Can Fernando finish strong? I think this has been an impressive debut for him so far. Oh, it's right up there. He produces an edge. Oh, that is so unlucky for him. That was a great delivery. It was right up there. Draws the edge. And of course, you're not going to have a slip fielder at this stage of a T10 game, and it's beaten the keeper. It's beaten the fielder a third man. And it's gone away for 4. Really feel for young Fernando, but I think this is a very impressive ECS debut for him. So, got to give him a huge round of applause. He's done an outstanding first game, as of course, let's just take a look at the scorecard. Of course, Gagandeep Singh making 28 of 12 to start off. Luckinwal with 23 of 13. He's still out there undefeated. And then both Arif and Kamaljit Singh hit a boundary shortly before departing. It's going to be Vimukti coming in to bowl. Again, he's just incredible. I mean, if he gets a wicket, we know he's going to do a backflip. We saw him do a couple of backflips yesterday. And let's just see how this transpires over here. Oh, this one's absolutely belted. It's been crunched, and it's gone straight to the dugout. Huge hit. As Luckenwall, as long as he's out there, there are still going to be alarm bells for Kent Lunka. This is a great hit. I mean, a little bit of length offered, and he gets underneath it so well and just belts it. And a tough introduction here for Vimukti. And oh, this one's gone up in the air as well. I think this is going to clear the boundary rope. It most certainly will. It goes all the way. And this time he just tries to pitch it a little fuller, but instead he gives him plenty of width and it's overpitched. And as long as he can get some bat on that, it's going to disappear. Fantastic hit, and Luckenwall just leading his side's charge. Tough introduction here for Vimukti. Oh, this one's again up in the air. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? It will. That's another 6. So 6 sixes galore to start off. 3 6s in a row. I mean, this is a harsh introduction for Erosh Vimukti. Well, I don't think we're going to see too many backflips over here, the way he's going. And of course, yeah, very good morning to Julian Dawson, who's joining us in the chat as well. Now then, what's going to happen here? This one's gone up in the air. Has he gone big a few too many times? The keeper's underneath it. Oh, he fails to take the catch. That was never going to be easy, but he does get a direct hit, of course. Manages to get back on time there, Luckenwall. Yeah, this was just always going to be a tough chance. It went high up in the air. The keeper, to his credit, covered a lot of ground. And once he actually manages to get to it, you think he might actually take the catch. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, it's actually gone right through his glove, so he's probably done the hard bit, but failed to do the easier bit. Yeah, he just trips over himself as he's going to get it. Oh, that's most unfortunate. I mean, of course, if Vinny was here, being a former wicketkeeper, I'm sure he'd have a lot of strong opinions on that. But yeah, not the best footwork. Oh, this one's full and wide. It's better delivery by Vimukti. But again, he could easily have had a wicket, and gotta say, Kent Lunka, they've let a few opportunities slip by early. They could have had Gagandeep Singh out for a duck. Luckenwall could have been out 2 runs ago as well. Anyway, 1 ball to come in this over. This time, does he get a hold of it? Oh, he most certainly does. That's gone away for a 6 as well. That's the 4th 6 this over. This over goes magical. 26 runs off it. As Luckenwall is making them pay for that dropped opportunity. As of course, we'll take a look at some of the upcoming events on our calendar. You know, I had the great pleasure of joining you here in Rome, and of course, we'll be here for a fortnight. Just because the summer is coming to an end doesn't mean the cricket is on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're a 365-day-a-year network. Right after we're done here in Rome, we've got the European Cricket Championship coming up, which we've discussed ad nauseum, and then we'll head over to Croatia for a great series. Of course, we've been touring that country in the past, but hey, I hope to see a lot of other teams from the Balkans as well, and then we head back to Malta for the 2nd time this year before returning to Spain, although we'll be in Barcelona rather than Malaga for an ECI and an ECS, and then we round off the year with a terrific European Cricket Championship for women. Looking forward to that. Going to see some great teams in action over there. Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Austria will be involved in it, so a really historic moment for women's cricket in Europe, as this one's just knocked straight back to the bowler, Denuwan. And I like this, though. Denuwan's he's a good death over bowler from what I've seen. I think yesterday we saw him ball a little bit early. I think he's better used as a death over specialist. As again, he's got plenty of variations. You often see him just roll his fingers across the ball on numerous occasions. Yes, Kroom Triple One on the chat, just discussing the catch. He just stumbled right at the end. And Rob pointing out he did everything right except take the catch itself, as this one's gone high up in the air. It's also going to go for 6, as this time around it's Rajwinder Singh who joins in on the 6-hitting action. That's the 8th 6 Royal Roma have belted. They've been hitting maximos for fun. Just demonstrates the power hitting this side has. Look at that projected score now. It's ballooned up to 140. This one's played away as well towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, as of course Luckenwald will come on strike. He's just one run away from a half century. A quick fire 50 is on the cards for him. Oh, great bit of variation. Nice slower ball there. And this is going to be a real good chess match between Luckenwald and Denuwan. And again, this one's going to be a single. It'll bring up Luckenwald's 50, but I have to say, Denuwan's balled pretty well to him. I think he's just sort of setting a blueprint for the rest of his team as Luckenwald races bat in acknowledgement to the dugout. A terrific 50 of just 21 deliveries. This has been a very solid performance by him as Kent Lunka are 109 for 3 with 2 overs to go. And a Kroom Triple One in the chat saying that the last few overs could help them get a total, which is pretty much out of reach the way they're going. I have to agree. And I think the other big concern for Kent Lunka is I think nothing they showed in the 3 games yesterday would fill you with loads of confidence about their power hitting ability. I think they have a strong top 3, but I don't know about whether they have the depth necessarily. Well, will come down to Jayawardena, of course, who's behind the stumps and how he bats, I think. And this one goes away for another 6. Luckenwald smashing his 7th maximo of the innings. It's, again, slightly overpitched by Fernando, and he gets underneath it so well and belts it over long off. And again, he just advances. Going to be a chip, and good fielding there by Ishan Shaminda. Yeah, this is going to be a tough moment though here for Kent Lunka, because how are they going to negotiate these last 1.4 overs? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised Fernando's been given this penultimate over. I mean, obviously they're probably sparing. Denuwan's obviously going to bowl the final over, but maybe even going back to Karunayaka wouldn't have been a bad idea, considering he went for 10 in his first over, whereas Nicola Fernando, even though he got the wicket, he was much more expensive. This one's also going to go away for 6. Singh hitting his 2nd 6 of the innings. And that decision to bowl Fernando in his 2nd over hasn't paid dividends, of course. He has this strange bug so far, this ECS, where his 2nd over always goes for 15 or more runs. He's traditionally bowled a pretty good first over. I don't know what it is. Maybe he just overthinks himself a little bit in the 2nd over. It's hard to say, but yeah, in all the games I've seen him play, 2nd over goes for more than 15 runs for him, typically. Oh, this one's a nothing shot, and oh, it's a great effort. A for effort over there for Achinta Denuwan. Covered a lot of ground, got to the ball really well, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to grasp it. $15 of the over so far, a couple more balls to come. One's gone big again. Is it going to land short of the fielder? No, it won't. It'll go straight to him, but he just put it down. And oh, why aren't you collecting the ball? Oh, I think he's hurt. And that was really, really abnormal. I mean, after putting the catch down, he just sort of got down on his haunches, but I think he's actually hurt himself here. So we could see some magic spray going out there. But yeah, this looked to be at a nice, comfortable catching height. Just about chest height, and I think it just struck him straight in the chest. We're going to see some medical personnel go and attend to him. Yeah, you just see that there, right on the chest. That's going to be painful, yeah. It's probably knocked the wind out of him as well. Yeah, that explains why he was unable to get to the ball. I thought he might have just dropped it in terms of the fact that it popped out of his hands, but it actually looks like it just collided straight onto his chest. Yeah, this is going to be rather painful for him. So yeah, that would have been a big catch if he'd actually taken it. Let's just take another look at that. Yeah, that is painful. Especially coming from the bat of either one of these two, who are both just incredible hitters. I mean, your rib cage is just not designed to take that kind of a blow. Although this wouldn't have been on his rib cage anyway. It would have been closer to the solar plex, I would say. And looks like we'll be ready to resume action shortly. I think he's going to soldier on over here after taking that blow. Yeah, that was very painful. I'll just give you an update on who that is. I think it's doesn't look like it's Vimukti. Kind of hard to say from our vantage point. It's yeah, it seems it is actually Vimukti. I think he's been moved from a deep mid wicket out there. I mean, yeah, that is not good news at all for him. Of course, he's a very important contributor to the side. I know he went for 26 in his first over, but that's typically very unlike him. As this is a fuller ball to end the over by Fernando. Luckenwall will keep strike, which probably isn't a bad outcome for Royal Roma as he moves on to 60. And Royal Roma are 127 for 3 with an over to go. And it's going to be Dana-One, of course, to bowl this final over, I would assume. But again, I think there might be some discussion about why Karunayaka didn't bowl that penultimate over. Again, his career figures are pretty decent as well. And had a good first over. If you look at him over his career bowling, he has an economy rate of just about 8 over his T10 career, so I was a little baffled that he wasn't given the penultimate over, as this one's gone high up in the air. And don't worry about that, it's going to clear the boundary rope with ease. It goes for 6. And Dana-One with a miserable introduction to this over. Again, just a slightly over pitched, and you do like the intent here. They're trying to pitch it right up there. I mean, at least they're not like a lot of sides who get a bit obsessed with the shorter ball. Yeah, maybe just be a bit more careful with your lengths if you're them. This one's gone high up in the air as well. Is this a catching opportunity? It is, but they've spilt this one as well. That's the 4th catch they've dropped this innings, and yeah, this is really costing them. This is really, really hurting them, because Luckenwall's now been dropped twice in his innings. And Kent Lanka, they're going to really rue these catches as this match progresses. This one is absolutely belted straight to the fielder, and this one is taken. It goes to Ishan Shaminda, who's one of the safest pairs of hands for Kent Lanka. And you have to say, with all the catches put down, I think he's going to feel rather unlucky, Rajwinder Singh, that he's picked out maybe the best fielder in the field. That's the 2nd catch Shaminda has taken. This one a lot simpler than the humdinger he took earlier, right at the end of the power play. And yeah, very muted response here by Kent Lunka. I think they're a little bit disappointed by the amount of runs they've given up. 3 balls to go. Royal Roma are 135 for 4. This one's again up in the air. They're going the aerial route. And once more it's been put down. I mean, again, he wasn't quite able to get to it. That's Francis Nimonta. Again, there's a lot of changes for this Kent Lunka side. About 4 or 5 new names that we didn't see feature yesterday. And I think some of them are just maybe showing a little bit of their inexperience in the field as well. And yeah, this is perfectly understandable that they'd rotate their squad this much. Again, Kent Lunka, they're a side based out of Napoli. Made the big trip up to Rome, staying at a hotel, and probably brought a big squad with them and want to give everyone a chance to play, as of course a good bit of running there. Of course, this is the ball we just missed. And great work there. They scramble across for the single really quickly. Again, we've not seen too much running between the wickets by Royal Roma, as they've pretty much exclusively been dealing in boundaries, as well, the innings will come to an end with a couple of singles as Royal Roma end on 139. So nice couple of balls to end, in all honesty, by Dana One. That final over going for 12, which is perfectly reasonable in T10 cricket, as Royal Roma end on 139. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. And of course it was Gagandeep Singh and Kamali Lakwal who started off. Of course, that's our brilliant camera crew up in the tower, as well, early in the innings they had this big chance presented. That was Gagandeep Singh's catch that was put down. He would make them pay for that, as he would go on to make 28 of 12, striking 5 boundaries and 1 big 6. And you can see this one absolutely clubbed that right over long off. Of course, he hit 5 boundaries as well as a 6, going at a strike rate of 233. This was an absolute blinder of a catch. It's going to dominate the highlight reels throughout the European cricketing world today. Great catch there by Ishan Shaminda, who would take 2 catches. The only fielder for Kent Lunka who seemed to be able to take catches. Lunka unfortunately dropped 5 catches throughout that innings. And this was Nicola Fernando's sole wicket. He dismissed Kamaljit Singh. Unfortunately, though, for him, he was rather expensive, giving up 35 runs over his 2 overs. Of course, the real star for Royal Roma was Luckenwall, making 68 of 28. They were dealing exclusively in boundaries, Royal Roma. Of course, that was a rather comedic moment for Rishal Jayawardena. He just trips over himself when trying to get the catch. And just look at some of this. These are some great highlights to watch. Absolutely clean hitting. They would hit 11 sixes, 11 maximos in this innings. More than 60% of their runs coming courtesy of that. And this was a rather painful moment for Hiroshi Mukti. I hope that doesn't tamper or hamper his backflipping abilities whatsoever, as this was another great catch taken out in the deep. So in the end, Royal Roma managed to get 139 runs. Let's look at the scorecard of this innings. And of course, top scorer for Royal Roma was Luckenwell with 68 of 28, and that's a strike rate of 243. Gagandeep Singh, his opening partner, was terrific in the power play, making 28 of 12. Arif and Kamaljit Singh would hit a boundary and then disappear shortly after that. And then the skipper, Rajwinder Singh, helped close out the innings very well with 21 of 13. And then taking a look at Kent Lunka's bowling figures, the pick of the bowler for them was Dana One, with figures of 1 for 19. He just came in that death over specialist role and did a very apt job, and I think he's starting to embrace that role for this side, and I hope to just see him continue to develop as a cricketer. Young Cheyenne Fernando, I thought, did really well, 1 for 20 over his 2 overs. He was a little bit unlucky that a couple of edges didn't go his way, and of course we were all a bit surprised that Karunayaka didn't bowl that penultimate over. His sole over went for 10 runs, and of course in the end Royal Roma posted a target of 140 for Kent Lunka. It's going to be a steep task, but don't put anything away from this Kent Lunka side. We'll be back in a few moments.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to the eternal city of Rome, and of course, we witnessed a great first innings where Royal Roma scored 139 runs. They've set a very healthy target here for Kent Lunka. Of course, Royal Roma, you'd fancy them to get back to winning ways after losing to the Roma Cricket Club yesterday. Now, this is going to be a steep task here for Kent Lunka, but as of course we can see the win predictor here, Royal Roma now fancied as 86% favorites, with about a 14% chance given to Kent Lunka. I think that's just about right in all honesty, but there's still that 14% chance, and well, the way that this Kent Lunka side could probably win is if they get a big innings here from Jayawardene. Of course, Jayawardene was great yesterday, scored a couple of 50s in his first two innings, and then in that third innings as well, he got off to a great start, made 26 of 9. But interestingly enough, he's not been asked to open the batting this time around. It's Nicolo Fernando and Shaminda instead. So I find this a rather interesting decision that they've chosen not to go with Rishal Jayawardene right up top. Maybe they're want him at 3 or 4, probably bring him in a situation where he knows the run where he needs to go out in the middle overs, but I think they might have slightly overthought themselves here. I don't think he's your best batsman. Get him right up there. Have him face as many balls as possible, and hope he can play a blinder of an innings. But anyway, Rashid is going to bowl the first over. Shorter delivery. It's very well played. And oh, it's beaten the fielder. And again, not for the first time this ECS we see a fielder just overrun the ball. And Gagandeep Singh just giving him some words of encouragement by telling him no worries, just watch what you're doing very closely. Hard to see who that fielder is. But again, I think he'll be disappointed with himself for that. It's a boundary to start things off. This one's played away, and it's going to beat the fielder. This is a misfield. He's going to be disappointed with himself for that. And of course, we can just see the correction now at the bottom of your screen. It is indeed Rishal Jayawardene who is opening the batting. So, yeah, that is the right decision. I was very surprised when I looked at the screen and saw that it was Mufti instead. So, yeah, it is Jayawardene to start off. Does look an awful lot like him, too. This one is crunched. It's going down the ground. It's going to be a chase for Gagandeep Singh, but he's going to get to it and just demonstrate to his teammate how it's done. And it's Shaminda. We at the non-strikers end. Interestingly enough, it was Nicolo Fernando who was opening the batting yesterday alongside Jayawardene. Yeah, this Kent Lunka team, I think one big advantage they have is they're just blessed with so many left-handers. That's going to create a lot of headaches for Royal Roma. Two fielders outside the ring are currently at deep mid-wicket and cow corner. She's coming around the wicket here. Oh, that is a good ball. First up, full of delivery, and I think Shaminda, he's just trying to use the pace of the ball to beat the two fielders behind point inside the ring. If you could just describe the field to you, there's a fielder at a very traditional point position, and behind him, got a short third man. And a very short backward point as well. I think it's just hard to see on the camera right now. That one is very well played. As again, he's just straying down the leg side, and he very smartly just uses the pace of the ball to direct it down fine leg. So good start here. A few early boundaries for Kent Lunka. Of course, they need to go at just under 14 and over to win this game. 13.85 right now, they're required. I think another boundary would be great here as, yeah. Quicker ball there by Rashid. He's just beaten Shaminda for pace as Kent Lunka are 13 for no loss at the end of the first over. As, of course, it's been 306 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network, and we're desperately trying to break this streak, and we're hoping Italy is the country that helps us do that. And I think if we get a golden ball in this game, it would be one hell of a game to get one in, considering we probably witnessed a very exciting chase, but I think we're more likely to see it probably in one of these close, low-scoring games. I think already saw one yesterday where we were very close to one when the Capanelli and Kent Lunka played each other. So I think we're getting closer. Get there eventually, as this one's a top edge. It's going to fly away for a 4. He just threw everything at that Jayawardena. Gets a bit of good fortune, and it goes away for a boundary. Sails over the fielder's head. And third man. We just have a temporary delay in the game as a few things are sorted out. Of course, just looking at the rest of this lineup here, I think Fernando's obviously an important batsman for them. I think someone like Tahir Khan will probably have to come in as well and play an important role as a closer. Just a few words about Tahir Khan after this ball. There's a big heap there. Jayawardena, of course, had a chance to just walk over to the Kent Lunka dugout shortly after the innings ended. And again, I really love the spirit of this Kent Lunka side. Of course, they were very disappointed after giving up 139 runs, but I love the attitude. They were all encouraging each other. They were discussing, doing a lot of introspection, talking about what they could have done better in the field, talking about what they could have done better bowling. And oh, that's a Jaffer. That's a great ball. This is a terrific delivery. I mean, take a look at this. Pitching just outside the off stump, squares him up. He's just beaten the outside edge of the bat. And of course, it was Tahir Khan leading that meeting. He was going up there, having a word with each of the youngsters, talking to every one of them. There's the big shot there, Jayawardena. And again, I just love the spirit of this Kent Lunka team. I mean, even seeing them coming in yesterday, the positivity they played with, despite taking a few losses. And he also had a chance to congratulate young Cheyenne Fernando on his performance. Great debut for him. I think he had a very good introduction to European cricket. Oh, straight down the ground. The safest place to hit the ball. One bounce, goes over the rope for a 4. Nice shot. He just over pitches that one again slightly, and it's a very classy shot there by Jayawardena. I really like that one. He's played it to perfection. And again, you feel that he holds the key to any Kent Lunka victory. I think he's going to have to make probably at least 75 or 80 runs for his side to have a chance. And this one is played away. It's going straight to Gagandeep Singh, and not for the first time this series I've hexed a player. And right as Jayawardena was going along well, he sends one straight to Gagandeep Singh. Again, my apologies to Jayawardena. He was going along so nicely. He finds one of the safest pairs of hands, Gagandeep Singh. He's got hands like buckets. And he takes this one, gobbles it up. And that is an enormous blow for Kent Lunka. They've lost their danger man. And again, Jayawardena gets off to a great start. Again, he knows he has to attack because of how high the asking rate is. And unfortunately, he found the fielder. So in the end, he's a victim of the commentator's curse. But let's take a look at the standings. Of course, Royal Roma are 6-5 so far, picking up 12 points. And Kent Lunka 1-2 in their first 3 games. Of course, they made their introduction to the tournament yesterday. It was a rather late start to the tourney for them. Of course, they're a side based out of Naples, so it's a long trip up to Rome for them. So I think they're going to have a nice slate of fixtures in the middle of this tournament, spend some time in the city, and hopefully also give a lot of their young players a chance to play. Now this one's another outside edge. It's going to go away for 4. Shaminda just throwing his bat at it. That's the second boundary we've seen, courtesy of an edge behind third man. It's, of course, Gagandeep Singh coming into ball right after taking a great catch. And hello to Wayne. Great to have you here joining us in the chat. Sadhu Rathnakaya saying Jayawardena is a powerful player. I absolutely agree. This is a good ball there, but I don't think it's just pure power and brutality. I think he's just so classy. He's technically so gifted. He doesn't need to overhit the ball. I think what I loved about his half centuries yesterday was that he demonstrated he's a 360-degree player. He was hitting it all over the field. That's another top ball, and the bat slips out of his hand. And let's see that. Slipping right out of his hands over there. You can't say he's not eager to absolutely slap the ball, can you? Oh, this is a beautiful ball. Terrific delivery. Let's just take another look at this. Just pitching back of a length, and oh, it does so much. And he's done quite well there, Shaminda, to not get the edge of his bat onto that. And nick it through to the keeper. And he decides to advance down the wicket. Really good stuff there by Shaminda. And he's timed that very well. Horizontal bat slap down the ground. And that's going to be a 4. And again, a much needed boundary. They can't let things dry up too much. They've just got to keep hitting 4s. So far, though, 28 of their 29 runs have come from boundaries. They've run no singles, actually. And this one's going to be another top edge, and it's going to go away for 4. So again, a little bit of good fortune here, but they need that. They need these runs however they can come. Just takes one bounce right in front of the boundary rope, and it goes away for 4. As the power play brings 33 runs for Kent Lunka. Below the asking rate, but not the worst power play, in all honesty, as we, of course, compare these two sides. Royal Roma were 38 for 1 at this stage. Both teams going along in fairly similar fashion, although, of course, we know how dependent Kent Lunka are on Rizal Jayawardene to score runs, and I think it makes it just that more important for Nicola Fernando to step up here and have a big innings, the skipper, as well as Ishan Shaminda. Of course, Fernando with a career average of 13. He's unfortunately had a little bit of a dip in his figure since 2021. Just his average has been ticking downwards ever so slightly since then, as well as his strike rate. So hoping to turn things around. And again, it's a big series for him. He's captained Kent Lunka in a couple of games so far this ECS. And this one is absolutely belted. Well, don't worry about any concerns about strike rate when he's hitting it that way. This is just a terrific hit. Right out of the screws. Goes away for a 6. And that's how you say good morning to Rajwinder Singh. So skipper v skipper battle over here. And Fernando has the upper hand for now. Straight to its cover. It's going to be a quick single. And it's not the cleanest collection by Nurman Khalil. He just juggled it while he was taking it, and that meant that Kent Lunka could scramble across safely. And this one is again hit down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder at long on. I think he just misjudges that slightly because he was ball watching, but not really moving him at all. And he only really started to move very late. And well, he's going to face the humiliation of getting swapped out immediately. And we're just going to see the aforementioned Nurman Khalil move out to long on. I think that was Islam. It was Islam Haq. Was that long on? He was watching the ball, but not moving at all. And then he only reacted when it was way too late, as this one's going to go away for 4 as well. Shaminda just picking out the vacant boundaries. And this is outstanding batting. A little bit of a helicopter right there at the end, as he hits this away for 4. So this has been a good over so far. 15 off it already. Still got a couple more balls to go. And now they're putting the pedal to the metal. Kent Lunka, again, we did say this side has some great spirit, so don't expect them to just turn up and fall flat on their face. They're going to fight to the end. And they're putting on a great show against the second place Royal Roma side, finalists of last year's ECS here in Rome. Oh, he makes some room, and he just carves that behind point. He honestly deserves some extra runs just for aesthetic points. That was such a beautiful looking shot. That's one thing I like about Kent Lunka. All the left-handers they have means some gorgeous looking shots on the offside. They're very Very pleasing to the eye, this cricket team. This one drilled straight towards a Guggendeep at long off. It's going to be a single. And 50 up for Kent Lunka as they get a polite smattering of applause from their dugout. As 17 runs come from that over, of course. Well, Kent Lunka is still just below that required rate, but at least that worm is trending in the right direction. And again, these two need to stick there for probably another 4 overs, you would say, to give them some hope to maybe set up for a big, big chase. Big swing there by Nicola Fernando, and he misses. And this one is just drilled by Fernando out to the field right long on. Oh, that's a misfield. Oh, we won't want to see that again. That's an error on his part. He's just let it slip through, and the irony here is he was just swapped out for another fielder earlier. We saw Islam Ul Haq removed from that position. Of course, he's bowling right now, and they specifically placed Numan Khalil there, and he lets one slip by him through. So identical errors, back-to-back overs, but Fernando chops one right onto his stumps the very next ball, and this is a good response here by Islam Ul Haq after getting hit for a boundary. Inside edge, straight onto the stump. Second time we've seen that so far today. That brings this very short cameo by Nicola Fernando to an end. It's really disappointing because, in all honesty, he needed to hang around there for quite a bit. As he departs having made just 12 of 6, so yeah, this will put them in a spot of bother Kent Lunka. I think I'm just looking down the sheet for them. Wonder who's going to come out next. I think Tiriak Dura made some good runs yesterday, making 37 in the last match Kent Lunka were involved in, but I think his strike rate, though, for his career, though, was about 125, and he batted at roughly that strike rate yesterday as well, but he's going to be coming out right now, so I like this decision. He's been given a promotion up the order, but I think he's just going to have to bat that little bit faster because of the situation at hand. Just taking guard over here. Takes middle stump guard. That's a good ball there by Islam. Really good length, really good line, just leaving the left-hander. That's where you want to bowl. Of course, a crew triple, one with an excellent bit of trivia on the chat. Roma Capannelli are the 3rd highest ranked cricket club for visits on network providing sites in the UK. They're behind just Upminster and Bexley, just having a look at the website, so that's just great to see, really. I mean, the Capannelli, again, as we mentioned, they've got cricketers from a variety of different backgrounds. Very good team to watch. Yeah, 1 ball to come. But yeah, it's just been a shame, though, that Capannelli haven't really been able to get results to go their way. They're still a very talented side, though, I think. They've got some good players, I think. It's just that they've not all been able to perform well in the same innings, which means they've usually not been able to get enough runs. But they always put in a good fight. That's something you don't ever see them put in a lack of effort. As, of course, we just take a look at the 2023 calendar, of course, over here in Rome right now. And then we've still got 3 more ECSs in Croatia, return to Malta, and then, of course, our final ECS of the year will be in Spain, in Barcelona. So it should be really fun. Of course, we started all the way back on the 30th of January in Malta. So it's been a great journey this year. We've gone to so many different countries. And it's been a whole lot of fun watching all this on the network, being a part of some of them as well. And we're going to see Singh come in for his second over. His first one going for 17. And again, just making some room here. Tiriak Dura, though, he's played a few too many dot balls. His 4th one already. He needs to get a hurry on. Again, if he's not going to hit the boundaries, he at least needs to get off strike. As this is going to be a wide. Is it going to be a minimo? It certainly will. That's 4 wides there. Goes down the leg side. And that was what is the keeper Nur Mahmoud in a rather difficult position. That's another wide over there by Singh. And again, these are just easing some pressure off Tiriak Dura, who is struggling mightily. 6 runs coming off this over now of just 2 balls. And Tiriak Dura will take a swing at it, and he'll clear the boundary rope. So that's a great way to get off the mark after 4 straight dot balls. Beautiful looking shot, just smashes it over the boundary at cow corner, clearing the fence with ease. And the way he hit it, it just looked so effortless. It was like a Roger Federer forehand. If you're going to use a tennis reference. Gorgeous looking shot. Advances down the crease. Is he going to clear the boundary here as well? Oh, that was a great effort by the fielder. He's actually done an outstanding job to deny him a 6. That's Kamaljit Singh out in the deep. I mean, with most fielders, this is going for a 6, but he leaps up. Let's take a look at this. Where does he come down? Looks like it's in front of the boundary rope for me. And I think this is just a good bit of fielding. It's probably just going to be the 1 run here for Lanka. So that's 5 runs he saved. It's not often you see a fielder do that. And it's going to be a single. And again, if this match is decided in the final over, then those 5 runs could be enormous in determining this game. Played away. Are they going to push for 2? No, they won't. It's just a single. As the over comes to an end, it's a productive over for Kent Lanka. 15 off it as they're 70 for 2 with 4 overs to go. Of course, they need 70 runs now from the last 4 overs. They need to go at above 17 and over. It's a steep task, but again, a couple of magical overs here, and that could change things as we, of course, take a look at the scorecard. Risal Jayawardena was made 17 of 9 until, unfortunately, I hexed him. And Isan Shaminda, to his credit, has done a pretty good job, making 26 of 14. Nicola Fernando, the skipper, made 12 of 6. And now Tiriak Dura currently is unbeaten on 8 of 7. Just opens the face of the bat very nicely there and gets a single. Tiriak Dura and Shaminda now, again, being the set batsman, being the one who's struck 6 boundaries so far. I think the pressure's going to be on him to try to make this over magical. Of course, Islam bowled the 5th over. That one went for 5 runs, and of course he got the all-important wicket of Fernando after he chopped one onto his stumps. Oh, this one's absolutely belted. It's going to take 1 bounce and go for 4. It's his 7th boundary, and Shaminda leading Kent Lanka's charge. Is there still hope for them? I feel there is, as long as Shaminda is still out there. And again, this has been a very different innings. You compare this to Roma, who were mostly just belting 6s over cow corner. I think what I've liked about Kent Lanka is they're playing good cricketing shots and just picking out the vacant boundary. This one's gone up in the air. Is this going to be out as well? Yes, it will. And this is another important wicket. And is this the first nail in the coffin? This is an enormous, enormous wicket, of course. He was going along so well there, Shaminda. And this one pops right up. Tracked really, really well by Nur Mahmoud. And he takes that catch. Huge blow here. And again, as I said, the previous ball, you felt like Kent Lanka still had some hope while Shaminda was out there. But with him having departed, it's going to be very tough to see how they win. Tahir Khan now comes out to the middle. It's a wide delivery to start off to Tahir Khan. Islam Huq, though, he's really been the game-changing bowler here for Royal Roma. He's taken 2 important wickets. Has an economy rate of 6. I mean, his overs have been absolutely pivotal in deciding the outcome of this game. As we just have a brief delay over here, of course, just giving you a quick recap of what we've seen so far. Of course, Royal Roma posted 139 thanks to 3 big performances from Lakhanwal, Gagandeep Singh, and Rajwinder Singh. Lakhanwal top scoring with 68. And then we saw 2 terrific cameos from Gagandeep and Rajwinder Singh, who made 28 and 21 runs respectively. Yeah, just apologies for the brief delay. As soon as it's sorted out, we'll be able to get back underway. Of course, got 5 games today. We're resuming with our typical schedule. Of course, we had a bumper, super-duper Sunday yesterday with 6 matches, where we saw this very Kent Lunka side introduce themselves to the tournament. They had a great doubleheader with Kapaneli. Those 2 teams would split that doubleheader. Kent Lunka taking the second one. Kapaneli taking the first. This one is going to be cotton bowled, leading edge by Tyre Khan, who's going to be greeted by a golden derrick very shortly. And yeah, he's just trying to work it off his pads, leading edge, straight back to the bowler, and incredible spell here by Islam Huq, pretty much breaking the back of this Kent Lunka side. Oh wait, golden derrick is here. He's quite active so far this series in Rome, and Tyre Khan, unfortunately, has the great misfortune of being greeted by a golden derrick. Leading edge, just taking a look at that again. Leaps up, very well taken by Islam Huq. Again, I think he's a terrific cricketer, because not only does he bowl well, but he's also good as a late hitter lower down the order. I think we've seen him demonstrate at points in this ECS when Royal Roma have needed it. He can step in, hit a few big sixes, hit a few boundaries. I think if you have a pacer like that in your side, it's just such an asset to the team. There's Mukti just swiping across the line. Very first ball, and now that required is just starting to creep up. It's over 20, of course. Sadhu Rathnaya saying that they probably have too many left-handers. You know, there's no saying you can never have enough left-handers, but I think Kent Lunka might be one of the first teams I've seen who maybe test that hypothesis. Well, this one's going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. But yeah, considering the sheer amount of left-handers they have, I have to credit Royal Roma, though. They haven't bowled too many extras. I mean, it's really only been one player, couple of players who've struggled bowling wides in Rajwinder Singh and Islam Huq, but other than that, most of the bowlers haven't done a bad job. It's the 3rd time I've cursed someone at this point in the match. It's just said they haven't bowled too many extras, and then he gives a ball that'll be wide to a left-hander as well, and it's gone for 5 wides. Well, pretty much whatever I say, I think we're witnessing the opposite now. Certainly been a funny start to this morning. And that's going to be a single there from Mukti, who gets off the mark. 57 runs needed of the last 3 overs. It's a pretty tall task for Kent Lunka, but not impossible if they can get a couple of magical overs. Of course, we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Castellina will come back. They've only played 3 matches. They'll be taking on the Roma Capanelli. The Capanelli, I have to say, unfortunately look like they're out of this tournament. Whereas the Castellina, who started off terribly with 2 games where they posted 34 and 35 runs respectively, have come back strong. And they managed to win a game, of course. Their main player is their captain, Indika Sane. And I think it's going to be a very exciting match. I think we can be in for a good low-scoring thriller, maybe even a golden ball contender between those 2 teams. I think they're both desperate for wins. And of course, the Capanelli will be playing their last match of the series. I don't expect them to go down without a fight, so I think that's going to be a great tug of war in that game. As see a couple of runs to start off this over. And this is just pushed away towards cover. Yeah, they need a few 6s here. I don't think we'll be seeing too many of those shots for the remainder of this over. They've got to take risks now. Gotta go for it. This one is kind of pushed away towards cover, and it's just a single, so a very quiet over so far by Khalil. Of course, another story that we'll be watching alongside who can grab the final 4 spots is, of course, who's going to be the highest run getter for this tournament. So far, of course, it's Sharif Rehan, who's been in red-hot form for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, but Luckenwalt, that terrific inning, as this is going to be another single, gets himself right up there. He's now just 38 runs behind Sharif Rehan. He does boast a better strike rate at 235, but I think this is going to be a very, very close chase for who's the highest run getter. You've got, I think, Marage, Gagandeep Singh as well for Royal Roma, as well as Sharif Rehan. We're all battling it out. They're all fairly close to one another, and I think one big innings for either one of them is going to completely turn that whole standings upside down, as this is a good shot. It's a low full toss, just uses the pace and plays a behind point for a boundary. One ball to come in this over. 48, needed a 13. This needs to go for a boundary. And it's going to be a dot ball, and he's looking for the wide. He's not going to get it. And well, let's just take another look at that. No, I think it's like a decent-ish call. Of course, we'll just leave that to our viewers to decide. Again, I think it's just one of those where Kent Lunka need every single one of these decisions they can get coming down the stretch. Of course, a 48 needed after the last couple of overs. So 2 magical overs needed now for Kent Lunka to pull off what would be a very unlikely victory. Well, it's going to be interesting to see who bowls these last couple of overs. It's probably going to be Usman Rashid and Gagandeep Singh. Let's see who's given the task of bowling the penultimate. It's often 9th over is often the hardest one to bowl. And I think it's going to be Rashid who's going to be charged with this. And again, a good over here will pretty much ice the game for Royal Roma. And then they can cruise in the final over. This one is going to be a dot ball to start off. Of course, do keep in mind, though, in this ECS, we don't have the typical eliminator format that you're often accustomed to seeing in ECSs, where finishing first, second, third, or fourth can really, really play a big role in terms of how many matches you have to play to make it to the final. This is takes a shot at the stumps over there, Rashid, but he misses. Instead, the format is that there's going to be a couple semifinals, and then, of course, the losers of the semifinal play in the bronze final, whereas the winners go on to the grand finale itself. So again, it's going to be first playing fourth, and then in the first semifinal, then second against third in the second semifinal. This one is just played beautifully above the fielder at third man. Really good shot. Just used the pace of the ball terrifically. Very wristy stroke as well, and that was always going to be a tough chase for the fielder at third man. As again, Tiriak Dura, though, I have to say, very impressive. Unfortunately, he's only had the chance to bat rather late, and he's a couple of Kent Lunka losses. I mean, this looks like it's going to be a loss for them as well. But he's certainly making a case to be pushed up the order. And he's also doing his own statistics, no harm, as this one's going to be another chase for the fielder at third man. Does a pretty good job. They're very busy out there. Numan Khalil, they're going to try to get a second run, but they won't. A little bit of miscommunication there by the fielding side. Let's just have another look at that. They get one, and they're just considering pinching a second. They are able to, beg your pardon, just have to correct what I said earlier. Goes straight to the fielder, a third man. Just chops it onto the pitch. And looks to advance down the crease, but then again, Rashid very smartly just pulling his length back. As of course, the final over is where Kent Lunka will need 41 runs. Pretty much all Roma have to do from here is bowl 6 legal deliveries, and they'll have secured themselves yet another victory. As of course, we take a look at their bowling figures. Of course, for me, Islam ul Haq, obviously the pick of the bowlers, going with 3 for 17. It's also the fact that the 3 wickets he took were very, very important wickets, getting Nicola Fernando, Tahir Khan, and of course Ishan Shaminda, who was going along so well. I think those wickets, once he took them, it pretty much meant this game was done and dusted. Yeah, it's going to be Mohammad Arshad bowling this final over. So with the outcome of this game pretty much settled, Royal Roma decide to give another bowler the chance to roll his arm. Of course, this does give us a chance to discuss the games left today. Of course, right after this match, we'll see Roma Capinelli taking on Casalina. Of course, Kent Lunka and Royal Roma will play the second match of their doubleheader later today at 1:15 local time. And this is going straight to Gagandeep Singh. It's a very simple catch. He didn't have to move an inch for that. It came straight at him. And again, with his safe pair of hands, that was never going to be dropped. That's going to bring Irosh Vimukti's innings to an end. Beg your pardon, that's not Irosh Vimukti. Looks like that's Tiryak Dura. Just apologies for the scoreboard being down. We'll have that sorted for you as soon as possible. As you can see, straight up there, and really well taken by Gagandeep Singh. But yeah, we can certainly continue our discussion about the remaining games. Of course, Casalina at one stage, I mean, we were discussing if they were even going to win any games at all at any point this series, but I think that the last performance of theirs was very impressive, picking up their first win against the Gladiatori, who snapped their losing streak yesterday. And their first match of their doubleheader. This one's struck down the ground by Karanayaka. And that's going to be a 4. Very nice looking shot. Just ricochets off the stumps, but it was just hit so hard that it went for 4 anyway. Going to be a dot ball here, as just a couple of balls left until Kent Lunka put out of their misery. As of course, I think the one encouraging thing for them though is they do seem to have a huge talent pool of bowlers, and a number of teams have been struggling though. So you just wonder whether they could be one of those sides that could maybe be a dark horse in the race to get the 4th spot. This one is again just played away. And it's maybe a chance here to get some extra runs off overthrow. They certainly will do that. Royal Roma, though, just being slightly careless now that this game is pretty much in the bag for them. Of course, it's a good idea to continue to play well, of course, and just keep your focus and maintain good habits. But last ball of the match coming up. It's Karanayaka facing it. And it's just straying down the leg side. He'll help it along. It's going to be a big chase for the keeper. And Karanayaka is only going to add 1 run to his total, as of course Kent Lunka will succumb to defeat here against Royal Roma, their 3rd loss of this ECS, as Royal Roma take this one by 32 runs. Let's take a look at the highlights of this second innings. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard, of course, before we go on to the highlights. Is of course, Roma Capinelli will be facing Casalina in the next match. That will be the Capinelli's final match of this ECS. Of course, Kevin Kakulawala leading the way for them with 693 points, and he's available at the price of 7.5. Indica Sane is going to be absolutely pivotal to Casalina's fortunes in this tournament. Of course, they picked up their first win of the tournament earlier this week against the Gladiatori. But let's take a look at the highlights of this innings now. As of course it was Rishal Jayawardene and Ishan Shaminda who came out to open the batting. They put on a pretty quick fire 21-run partnership. They were both looking really good early. Jayawardene was hitting some very nice shots. He made 17 of 9. Of course, both of them benefited off a couple of edges that flew away towards third man. But Jayawardene would eventually find the fielder Gagandeep Singh, and that would bring his innings to an end. Very well taken catch by Gagandeep, his one of 2 that he would take today. That was a rather comical moment where the bat would just slip out of Ishan Shaminda's hand, but other than that, well, very little slipped past him. He made 30 of 16, and when he was going along, you just wondered whether Kent Lanka still had some hope. And of course, we would see a couple of misfields. This was a rather comedic moment where one fielder was swapped out for another, and then he would make the same mistake as the fielder he was swapped out for. That was the end of Nicolo Fernando, you just witnessed over there. He would only make 12 of 6, and then Tiriak Dura played pretty handy innings lower down the order, making 20 of 16, and that right there was really the first nail in the coffin for Kent Lanka when Ishan Shaminda was dismissed on 30. And after that, well, they just kind of stumbled. Wickets kept tumbling. They would lose 5 in the end, Kent Lanka, and only got to 107 runs, 32 runs short of the Royal Roma total. Let's take a look at the scorecard of this innings, and of course, as we mentioned, Ishan Shaminda top scoring with 30 of 16. Tiriak Dura making 20 of 16, going along at sort of his career strike rate of 125. Jayawardene, he was looking really good to start off, but unfortunately for Lanka, he wasn't quite able to kick on. And then we'll take a look at the bowling figures for Royal Roma. Of course, the pick of the bowlers has to be Islam Al-Haq. 3 for 17 for him, and of course 2 of those 3 wickets he picked up were absolutely crucial in determining the outcome of this game. Those were the wickets of Shaminda and Nicolo Fernando. It was a fairly good all-round performance by Royal Roma. I think they'll be pleased that they managed to restrict Kent Lanka to just 107, although extras might be a slight concern for them, as they had a couple of bowlers who struggled bowling a few too many wides in Rajwinder Singh and Islam Al-Haq. Of course, in the end, Kent Lanka fall 32 runs short of Royal Roma, and Roma pick up another victory and are looking set to probably have a firm grip on the second spot. Join us again in a few moments, as of course we'll be bringing you the next game of today between Castellina and Roma Capinelli. We'll see you all in a bit.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Oh, welcome back, as of course we're in beautiful Rome for this fantastic European Cricket Series, and we're just about to see a clash between the Roma Capinelli and Castellina. Let's head out to the coin toss where the match referee is joined by the two captains.
So Roma Capinelli, you are the home team, you will toss the coin, okay? And Castellina, you're the away team, you will call, okay? There's the coin. You toss.
Tail.
Tails has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we decide to batting first.
Batting first?
Yeah.
Okay, toss has been won by Castellina and they will bat first.
Well, thank you very much to our match referee Ian Ramage, as well as the two captains. And as you can see, Castellina have decided to win the toss and bat first. A little bit of a strange decision, but we can, of course, discuss that right after we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, Kevin Kakulawala leading the way for the Roma Capinelli with a price of 7.5, getting 693 points out of him. It's just great bang for your buck. And then, of course, Castellina's star player is their skipper, Indika Sen. And he's going to be so important there in this first innings. They really need him to step up and go on to make a half century or any kind of a big innings. Of course, just speaking about Castellina's general form, I always find it strange that a side who've had so many batting woes would decide to go and bat first. I mean, of course, it's great to go out there and take the initiative, but you know they've had scores of 34 and 35 in their first couple of games, as well as making just 73 in the match they won, which they did with quite a bit of difficulties. Of course, we take a look at the win predictor. Of course, the Capinelli, understandably, are 67% favorites. That one Castellina win was a huge upset against the Gladiatori. The expected score for Castellina is 92. A little bit generous by my accounts, especially when they're averaging just 49 runs. The Capinelli expected to get about 103. I think that's about bang on, really. They really are a side who I would say 100 to 110 is typically within their range. As we're set to get underway, I think this could be a very exciting match. I mean, again, you've got two sides who kind of both have similar issues with the bat. That usually leads to a very thrilling low-scoring chase. And as I often say, low-scoring games are usually the best ones. Moments away from the first ball, it's Hamza running in. And just straying down the leg side. Sane's going to help it along. Is he going to trickle over to the boundary rope? No, it won't. Good chase over here. And that's a good bit of work by Alex Sabelli, who we didn't see feature in any of yesterday's action. Yeah, that's the one great thing about this Roma Capinelli team. They're just a real mixture of people from different backgrounds. There's a lot of native Italians in the team as well, which is just excellent to see. I mean, really, you want to grow the game beyond just the expat community, and I think that's been one of the biggest positives we've seen on the European Cricket Network the past few years, is just seeing the number of native people picking up the game as well. You see that most when you watch the women's game, where, again, a lot of girls within the country are really getting into it. You see this particularly in the Greek national team, the Romanian women's national team as well. Yeah, this has just been a fantastic ambassador for our sport. As Shea Kana getting ready to face this first ball. Two fielders outside the ring to him are at deep mid-wicket and long on. That ball to start off. Oh, they're going to sneak a single here. Slight mishap. Yeah, he just decides to hit the stumps, but oh, that was really unnecessary there by Sabelli. Of course, he's playing after a while. He might be a little eager. It's the last match of the ECS as well, so obviously he'll want to make an impact for his side. Of course, this is the last time we'll be seeing the Capinelli this tournament, as it's very unlikely they're going to go on and play in the semi-finals. is there an edge there? Might just have been the sound of the bat hitting the ground. There's definitely a noise. Yeah, I think it might have just been bottom of the bat brushing the pitch along the way. It's saying though, huge responsibility for him, of course. One of the most important players for this side. Star player for his team. And I wonder why they're appealing there. That's gonna go for overthrows as well. It's kind of all a little bit chaotic for the Campanelli. I mean, this was nowhere near LBW. I don't know what they're appealing for. And then, as you can see, Kekulawala going for a shot at the stumps. The keeper fails to get it, and it goes away for overthrow. So all a little bit sloppy to start off for the Campanelli. I don't know if any of you heard that. A little bit of singing in the background by one of the players, but it certainly was very amusing. Yeah, it just gives you a moment to appreciate the singing. As this one goes away for a boundary, just beats the fielder at mid-off. And good start here for Casalina. 13 off the first over. Of course, they were helped by some sloppy fielding by the Campanelli. So productive first over for them. And yeah, for a side who've scored 34, 35, and 73 in their first 3 games. They'll take that, as of course we're just a week away from the Euros of Cricket. Of course, on the 25th of September, we start the European Cricket Championship, where of course 31 nations will do battle to win the Euros of Cricket. Should be a whole lot of fun, and we're looking forward to that. Of course, start the countdown when there were 100 days to go, all the way, I believe, back in Sweden, and just to see that we've come down to just a week. It's certainly, we're all excited with so much anticipation for that. This is going to be the best ECC yet. And he's still singing and enjoying himself. I love that. I just love this Campanelli side. I mean, results might not have gone their way, but they've always got their heads up, and they just play the game the right way. This one's played away. Is it going to split the fielders? Yes, it will. Trickle over the boundary rope as Indica Sane strikes his first boundary. And yeah, just smart power play batting. Fielders inside the ring. Back it towards a vacant boundary, and you'll be pretty safe. As, of course, Julian Dawson saying he's very tuneful. I mean, yeah, might find himself in an opera house soon. I mean, of course, we are in one of the most culturally refined nations in the world. That's one thing I also love about the Campanelli. I mean, everyone giving out orders in Italian. And again, it's just lovely to see. Of course, my Italian ranges from like buongiorno to andiamo. That's probably the only 2 words I know. But I think it's great to see that they're even coming up with a lot of cricket lexicon in their own language. And really, that's the way you want the sport to grow in the country. This one's just played away towards mid-wicket. And Hamza with a bit of foot fielding. Just trying to flick it back up and collect that one. And it goes for that fuller ball. It's going to be a little bit of a chase here, and a good bit of fielding there by Leonardo Jayaraja. Campanelli, though, they field exceptionally well. You don't see them make too many errors in the field. It's a really professional and excellent way to slide down, collect that ball. Oh, just played that with soft hands, so it made sure that it wouldn't actually carry through to the keeper as a little bit of foot feeling. Hope he hasn't done his groin or something while trying to do that. But yeah, he manages to do it, gets the job done somehow. That's, of course, Alfonso Jairaja, who's prevented that boundary. And, of course, looks like we've come to the end of the over, so good start here for the Caponelli. They're 20 for no loss at the end of the first 2 overs, as, of course, we look at the standings over here. Caponelli, of course, their tournament is pretty much coming to an end. It's hard to see them get a 4th spot. Of course, it's mathematically impossible, as this will be their final game. But the Castellina, who started off with 2 very rough losses, came back with a strong performance against the Gladiatori in a huge upset win. As well, I just wonder if there was some bat on that. Yeah, it might be worth taking another look at that. Was there a bat? No, there wasn't, according to the umpire. He just signals like bye, so that was not a chance that was put down. This one is chipped up, and it's going to go beyond the fielder. He puts in a pretty good effort to try to bat it back inside the field, but he's not able to do that, unfortunately. Yeah, that's going to go away. Yeah, it's going to be a 4, of course. Yeah, that is a terrific effort. Saying he's looking pretty good. He struck a couple of boundaries himself. Again, they just need a good steady start here, the Castellina. That one's going to be a wide signaled by the umpire. Of course, the umpires for this game are Hassan and, of course, Suleiman Said, who's square leg umpire. Of course, he's at point for the left-hander, just to help speed up the game. Third umpire is Nirmal. Of course, we saw our match referee earlier, Ian Ramage. This one is played towards mid-off. Could be a quick single, but oh, they'll get it anyway, courtesy of overthrows. Oh, I think he just got a bit over-eager there, Leonardo Jairaja. Went for the underarm throw, and it was nowhere near the stumps. And again, the Caponelli, you know, they're obviously eager, they're obviously excited, but they don't want to overdo it. And the umpire just having a word with Leonardo Jairaja right now. But yeah, they've given up about 6 runs here, basically, the Castellina, because of some very unnecessary overthrows. And again, that's a 6. That's like a huge hit you've just given up for free within the first 2.5 overs. This one is going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. A very good question here by Sujith Yadav. Why isn't he bowling leg spin today? Of course, we saw Hamza bowling leg spin yesterday, and he was a touch expensive. I'd say his average economy rate over the games he appeared in was about 10. So maybe he's just hoping that things turn around. Bowling medium pace, as this one's going to slip past the keeper. Unfortunately for him, he's having a rather difficult time with the gloves. Alex Sabelli, a little bit more inexperienced as a wicketkeeper, but that's just a tough spot for him, really. Takes a rough bounce. Although you'd expect most keepers to stop that again. A little bit more inexperienced, and I think as his career progresses, he's just going to continue to develop into a better player. And yeah, of course, we saw Mr. Maximo talking about Sujith Yadav a little bit yesterday as well. He can be a bit predictable at times as a leg spinner. He really only bowls the big flighted Turner. I think really to excel as a leg spinner in this format, I think he's going to have to add a few variations to his game, as this one's gonna take an edge and go away for 4. Most unfortunate, it's just bounced off the pitch. And it's gone right over the fielder, a third man's head. So, yeah, things just going against Capinelli early. Some edges not going their way. They've been a little bit leaky as well with overthrows, a few fielding errors. Yeah, not the way you want to start your final game of the ECS. Really, the only highlight for them so far has been the singing. No, once again, I think the keeper just fails to deal with it. I just need to come up and be a little bit closer to the medium pacer. That's going to be more runs of buys. Castellina so far, I mean, we're right in the infancy of this innings, but they've already picked up 17 runs off extras. Oh, it takes an edge. Oh, that was always going to be a tough chance. But that would have redeemed some of Sabelli's errors. And it just sails over his head. Let's just take a look at this. It's always going to be a very difficult chance. He's put in a great effort, very athletic leap. But it's gone over him, and it's gone for a boundary. So a great start for Castellina, who've already topped 2 of their scores so far this tournament in just the power play. As we, of course, take a look at this. The last over going magical. Very unlucky for Amir Hamza. Don't think he bowled that badly. But 22 runs go off it. As he got 14.3 for the power play. Very, very good for Castellina. I mean, we really haven't seen them go beyond 7 on over at any point this tournament. So they've been aided a little bit by some errors from the Capinelli, but Kirby's going to come in here to try to stop the bleeding right after the power play. I like this move. Bowled very economically yesterday. I don't think they used him enough, in all honesty. Oh, this one is absolutely drilled. It's going to take a couple of bounces before going over the boundary rope. And yeah, just picks out that vacant boundary. Yesterday, I thought Kirby did a very good job. He was just bowling a stump-to-stump line. Didn't give too much pace either to work with. And he was able to strike boundaries. Oh, this one is straight down the ground, and this is going to be a tough chance for Hamza, but he does really well. Well taken catch. Went for a few runs in his previous over, but made no mistake over there. Getting a big high five from his teammate for that. Well deserved. That's Venus Silva going over to greet him. This was never an easy chance. I mean, it's gone high up in the air, and he's tracked that very well. He's actually done the fundamentals perfectly. I mean, you often see fielders just coming in a bit too much, but he stuck to the boundary rope, went across, took that catch, nice and high up. And yeah, perfectly done. Textbook example of how to do that. Castellina lose their first wicket, of course. That's Shenenka, who has to depart. And we're going to see Ravidu Umayanga come on for Castellina. Just hear some singing in the background right now. Mayunga just working his guard. Mayunga, of course, averages just under 7 for his ECS T10 career with a strike rate of 75. And just highlights some of the issues that Castellina have had over the years. Top scorer of 14 which was in that upset win which Castellina had against the Gladiatori. Of course, Castellina were not part of the ECS that was in Rome last year. But Umayunga did take part in quite a bit of action. This one is played well off the pads by Indica Sane. And again, I think good score here really for the Castellina. You'd expect would be about 120 on this pitch. Especially against the opposition they're playing against, who generally, again, 100 to 110 has been within their range as a thickish outside edge. Somewhat intentional there by Umayunga. Just runs that down towards third man. He picks out the gap very well. That'll trickle over the boundary rope. And we got one ball to come in this over. That boundary just kind of spoiling what was a very decent over by Dane Kirby. Again, usually a very economic bowler. And a very big hello to you, Helix. Great to have you joining our chat. And yeah, very gentle pace here by Kirby. This one's also going to slip past the keeper, unfortunately. Just having a few issues with buys. And he's going to take a shot at the stump. That's unfortunately the 18th run already, given up off extras. As the Castellina are going to be 54 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Of course, just a chance to look at this graph, of course. Castellina going along at 13.5. Their 4 overs so far have gone for 13-8. And then, of course, that magical third over, which went for 22. And the last one going for 11. And we see the skipper himself come into bowl here. It's going to be Jayaraja. Oh, and he just squares him up there, and that the ball just takes a funny bounce, which bamboozles Kekulawala. And I think they really just need a little bit of magic in the field, maybe a little magical spell to just lift their spirits again. This is probably the most deflated I've seen Capanelli at any point in this series. Again, usually a side, there's a lot of chatter when they're out in the field. I think just the slightly lackluster start to this game has demoralized a few of the fielders. Again, a lot of hands on hips, a lot of double teapots out on the field. They need to lock themselves back in as, ooh, this is going to beat the batsman and the keeper. It's going to slip away, and it's going to go to the boundary rope. Good chase there by Alfonso Jayaraja, but he's not able to get to it. Unfortunately, young Sibeli just having a difficult time behind the stumps. Yeah, just very leaky here to start off Roma Capinelli. They were 13 runs away from their tournament best, the Castellina. This one just played with soft hands by Sane. You see the projected score there, 139. I mean, they didn't get anywhere close to that. They'll double their previous ECS best, which would be quite a story. Thereby, I think Jayaraja could have just left that one alone maybe and let it go down the leg side for a wide. Well, when the keepers just tried to throw the ball back to the bowler, and unfortunately he's clattered onto the stumps. It's just been that kind of a day for him, unfortunately. Oh, this has worked very well behind Feinling. Again, there is no fielder in that region, so that's a very intelligent shot to play. Slightly premeditated. And again, no one in the ring, no boundary rider, and he works it away for 4. So very smart stuff here by Sane. I've liked this innings by him. He's not looking to overhit the ball. He's just keeping things simple. They've made 16 runs down third man and fine leg so far. This one's played away behind square leg. Is the fielder going to get there on time? He will. There's our favorite singer. And that's going to be couple more runs for Casalina.
No, I'm not. This route to finish.
Yeah, this one's just played away by Umayunga. And it's going to be a dot ball to end the over as, of course, we come to the halfway stage of the innings. And, of course, a chance to welcome all of you into our Ice Cube. And it's been a really good start here for Casalina. They're on to 65 for 1 halfway through the innings. Of course, we've highlighted some of the issues they've had batting, making 34 and 35 in their first couple of games. Had a very difficult time, even in their upset win against the Gladiatori, trying to chase down a target of 74. But so far, they've looked really good with a bat in hand. They've been aided by some errors by the Capanelli, who've been rather leaky, giving up too many runs of extras, a few overthrows as well. But again, very encouraging stuff here for Casalina, as well, maybe they're a potential dark horse to get that fourth spot now that it looks like the Roma Capanelli have all but been knocked out of that race. As is this an edge or is this a bye? We're just waiting for the umpire's decision. Once the ball has been collected. Yeah, it has been signaled a bye. Lawala here. Oh, is this a hit wicket, or is it just the keeper who's hit the bails with his gloves? Well, I really don't think that's a hit wicket. I think the keeper's accidentally dislodged the bails here. Yep. And Keko Lawala just to get a dot ball there. And just looking at the amount of runs of extras, that's now climbed up to 25 for Casalina again. More than a third of their runs coming courtesy of that, as this one goes away for a boundary as well. Plays that expertly behind point. Very good looking shot again. I just love the way Indy Kasane's been batting. Very intelligent cricket here as he strikes it behind point. Of course, Helix asking if Vinny took his towel to the beach. Probably did. I think Mr. Maximo is now having a great time out at the beach. As we just take a look at this. And not quite able to grasp that either, but it's not going to matter too much. This one's, again, is struck very firmly. It's going to be difficult for Moratini, but he does a really good job. Excellent bit of fielding by him to prevent what looked like a certain boundary. That's 3 runs he's just saved for his side. And again, we did say that it would just take a little moment to try to maybe lift the spirits of this Capanelli side, either a good bit of fielding, a special spell by a bowler, and is this just what they needed? And he's going to go for the reverse sweep there, and good work by the keeper, though. I know he's had a few struggles to just watch the ball there and keep a hold of it as the batsman was attempting a reverse sweep, as Casalina going along at just over 12 and over. Sujit Yadav just asking if where the regular keeper is for his Capanelli team. And of course, keep in mind the Capanelli, they are playing their last match of this tournament, so just experimenting a little bit, trying out a few different players. Chance for them to give some chances to others as well. Really, I think it's just a chance for them to rotate and maybe give a few other people a chance to play that. Now that they're out of the race, and again, might be having a difficult time right now, but again, I wouldn't be too harsh on him. You know, we've seen some very rapid growth for a lot of these players, and I'm sure in a future European cricket series that he will take a part in, we'll see a much better performance of him there, as of course that is Jayaraja, Alfonso Jayaraja, trying to leap up and take that catch. Always going to be a difficult opportunity, and then no, this one is down the leg side. He could have left it alone and it probably would have gone up for a wide. But instead, the edge is going to help it along for a 4, and he can add 4 more runs to his personal stats. As, yeah, this has been a very, very odd innings so far. It's been rather strange to watch. It's been very error-prone. We've seen a lot of comedy as well. And, of course, Casalina have now broken their ECS high by getting to 81. 82, beg your pardon. Moratini continuing. This one's just behind point. It's going to be quite a chase here for that Leonardo Jayaraja, but we'll come back for a couple runs here. Casalina. This one is just played towards point, and it's going to be a single. Oh, very, very well played. Very intelligently played. Just runs it along towards third man. It's going to need a bit of foot fielding by Amir Ghulam, our favorite singer. And oh, Moratini fails to collect that. That would have been a run out if he had managed to get it. And that really just reflects the sort of day that the Capanelli have had so far. I mean, we're at the stage where there's people laughing in the field. They can only see the funny side of this now. He does well here, Ghulam, to get to it. Uses his feet, and then a good strong throw back to Moratini. And all he has to do is collect this and whip the bails off. It'll be a fairly easy run out. But he fails to get the ball. As this time again, just straying onto the pads a bit too much. It's tucked away behind square leg for a single. Yeah, just an interesting inning so far, really. Hard to describe it, hard to put it to words, as of course, well, we've got our upcoming events here on the network. We're here in Italy for a fortnight. I mean, once our ECS concludes on Friday, we then got a great ECI where we've got Italy involved, Finland, as well as a number of talented sides. And then, of course, the European Cricket Championship starts a week from today. That's going to be our biggest and best edition of it ever. We head over to Croatia from the 23rd of October before heading over to Malta for the second time this year. And then we jet back to Spain. This time, though, we'll be in Barcelona rather than Malaga. And then we round out the year with the first ever ECCW, which is going to be a hell of a lot of fun. As, of course, Ghulam, who we've been talking a fair bit about, starts off with a full toss, which is whacked away by Umayanga. And it's going to go away for 4. Again, loopy full toss. We just take a look at this side on. I think he maybe is just okay. And just having a look at the umpires over here. What's the final verdict going to be? Looks like they agree. This one's also belted. Is this going to go the distance? Yes, it will. It goes all the way. Huge hit here by Umayanga, and the first Maximo of this innings. Enormous 6. And it clears long on. Great bit of footwork. Charges down the wicket and absolutely belts it. That's one of the better shots we've seen so far today. And again, he's just flying the ball up, giving some of these loopy deliveries, which are quite easy to hit. I think he just needs the ball a bit quicker, a bit flatter. make it a little bit harder for the batsman to hit. Because really, this is not the way this Capinelli side want to bow out of the ECS. You want to see them put in one strong performance and leave us with a good, lasting impression. As again, it's going down the leg side. It's going to be helped away for a 4 as Indica Sane batting superbly over here. Again, too far down the leg side. Can't be bowling there. I mean, there's nobody even there to protect that boundary. No one inside the ring. No boundary riders either. Again, just looking at his field, he's got most of his protection on the offside along off a deep cover. Is he pitching it full and straight or just outside the off stump? Oh, what a big appeal over here. But again, a rather optimistic appeal. Not the first time today by the Capinelli. As we can see, he's absolutely whacked that. Huge inside edge. But yeah, when things are not going your way, you might as well just hope that something finally does. And yeah, just that kind of day. If you look at the field right now, it's hands on hips all around. As we have a slight pause in the game, which of course just gives us a chance to discuss what games we've got coming up after this one between the Capinelli and the Castellina. Of course, Kent Lunka will come back to play their second game of the doubleheader against Royal Roma. And then Royal Roma, they'll be involved in 3 fixtures today. They're playing this very Castellina side later. This one's struck out to mid-wicket towards Kirby. And the Castellina themselves will be involved in 3 games. They round out the day with a good fixture against Kent Lunka. As of course, we've got a couple overs to go, and Castellina are 103 for 1. Indica Sane, their skipper, going along very nicely at 43 of 28. A very impressive showing for him. And of course, as we said at the top of this broadcast, if they really wanted any chance of getting a fighting target, it would come down to Indica Sane. And I think right now they're already in a very healthy position. And they probably moved to the stage where now, I would say if they can get to that 125 mark, they'll probably be heavy favorites heading into the second innings. And of course, this is already his career best for Indica Sane on ECS. His previous best score was a couple of years ago when he was undefeated on 21. And here's his career strike rate, though, is just under 100, but he's put on a great showing here. And again, this is what we often say, that, you know, sometimes the stats, they don't tell us all of the tale. And a lot of these players are just improving with time, getting better and better. And Indica Sane, a prime example of that, as well as this Castellina side, who, again, at the start of this tournament, the way they were going, they looked rather hopeless. You know, they could be on track to string together back-to-back wins. This one is drilled down the ground towards long off. That's going to be a single. This time the keeper just taking a shot at the stumps, and again, he's had a rather difficult day. That was very unnecessary. Yeah, projected score right now, 122. I certainly say it's within their range. I mean, 125 is very attainable. Just looking at this Capinelli bowling card, wonder who they're going to give that final over to. This one's gone high up in the air. It's a catching chance. It's going to Hamza. He's a very safe pair of hands, and he does exceptionally well over there to take that one. Good catch as Umayunga departs, having made a 21. You can see he's just charging down the wicket, looking to heave it towards that cow corner boundary, and you can see Shub right behind him, watching in anticipation, hoping it clears the boundary, and he has a chance to take another crowd catch, but it wasn't to be for him as Castellina lose their second wicket. Jayaraja picking up his first, but yeah, continuing our point, wonder who they'll give the final over to. Of course, Venus Silva going for 8 in his first over. He bowled fairly well. Kekulawala gave up just 6 runs in his first over. Dane Kirby giving up just 10 in his first over. So it's going to be a bit of a choice for the captain who he's going to pick from those 3. Might be Kekulawala, you know, considering his over was the quietest. And this one is going to take a few bounces. We're going to the field right long off. It's Poru Totage, who's the new player. Oh, this one's also beating the keeper. And the runs piling up off extras make that the 29th run of extras we have already seen so far this game. Yeah, Capanelli, they'll be very disappointed. This is a very off-color performance for them, I think. I know results haven't always gone their way, but you can never fault them for effort or sloppiness. But I think this performance has been rather unlike them, and I hope they can turn it around in the second innings and give us a nail-biting finish as we're coming to the final over of this innings. Castellina currently sitting at 108 for 2. Saying the captain just 6 runs away from his first ever ECS 50. Would be a momentous occasion for him if he's able to get that. And this is interesting. So again, I think Roma Capanelli really using this final match as a chance to give as many players as possible opportunity. And of course, it's the legendary Alfonso Jayaraja bowling this last over. And I'm sure a lot of our ECS diehards will love to see this. This is going to be a great run and a good throw to the keeper. And again, he's one of the oldest players to ever play in the European Cricket Series, age 76. And again, you know, we've been wanting to see him bat for a long time, and I hope we get to see him in this final game. And it's great to see him come out here and bowl. I really hope he gets a wicket. I mean, that would just be a terrific moment. I mean, I would cheer for that harder than the fifer we were cheering for last night by Senavarutne. Come on now, 5 balls to get a wicket. And Sane will whack this away. Is this going to go for 4? Boo! I think a lot of our viewers will boo this half century. But in all honesty, I mean, big congratulations to Indika Sane for his first ever ECS 50. A huge career milestone for him. The skipper's batted superbly in the Kiwi helmet he's wearing. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that to Jayaraja. I'm glad that reverse sweep didn't come off. You absolutely shouldn't do that to one of our finest veteran performers. Come on now. 3 balls to go. Can he get a wicket? Oh, there was a stumping opportunity there. If only. If only he'd been able to clasp that. Alex Sabelli could have made up for every error he's had so far today if he had managed to stump him there, but it wasn't to be. This one's going to fly over Kekulawala's head. It's going to be a chase for him. And it's a couple of runs over there. And 1 ball to go. 1 ball to get a wicket. Come on now. A nick to Sabelli, and he takes the catch. That would be the perfect moment to cap off this innings. It would all be worth it. Here we go. Alfonso Jayaraja. Oh, was there an edge? Just waiting for the umpire's call. It certainly seemed like we heard a sound, but no, it's going to be byes. I think it might. Yeah, there was no sound there. Wonder where that little click in my headset came from. But nonetheless, it comes to an end, and you know, full credit to one of our champion campaigners, Jayaraja, for bowling very well in that 9th, in that final over. He could easily have had a wicket as a Castellina end on 118 for 2. A heartwarming moment to end that innings as they march off the Castellina with a very solid performance. Of course, their skipper Indika Sane led the way, making 52 of 37. That was one of the most optimistic appeals, but the overthrow after that pretty much set the tone for this innings. Unfortunately, they were a bit too leaky the Capanelli, they would make an awful lot of mistakes, and that would aid this Castellina side mightily, who made their highest ever ECS score. Indicasane, of course, the captain, as I said, leading the way with 52 of 37. He struck 9 really nice boundaries. Tinusha Shenika making 13 of 9. His opening partner did pretty well. And then, of course, Revudu Umayanga making 21 of 14. This was a great stop by Michelle Moratini. And, yeah, Alfonso Jayaraja, great effort over there trying to get to that. Of course, one of the oldest players to play on the network. And, of course, he would get a chance to bowl that final over. A really heartwarming moment. And we see this one is just clubbed away. A little bit of foot fielding attempted there. Didn't quite work out. Just taking a look at some of these nice shots. This would be the only 6 of this innings. That was Umayanga coming down the wicket and looking to smack one. He tried to do that a second time, but it wasn't to be for him, as he would be taken by Amir Hamza. And of course, this was probably the most booed for across the European Cricket Network, as Indicasane would hit Alfonso Jayaraja for a 4. You know, I know Sabelli had a difficult time with the gloves, but if only he had managed to make that stumping, I think we would all have forgiven him for any past errors. As we, of course, take a look at the scorecard for this innings. Indicasane top scoring with 52 of 37. His opening partner, Shenika, making 13 of 9. Umayanga with 21 of 14. And, of course, Purutarage only got to play 1 ball, and he managed to get a run from that. A very good batting performance by the Castellina. They, of course, improved their previous best of 73 on the European Cricket Network by quite a bit. Well, let's move on to the bowling figures. And, of course, the Capanelli, they were playing their last game, so they decided to use a wide variety of bowlers, give a number of players a chance to bowl. Biggest concern for them, though, was the sheer number of extras. They gave 31 runs of extras. I don't think they'll like looking at that set again. The pick of the bowlers, Venus Silva, did pretty well. Just 8 runs of his over. Leonardo Jayaraja, 1 for 14. He did pretty well. But then again, the moment of the game, right at the end, when Alfonso Jayaraja came on, gave up just 9 runs in that final over he bowled, and was ever so close to getting a wicket. We'll be back with you in a very short amount of time, as, of course, the Capanelli looked to chase down a target of 119.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back, as we're going to bring you the second innings of this exciting matchup between Castellina and the Roma Campanelli. The Castellina posted their highest ever ECS total, making 118 runs after their captain achieved a milestone of himself, making his first ECS 50. And the Campanelli have a very challenging target of 119 to chase down, and what is probably the last time we will see them this ECS. Of course, it looks like it's going to be Moratini and Gulam to opening the batting for Campanelli. Of course, we're just waiting to receive confirmation of who the openers are. Again, the Campanelli, they've had a few issues with the bat, haven't they? I mean, particularly when it comes to accelerating. I mean, at times you feel like the T10 format doesn't quite suit them. They're more of a longer format team. But again, I think it's their last showing, so they're probably not going to go out without a bang. We're just going to see Castellina now. They've got only two fielders allowed outside the ring, of course, and there's a fielder long off, and then, of course, a very fine deep third man, which isn't a bad idea considering the amount of edges that go through that region. You could probably just about make out where he is on the top left of your screen when you get to see the angle where the bowler is running in. They're just getting their fielding spot on now. The Castellina, we should be ready to get underway. Here we go. First ball of this innings. And he goes for a big drive that's been given a wide. And they'll also get the extra run by the sharp hitter running across the wickets, of course. Moratini, one thing I love about him is how good he is running between the wickets, of course. Many of you might have seen the clip of him from a few days ago when he just sprinted right out of the gates from the non-strikers end. So, again, one thing with these two out there is you should see some quick singles running there. Look at Moratini at the non-strikers end. Look how ready he is to run. The attitude is spot on. And I love to see that, of course. You know, there's been a little bit of criticism of this Campanelli side, particularly some of the errors they made in the first innings in the chat. And I just want to take a moment to say that, of course, a lot of these players are semi-professional. They're not players who are playing cricket for a living. You know, they've got lives, they've got other jobs. This one is a struck away for 4. That's really well done. So I think some of the criticism is a little bit undue. Again, these people are playing for the love of the game. They've been such great ambassadors for the sport in countries that are non-traditional cricketing nations. So, again, yeah, a few errors there from the Campanelli. It's been a long campaign for them. I think most professional sides would struggle playing 14 matches in such a short space of time. And, again, fatigue might have played a factor. They're obviously trying out a lot of new players because it's, in their eyes, what one would call a dead rubber. So, yeah, I think it's important to take all those things into perspective when talking about these sides. Oh, this one's played away, absolutely middled. This is going to go all the way, a huge 6, absolutely bludgeoned towards the production cabin. As there's the dog as well, Lila. I have to say, she's one of the nicer dogs. There's a couple of dogs over here. One of them keeps barking at all of us, particularly me, but Lila is really, really cute, I think. Nice to see Lila trying to get that ball, of course. Lila is so friendly, just turning up in the morning, asking us all to pet her. So, yeah, certainly great to see Lila every morning when we come into the ground. But yeah, excellent start here from the Campanelli, just what we needed. And again, as I said, we're not going to go out without a bang, expecting to fight hard in this final innings for their ECS. And shouts out. Was that just the sound of the bat hitting the pitch? Yeah, might have been. Might have been, yep. Probably no edge there. Good decision by the umpire. This is going to be another wide, so struggling with extras here, Shanunka, and so far the change of angle, deciding to go around the wicket, hasn't served him that well either. Again, typically you don't like to see a player go around the wicket this early in the innings. Just a bit too negative, but again, maybe you can understand that with him, considering all the issues he's had with extras. Oh, shouts of catch it. And oh, he goes for some foot fielding and he goes right through him. I don't think AS Roma will be signing him anytime soon, as thickish outside edge beats a couple of fielders. And yeah, that goes right through him. Yeah, very difficult start here for Shanunka, and Campanelli putting the pressure on early. Oh, a little bit short. This is absolutely bludgeoned. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? Oh, yes, it will. Great hit here by Hamza. And he's come to play. And he's saying, we're not going down lying down. And just take a look at this. Gets underneath it really well, as of course we just take another look at Layla. I think Layla's going to be very busy collecting cricket balls today. It's not often that you have a dog that plays with a cricket ball. Well, Layla's becoming quite a cricket aficionado, spending her time around the Roma Cricket Ground. Hey, I wonder if Layla knows how to wicket keep. I've heard there's a team in Rome that's interested. They're looking for wicket keepers. This one's going to be a swipe across the line, and well, it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. Big over to start off. 24 runs off it. As Campanelli get off to the perfect start. Of course, it's been 307 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And again, is this the match where we finally break it? We've been saying that for so long, and I hope for the 308th time we're actually right. As of course, I think we've got two very evenly matched teams here. The Campanelli getting off to a good start as well. Could just be a golden ball contender this game. Campanelli came pretty close to giving us a golden ball yesterday in their game against Kent Lunka. Good ball there, just moves away ever so slightly as Moratini is just looking to play a drive at it. Probably just doesn't get his front foot out enough if you're, what are you talking about? Playing the textbook cover drive. Oh, inside edge onto his stumps. That's most unfortunate. Moratini, though, he's so good running between the wickets usually, so it would have been nice to see him out there for a bit longer. But he departs again. Third time today we've seen someone chop the ball back onto their stumps. We didn't see it a single time yesterday, and he understandably so. Very harsh way for Moratini to end his innings, and oh no, is he going to be greeted by Derek? Is Derek going to come and greet him? Yes, he will. Moratini departs for a duck. For a couple of balls. Not a golden duck at least for him. At least it's just a plain old white Derek. Yep. Chops one onto his in. Chops one back onto his stumps. And we're going to see Kekulawala, who typically opens the batting for the Campanelli. He's going to come in at number 3. And Helix asking if dog slobber on the ball is legal. I don't know about that. I mean, obviously, back when the ICC banned using saliva during COVID, they made it clear that you can't use human saliva. They never said you can't use dog saliva. So that's an interesting little loophole you found there. I think that's exactly the sort of thing that Corey would come up with, wouldn't he? He'd just find that little loophole in the rule somewhere and look to exploit it. Of course, talking about ECN's very own Corey Rutgers, head coach of the Spain national team. Oh, terrific ball. Absolute beauty. Yeah, this is exactly how you need to bowl with a new ball. Full length. Force the batsman onto the front foot and just gets it to move away ever so slightly, and unfortunately for him, doesn't get that thin edge through to the keeper. Oh, takes an edge this time, but it goes past the keeper. Oh, most unfortunate for Portolage, who's bowled really well to start off. Genuine edge, and oh, it's a good effort by the keeper. That was never going to be an easy chance. The top stuff, I love the way Portage is bowling. And this is going to be a huge battle here because Hamza started off really well. If Portage gets the better of him here, Capinelli could be in a spot of bother very early. Oh, he's once again a big appeal there. Umpire shakes his head. But I just love this by Portage. He's creating so many opportunities for his side. Just bowling exceptionally. I just wonder if there was a second sound over there. Again, questions about the impact as well. Yeah, this is the way to bowl. This is one of the better opening spells I've seen in a short time I've been covering the ECS here in Rome. Played down by Kekulawala, who will keep the strike to end the over. 27 for 1 at the end of 2. Elix saying, yes, Corey would collect it from local stray dogs to put on the ball. Of course, this is referring to our human saliva versus dog saliva conversation earlier. As we, of course, just take a look at the standings over here. The Capinelli, 4 for 9. They're pretty much out of this tournament now. And, of course, only the top 4 will advance to the semifinals. The Casalina, of course, started off with 2 rather miserable performances, but then they came back with a strong performance against the Gladiatore and then put on a good showing in the first innings over here as well. As we head into the last over of the power play. It's going to be Priyadarshana bowling this third over. Oh, it's a rank full toss. And it's just going to be a single, though. I mean, I think he's going to be rather disappointed he's missed out on that. And, yep, it's been given a no ball there. And also, meanwhile, during the live action, there was a rather bad overthrow. Let's just give you an opportunity to look at that. Umpire signals out a no ball for height. Very casual first run here, just jogging along. And then it's Kent Lunka's turn to get a bit too casual. That is very, very careless by the bowler. As he's given up an extra run and a free hit. Kekulawala will absolutely demolish that ball and send it behind square leg for a 6. Great hit, great wristy shot as well. He uses his wrists to absolutely slap this ball from right in front of his feet. Outstanding shot, and again, a difficult start to Priyadarshana's over. He's seen one over go magical, the first one, and this one starts terribly. Economy rate of 81, 54, as things stand. Make that 60. 10 runs given up and 1 legal delivery bowled. Nightmare start to this over. Yeah, it's been 2 mammoth overs either side of what was a very miserly one by Portage. 1 for 3. It's like having a bit of diamond just surrounded by, well, you could think of an analogy of something that isn't at all valuable. Kekulawala just needs to sort things out here. Again, 11 runs given up already, and he's still got 5 balls to go in his over. Drill down the ground, but he hits it straight at the stumps. And that just bails Priyadarshana out a little bit. There would have probably been some runs over there as well. Just hits it a bit too straight. This one, though, straight down the ground again, but he hits it over the stumps, and it's gone for 4, straight as a beeline by Kekulawala. Great hit over here. Umpire ducks, and it goes away for a 4, so this is just turning into a nightmare over, as we said, for Priyadarshana. 15 off it. Only 3 balls delivered so far. Again, they're just getting their lengths wrong here. Castellini, they need to keep things simple. Just stick to what has worked for them. Try to bowl good tight lines and lengths. I think again, we just saw Puratarage just put on a clinic on how you should bowl during the power play. Just need to see more of that from Priyadarshana here. This is going to be another wide as the wides continue to rack up. 3rd wide already, plus a no ball this over. Just having a lot of issues here, and again, it's just moments like this that really deject a fielding side. You're starting to see their body language just drop a little bit. The Castellina, they came in really pumped up after a good first innings, but within just 15 balls, they've had the stuffing knocked out of them. There's a big swing and a miss here. And just for a second, Kekulawala is contemplating whether there's a chance to steal a single, and Hamza, rightfully so, just tells him to stay where he is. Two balls to go in what's been a very long over. Oh, this one's hit away again. Is this going to clear the fielder at cow corner? It certainly will. Very comfortably. He'll clear the fence. That goes for 6 as well. And the 4th Maximo of this innings. Enormous hit. It goes all the way. As of course, once ago, we just asked by one of the players out at long off, was Puratarage asking me how many balls were left, and again, I think he needs to come right back and bowl the 4th over. Don't really think he can risk leaving him for later, because the way this run rate is going, there might not even be a later. He needs to come right back and get either one of these set batsmen out as this over comes to an end, and a near perfect power play for the Roma Capinelli. They managed to get 50 runs off it and lose just 1 wicket. Top start for the Capinelli. And of course, it's just a chance to compare both sides' graph. Of course, the Capinelli are 7 runs better off than what the Castellina were at this stage. Of course, both these sides, full credit to them, really cashed in on the power play, playing the right kinds of shots, taking the right risks. And as things stand, they're well ahead of the rate right now. Capinelli, you just expect things to slow down a little bit as we get into the middle overs. They're currently going along at 16.7. I think it's straight bringing Puratarage right back. I think this is a good decision. I really like this. Just get either one of these guys out. Can't let them hang around. Oh, this one's up in the air. It's a catching chance. Is it going to be taken? Oh, he spilt it. Oh, he spilt it. You can't afford to do that. And I got to be honest with you, Kekulawala was just sort of halfway down the pitch just watching it. You can't be ball watching. You just have to run. Doesn't matter if it's taken or not. You've got to do the right thing. And you see that he's just there very casually watching along. And he doesn't start running until afterwards. I mean, he should have run a single by the time the ball got to the fielder. But yeah, not a very costly drop over there. Kekulawala dropped on 21. And the most unfortunate for Puratarage, who's bowled very well in this spell. Played away. And it's going to be a bit of foot fielding here. That's good work by the fielder at mid-wicket. Priyadarshana, who himself had a very expensive 3rd over. That one going for 23 when we just witnessed. This one's come off the toe end of the bat. It was a very ugly sound. And that's another chance that's been spilled. So Castellina having a few issues in the field as well. Of course, we were rather critical of some of the mistakes that Campanelli made, but Castellina here, I think they're just struggling to take catches. This one's gone high up in the air. And the fielder, yeah, he's just in no position to take that. Completely misjudged it. Very disappointed here, the Castellini. They really can't afford to give up these kind of chances. 2 catches dropped this over already. This one's gone high up in the air as well. Is there going to be a fielder underneath it? Well, he's already beyond the boundary rope when it's been given, and I think that's going to be signaled as 6. I mean, he makes contact with the ball when he's well outside the boundary rope. And let's just take another look at this. As you can see, yep, he's got 1 foot outside. And yep, I think that should be pretty clear. And it's been signaled as 6 by the umpires. And yeah, chances aplenty being created here by Porutatige, but none of them are being taken. I mean, as we said, it was a good decision to bring him back by the captain, but if you're not taking the catches, there's really not much the skipper can do. And that's a good ball to end the over, and got to say Porutatige rather unlucky, only gets 1 wicket because he could easily have had 3 or 4 on another day, as Campanelli are 63 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Of course, as you can see right now, the Campanelli are way above their required rate, going along really nicely. And, you know, we typically expect to see a little bit of dip in the middle overs as spinners start to get introduced. Fielding restrictions are lifted. They're still going along very nicely, the Campanelli, so far, as this is a low full toss, a good bit of fielding. And the fielder out in the deep. As we see the captain himself come in, Indicasane, trying to take charge of the situation. Of course, led aside superbly in the first innings, making his first ever T10 50. This one just a smack down the ground. No, they need to be careful here. Just a little bit lazy here by the Castellina. They're not backing up. They're not doing the basics. Everyone was just staring at each other over there, and nobody actually had the initiative to go get the ball. And again, I think both these sides a little bit subpar in the field. And both are 2 teams who've kind of been struggling for wins, as this is going to be a big edge. No question about that. The captain manages to get the breakthrough, and Kekulawala, who was dropped just 3 runs ago, isn't really able to take advantage of that extra life, as Indicasane gets him shortly afterwards. Good catch taken there by the wicketkeeper. No mistakes by Nishankar Rankoth. And there he is, Sabelli, the wicketkeeper for the Campanelli. And of course, he copped a lot of criticism in the first innings for some of his wicketkeeping, some which I thought was undeserved. And here's a chance for him to redeem himself. Here's a big chance for him to go out there and play a terrific innings and really silence some of the critics. I'm really rooting for this guy, and I hope he does very well this innings. Big score to guide his team. Real comeback performance. This one is played away towards square leg. Of course, he's played in 5 innings previously on the European Cricket Network, his career best being 8 against Royal Roma. Again, just in the infancy of his career right now, and won't give those stats too much notice. Now then, Indicasane, he's bowled a terrific over so far. 1 ball to go. This one's gone up in the air. Is this going to be a catching chance? Oh, he's dropped it. Sabelli deserves that, but there's a bit of a mix-up here. As what are they doing? This is just a comedy of errors. I mean, that was an absolute dolly that was put down. We just need to take a look at that whole sequence again. Let's have a look at this. This should be a pretty regulation catch. I mean, I'm rather glad that Sabelli got another life. I know you shouldn't be rooting for any players, but you just feel he deserves the rub of the green. He hasn't had that. And then the keeper, he's got to do a pretty regulation bit of keeping, and doesn't do that in the end. And well, I don't know why he's blaming his teammates. I think he's got to look at himself over there. As of course, hey, history unfolds this December on the European Cricket Network. We're proud to introduce the inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship that will take place from the 17th to the 22nd of December. Europe's premier female talent from Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Austria will battle it out in an incredible showcase of skill, passion, and determination. Join us in a celebration of cricket and women's sports right here live on the European Cricket Network in what should be a great way to cap off one of our finest ever years. This one is struck down the ground by Sabelli. And yeah, I have to say one thing though. I think both sides have sort of evened out in terms of errors. I think Casanelli, I think that's the 4 catches they put down already. You had some of their overthrows as well. I think fielding has just been a big issue for both these teams in so far today. This one's worked away by Ghulam. There's a good bit of fielding. I'm glad we got to see a bit of it. Nice collection running in from the boundary there by Kankamage. Oh, this one's up in the air. Is it going to clear the fielder? Sort of will. It's actually been helped over the boundary rope by the fielder. But Sabelli completely deserves that as he gets to his highest ever score on the European Cricket Series, topping his previous best of 8. And yeah, it didn't quite have enough to probably clear the boundary rope. I'm going to be generous to Sabelli and say that would have hit the top of the rope perfectly. But he does clear it in the end, and all that matters is he gets a 6. Great one for him now. Required now at 9.5 as the errors continue to rack up here for Casalina. And oh, this one's going to be some buys, I think, here. The keeper makes an error, and that's only fitting when Sabelli's on strike. Hamza now back on strike. This one's not quite middle. It's going to take a bounce before it goes to the fielder. And once again, just for a split second, I thought there might be overthrows over there as well, but they do manage to back this one up, Casalina. 9 off the over so far. 1 to come. Oh, this is absolutely middled. Great shot. Fantastic hit by Sabellini. He gets a boundary. Doesn't need any help over there. This is a great hit. And, well, it's just taking a bounce. So let's just take another look at this. Where does that land? Ooh, just an inch maybe in front of the boundary rope. Yeah, just an inch. And just a great hit for him. Should feel good for him after that previous little bit of disappointment he had in the first inning. So again, I just love seeing this redemption arc for Sabelli, as the Campanelli now are firmly ahead, needing just 37 off the last 4 overs to win, and would be a great way to finish their campaign. And loud appeals, but I think it says a lot that the only appeals are coming from the boundary. That one clearly sliding all the way down the leg side. This one is struck straight towards long on. That's going to be a single. And again, at this stage, the Campanelli, I think 1 boundary and over, and rotating the strike should do the trick. Indigsain bowled very well in his first over. He managed to get that important wicket as well of Kekulawala. He'll be eyeing up Ghulam over here, as Ghulam will help that one away. And oh, Shub has taken it! Oh, he's taken it! What a terrific catch! Well, you can clip that one. And he's been looking for the catch outside the boundary all day, and he managed to take that one, of course. Shub This is a terrific one. Let's take another look at this. It's clubbed away beyond the boundary rope. And that's a clean catch in my book, so I'm going to ignore what happened after that. As of course, we return to live action as a boundary has been struck over here. We're just awaiting what the umpires say. Let's just take another look at Shub's catch. Oh, well. He's got a little bit lucky there. Got a little bit lucky there. Isn't he a bit too close to the boundary rope? That's what I'm wondering. Should he really be there? I don't think he should be taking a catch if it's beyond the fence, until it's at least beyond the fence. Yeah, some criticism of the fielding display here, as of course that previous ball has been judged as 6, the one that went right over third man. So back-to-back sixes. Gulam goes big again. Is this another chance for a crowd catch? Nope. It's sailed over everyone's heads as we get 3 consecutive sixes here. Indika Sain is getting absolutely bludgeoned. 20 off this over so far. And Gulam moves on to his 50, of course. No celebration by him. He's completely focused on the task at hand. He goes big again. This is a catching chance. Oh, it's going to land right between the 2 fielders. It's actually perfect placement. And he's actually going to raise his 50 now in acknowledgement to his teammates. As we come to the end of the 7th over, the Capanelle just 16 runs away from securing a victory in their final match of this ECS. Would be a nice story, a well-deserved win for them as well, considering the spirit and heart they've played with for much of this ECS. Of course, very next match will be the 2nd game of Kent Lunka and Royal Roma's doubleheader. They'll come back and face each other again once more after Royal Roma picked up the victory earlier today against Kent Lunka. This one's played away again by Gulam. Is this going to go all the way? Oh, yes, it will. It's another huge hit by Gulam. He just helps it behind square leg. Brilliant hit. He is battering, absolutely battering this Castellini attack. His 7th 6 of the innings already. And what a way for Hamza to go out. Hamza on absolute fire over here. And looking for the wide over there, Hamza. Won't get it. One more look at that. Tight call, but the right call. Oh, he's going big again. Is this going to clear the fielder? It will. And it goes just to the left of the ice cube as Hamza, well, he's dealing exclusively in 6s right now. Clearing the boundary on every occasion. 8th 6 of the innings for him. This is just a terrific innings by him. And now he's just 1 shot away from putting the Castellini to bed. As the Capanelli are going to bow out of this tournament in style. 4 runs left. How is he going to finish this? Another big hit. Oh, he goes for the single, so that's very responsible by him. Of course, a lot of players want to end the game in style. You typically expect them to go there, try to batter that one as well, but he's done the responsible thing. And is it going to be Sabelli? He's already hit a couple of boundaries. Be a great story if he strikes the winning boundary over here as, oh, he was eager. Took a few steps outside his crease, but it's just going to be a single. He will keep the strike, though, heading into the penultimate over. So a couple of runs needed enough for the Capanelli to round out their ECS. As, of course, this would be their 5th win of the tournament. And we, of course, just take a look at that rate now. Of course, Capanelli just 2 runs away. I think they've just been sensational. They set things up perfectly with that huge power play they had. They were 50 for 1 at the end of the power play. And since then, to their credit, they've just been continuously scoring a lot of boundaries. I think they've been helped by some rather subpar fielding from this Castellini side. They've dropped 5 catches by my count. Sabelli dropped a couple of times as well. And now 2 runs needed. A chance for him to stroke the winning runs. And this is going to be a wide, so a single should do it here. Unless he fails to get bat on ball, score one more run. It should be Sabelli to get the winning runs here. And again, as I said right at the start of his innings, I'd love to see him come out here and win the game for his team. It'd be just a great redemption story for him after that first innings. And this has gone up in the air. Oh, is it going to be taken? It will. And it's third time lucky for the Casalina. This is so cruel. I was really rooting for this young man, Sabelli, to get the winning runs. He decides to try to hit a fancy shot, go for a boundary, but instead it's popped up in the air as he has to depart. Sabelli, having made 15, of course he was dropped twice, but not the third time. As of course this is the moment we have been waiting for all ECS. It's Alfonso Jayaraja stepping out to bat. The oldest player to ever play on the European Cricket Network is about to step out and potentially hit the winning runs on Capinelli's last ever ECS match of this series. Well, all our viewers, you've got a treat over here. A great way to round this game out. And again, I think if he hits the winning runs, he deserves a guard of honor from everyone here as he walks out. Out comes Alfonso Jayaraja. And oh, this is cruel. Casalina are moving all the fielders in close. Get out of there. Move everyone to the boundary. Oh, this is not right. Just look at this field setting. This should be illegal. You can't do this, Alfonso. Come on now. Runs off Alfonso Jayaraja's bat. Get the winning runs. This would be a great story, a heartwarming story. Oh, it's an inside edge. Glad it didn't chop onto the stumps. 10 balls to go, 4 in this over. He's got 4 balls to hit the winning runs. Oh, and don't give it out. Don't give it out. He's giving it out. Oh, how could you do that? Oh, the umpire spoils the party and gives that one out. Now, this is incredibly disappointing. One of the oldest cricketers we have ever seen on the European Cricket Network is dismissed. I know, I don't care. I don't agree with that decision at all. It was probably sliding up a mile down leg side. You probably need a third set of stumps for that to be out. Oh, what a shame. Umpire Hassan with probably the most unpopular LBW that's ever been given on the network. Oh, I'm glad he's walking off with a smile. I'm glad he's walking off with a smile, though. Yeah, this is a horrible decision. It's nowhere near the stumps. You need a third set of stumps for that to be out. But I'm glad. I really am glad, of course. It's just a terrific story, in all honesty. Alfonso Jayaraja is still playing cricket at this age. His love for the sport is alive. And again, just inspiring so many people to take up the game. That is what I love most about this Capinelli team and so many of the sides involved here in Italy. As, of course, it's going to be Venus Silva now coming out. The Capinelli, of course, just need a 1 run to win. Twilight asking, where is Derek? Are you serious? We're not going to Derek Alfonso Jayaraja. You're lucky I'm not Corey and I just don't just go around banning everyone. Two balls to come in this over. Venus Silva, can he stroke the winning runs? And it's going to be a tight single, but he'll get... Oh, no, what's going on here? Hamza hasn't even tried to run, and this has probably been the longest we've ever had to wait to get a single run scored. Of course, if it was Alfonso Jayaraja, it would have definitely been worth the wait, but come on now, then score the final run here. Hamza says no, they're not even looking at each other. And you do feel for Hamza, though. He really doesn't deserve that. Made a terrific 68, led his side very well. And he departs. Having played a terrific innings, of course. He hit 8 sixes and 3 boundaries. And it's going to be Kirby, so this is going to be like an ECN sort of highlight reel to end it up. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Oh, no, he's done it. It's the flock of golden ducks to greet Kirby. Of course, we've got one of the most cruel production crews over here. As Kirby's gonna come, gets a chance here to score the winning runs. One ball to come, one run needed to win. Well, this reminds me of a game we had earlier on the network back in August between Malta and Romania, where it took 2 overs for Romania to score 2 runs. And they did also lose about 3 wickets, I believe, to get those 2 runs. Let's go then. Here's Kirby now. 1 run needed. Will the Capinelli score it? Oh, this one's going to strike the pad. Very optimistic appeal. I think that's exactly the same ball that Alfonso got, but for some reason that was given out. This is actually closer than the one that Alfonso was given out on. 1 run needed of the last 6 balls. I think we have a slight error with our scorecard at the moment. We would like to apologize. It indicates that Amir Hamza is still out there. That's actually it's actually Venus Silva, correct? Yeah. Amir Hamza, of course, we saw him get out, so apologies for the error. Of course, as I told you earlier, it was indeed Amir Hamza was dismissed, so it's Venus Silva here scoring the winning runs for the Capinelli. It took them 1.2 overs to get these last couple of runs, but they do manage to get them in the end as the Capinelli win on their final match of this series. Big congratulations to them as Venus Silva gets to stroke the winning runs. Handshakes all around. And again, probably not the ideal series for the Capinelli, but again, I just love the spirit. I love the way they played, of course. Kirby himself, just an incredible cricketer. He's just been a great ambassador for the game in Italy, of course. We also had a chance to listen to Gyan so many times on commentary, so there's a lot to love about this team. And of course, just a chance, we see them, handshakes all around. Again, I just love to see the spirit from this team. And as we said at the top of this broadcast, just because they didn't do well in the first innings, they're probably going to come out fighting hard in the second, and that they certainly did. Led mainly by Amir Hamza, who did really well. Fantastic 68 runs scored by him. Of course, we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Kent Lunka will come back to face Royal Roma for the 2nd time today. Royal Roma took the first match. I think Lunka started off quite well. They were going along really nicely, mostly thanks to the good innings that Ishan Shaminda played. I think the second match could be a lot closer. But hey, let's take a look at the highlights of this first innings. Of course, it was Amir Hamza who led the way for his side. Batted superbly, hit 8 sixes, 4 boundaries. He was seeing it like a football, smashing it all over the park. And of course, just a quick chance to hit her again. Moratini would chop one onto his stumps. He would be greeted by Derek, and then Kekulawala and Hamza really took the game away from the Castellini with this partnership. That partnership would be worth 41 runs. Both of them doing incredibly well. This was some nice clean hitting straight down the ground. Kekulawala played superbly. 10 sixes between him and Hamza. Of course, Castellini had a lot of issues with dropped catches. They dropped about 5 by my count, not including that one, as you can clearly see he had already stepped outside the boundary rope, and then Kekulawala was dropped on an edge once. He wouldn't beat the second time around. And then Sabelli would benefit from a couple of drop catches, of course. We were really rooting for him to score the winning runs initially, weren't we? Just as a good redemption story after that first innings. This was a really, really good hit by him. He was just aided by the fielder there who pushed it over the boundary rope. But this was a very nice hit by Sabelli. No help over there. Just takes a bounce about a couple of inches in front of the rope. And then Hamza just went on fire. Great catch there by Shub. This was a very entertaining second innings, to say the least. As let's take a look at some of these very nice blows by Hamza. Of course, some shots. And then, of course, Sabelli had a chance to hit the winning runs. He needed just one run to win, but he would pop one up for a catch. And then we would see the moment of the match as the oldest ever player on the European Cricket Network, Alfonso Jayaraja, would step out to bat. And then this horrible, absolute clanger of a decision was given. No way that was LBW. And Alfonso Jayaraja, unfortunately, couldn't score the winning runs. And then we would see this huge mix-up here between Venus Silva and Amir Hamza. Hamza would have to depart, and then Venus Silva would finally stroke the winning runs in the final over. As it will be smiles around for the Capanelli, who end their campaign in style, picking up another win. And a good way for them to end their ECS. They've been great ambassadors for the sport in Italy, and a big congratulations to them. And of course, a good luck for the rest of their endeavors, as we'll of course take a look at the scorecard. It was, of course, Michel Moratini opening the batting alongside Amir Hamza. Just apologies that you can't see the scorecard at the moment. There's just a few issues with the scorecard right now. We'll correct them as soon as possible. Of course, Amir Hamza, we just need to remind you, if you're still seeing that he was not out, of course, he was out. It was Venus Silva who hit the winning runs, not Hamza. So Moratini, of course, opened the batting alongside Hamza. Moratini, unfortunately, was out for a duck. Hamza made 72 of 27. Kekulawala making 24 of 14. Sabelli was dropped a couple of times, making 15 of 9. We, of course, got a chance to see Alfonso Jayaraja out in the middle. And, of course, in all honesty, unfortunately, he was out plumb LBW, but was sadly not able to score the winning runs, which is what Venus Silva would do instead. He would score a couple of runs to win it at the end. And then just a quick discussion about the bowling figures for Casalina. Shanaka bowled, was the most expensive, beg your pardon, of the bowlers, giving up 28 runs in his very short spell. Indika Sain would pick up a wicket, going 1 for 25. Kankan Magne, who bowled that penultimate over, would get a couple of wickets. They kind of spoiled the party. But in the end, Casalina, who had their best ever ECS batting performance, were not able to replicate that in the second innings with the ball in hand, as they struggled with the ball in hand and the field, as the Roma Capanelli would take it in their final game by 5 wickets. We'll join you again in a few moments as we'll bring you our next match of the day. Make sure to hang around with us, as we've still got 3 more games to come.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Buongiorno, cricket enthusiasts. We're back here as it's a deja vu. Kent Lunka are facing off against Royal Roma. Once again, of course, earlier today, Royal Roma stamped their dominance with a commendable 32-run victory against Kent Lunka. So Kent Lunka will be seeking some redemption. Let's send this over to the coin toss where the match referee is joined by both the captains.
Kent Lanka, you are the home team, you will toss the coin, okay? Royal Roma, you're the away team, so you will call.
Okay.
There's the coin.
Head.
Heads has been called. Oh, it has come down tails, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss has been won by Kent Lanka and they will bat first.
Yeah, Rajwinder Singh not able to make the right call over there as it landed towards tail. Kent Lunka electing to bat first. Again, I always find it interesting when sides are struggling for runs, decide to bat first. But anyway, let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard, of course. Nicola Fernando leading the way for Kent Lunka with 293 points. Rishal Jayawardene, of course, an absolute bargain at 6.5, giving you 279. He's a wicketkeeper as well, so he's always likely to get some catches. Royal Roma, of course, have Lakhanwal, who is hot really in the race for the top run getter, just behind Sharif Rehan right now. He scored 372 runs, one of two players who scored 100 so far this series, and he's doing that at a strike rate of 235. Absolutely mind-boggling statistics. But yeah, just it is rather interesting that Kent Lunka, who really have sort of been averaging 100 to 110 runs so far this series, will decide to bat first. Again, I think when you're a side who kind of struggle for runs, you should look to try to restrict your opposition to a low total in the first innings and then maybe pace yourselves and go at the pace you're capable of in the second innings. But again, Kent Lunka decides to bat first, and let's see how this goes. First ball of the innings is going to be a wide by Rashid. Rashid had figures of 0 for 20 in the 2 overs he bowled in the previous innings. Again, just a straight down the leg side, very optimistic appeal. Again, it tells a tale when the loudest appeals are from players who probably have the worst vantage point. Probably needed a second set of stumps for that one to even have a chance. Shaminda did so well in that previous match these two teams were involved in, made 30 of 16. He's opening the batting once again alongside Jayawardene. We saw Nico Fernando do that yesterday. And of course, let's have a look at the win predictor. Of course, Royal Roma, I'd say rightfully so, fancied as 77% favorites here against Kent Lunka, who had a rough start to the tournament, unfortunately for them. 1-3 in the 4 games they've played so far. Whereas Royal Roma, the finalists from last year's ECS, are sitting pretty in second place. Been to the last couple of finals here in Rome, as this is going to take a few bounces and trickle over the boundary rope. And Shaminda opens his account with a nice looking 4. Straight down the ground. That's a boundary. Of course, it's the power play, so 2 fielders currently outside the ring are a deep backward point as well as a deep fine leg. Oh, shouts of it's out, but again, I think that's just the sound of the bat hitting the pitch. Again, this Kent Lunka side, they're a very top-heavy team, really. They get the bulk of their runs from their top 3. I think they kind of lack the depth lower down the order. There's a lot of pressure on these batters right at the top to score the runs. That's another wide over there, and again, good bit of keeping as well. Full credit to the wicketkeeper there for getting to that. Nur Mahmood is the wicketkeeper for Royal Roma. Oh, back of a length delivery. And again, a back of a length delivery here. Oh, fuller delivery. Good one. That's missed the stumps by a whisker. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, that is so close to the stumps. Could easily have bowled him. Again, that's right up there. Good ball, great length, and of course, a chance to remind you that we've got just a week to go until, of course, we'll step out on the pitch in Malaga with Europe's cricketing elite taking part. Should be a whole lot of fun, of course. 31 nations taking part in that, all vying to be the European champions. Of course, Netherlands 11 are the defending champions. They've already secured their spot in the championship weekend. Should be a fun tournament. Of course, you got a lot of newcomers. A lot of veteran sides are continuing to grow and get better. Should be a hell of a lot of fun, of course, as Cardama beckons Europe's best. Oh, this one is absolutely clattered. It's going to clear the field. It's going to be quite a chase for him. And that's a good chase by Bilal. He manages to make it back on time. And going to get a second run here from overthrows. And again, these two sides in their first match of the day, their fielding was fairly decent. So seems like, well, overthrows are like kind of contagious that they can even go across matches. It seems like it's infected everyone who's come to the Roma Cricket Ground today. Here's Khalil now. Just a little delay as they get their field setting spot on. They just sent a man out to find leg. Packed offside field inside the ring, and again tries to go a bit shorter, but it's just going to go to the left of the fielder inside the ring. A square leg again. Not sure that's the right length to be bowling or the right line. Of course, Makara in the chat fancying Royal Roma to win the whole tournament. I mean, that's certainly possible. Again, they've been to the final consecutive times. They lost to Roma Cricket Club in last year's final, and this time around, Roma Cricket Club looking as the big favorites. And of course, Shaminda, well, manages to get a very thick edge off the bat, which is carried for a 6. And again, just shows you the evolution in bat technology that outside edges like that can carry for 6s. Of course, quite a short boundary out there, but it's still rather surprising to see that go the distance. But yeah, certainly, I mean, Royal Roma will definitely be big contenders. I have to say, though, Roma Cricket Club right now are the favorites. I think Bangla Morning Sun, they're a very good side as well. I think they've got a formidable batting lineup. And then I think there's some dark horses who are coming up as well, the likes of Asian Latina in particular, who, again, started off with a series of losses, then came back with a great winning streak. It's a good throw, good hard throw, and it's a good bit of running as well between the wickets. So it's certainly going to be a very interesting race to see. I mean, you know, I just wonder if maybe can a side like Kent Lanka maybe sneak into that 4th spot and upset one of the big boys? I mean, if they get the 4th spot, they'll be probably playing Roma Cricket Club in our first semi-final. This is very wide. The keeper tries to get a foot to it, tries to do a little bit of a David De Gea and get his leg out to save it. But fortunately for him, the result is very similar to how Man United went against Brighton over on Sunday. This one's hit straight down the ground. There's a fielder running at it. It's going to be a tough catch if he takes it. And that's a really, really well taken catch. Terrific effort. I mean, he covered ground in a flash. That's Mohamed Mohsin. Outstanding bit of work. Let's take another look at this. It's gone high up in the air, and he's out of the block so quickly. He watches the ball so closely, puts in the slide, and somehow he manages to take it. That is incredible, and honestly, he deserves a bit more appreciation from his teammates for that. It's a rather muted reaction after taking that catch, almost as if they just expect him to always take those. Well, let's have another look at it. Running forward, and yeah, great effort. Really, really good. Top bit of work there by Mohsin. As the first wicket falls, and it is, of course, the dangerous Ishan Shaminda coming off his great innings of 30-odd. Nico Fernando in at 3. Oh, great ball. Absolutely perfect Yorker right up there in the block hole. And this is a outstanding delivery. There is no way Nico Fernando can play that. It goes right underneath his bat. Laser guided accuracy. Let's just take another look at this. Oh, that is perfect. Absolutely perfect Yorker. He's got to get his bat all the way down, in all honesty. Really don't think that's the kind of shot that's ever going to be able to play a Yorker like that. But again, what a brilliant end to the over. And again, Ken Lunga started off all right thanks to Shaminda, but then those last 2 balls completely swing the momentum in favor of Royal Roma. And that's what great teams do, really. They can steal the game away from you so quickly. As, of course, we take a look at the standings again. We were just discussing potential dark horses. And, of course, we just had a pick in the chat saying that, someone thinks that Royal Roma will probably go on to win it all. I mean, right now, Roma Cricket Club have to be the favorites. I think they've just beaten just about everyone. They look terrific. I think there's other really good dark horses there. Bangla Morning Sun being the main one. Asian Latina as well, an outsider who could potentially create some shocks when we get to the semifinals on Friday. As in comes Arif to ball. Oh, this is beautifully struck. Very good looking shot. Look at this pose after hitting that. Oh, it's beautiful. Take a look at this. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's a beautiful looking play. He's just hit that so well. And again, that's what I like about Jayawardena. He's a terrific cricketer. He really plays just beautiful looking traditional cricketing shots in this format. Again, Royal Roma, they're a side full of bludgeoners, but then you've got Jayawardena for Kent Lanka, who plays cricket in a very classy way, as that looks like it's going to go the distance. That goes all the way. A huge 6 here for Jayawardena. Gagandeep just going a bit too short. And look at that beautiful horizontal bat shot. That's what I love about Jayawardena. And again, just can hear a little bit of chatter from the Royal Roma side saying, pitch on a good length, which I absolutely agree with. As this goes to the man who took an incredible catch, Mohamed Mohsin. Deep only bowled 1 over in the last match against Kent Lanka. That over went for 12. Fielder's just moving across for the left-hander. Again, packed field inside the ring on the offside. They're just trying to get it spot on. They want everyone on the right blade of grass. Great ball. And it's Tiriak Duro who comes in. Tiriak Duro has had a couple of decent scores lately, but he's mostly been batting at a strike rate of 5, making 37 and 18 in his last couple of games. It's down the wicket here. Tiriak Duro trying to hit it on the offside again. One thing about Tiriktur I really love is he's very good at just making room in the offside and slapping it away. I think that's one of his better shots. As we come to the end of the power play, and Kent Lunka are 37 for 2. Even though the run rate's all right, I think Royal Roma will be pretty pleased with that power play just because they've managed to dismiss 2 danger men in Shaminda and Fernando. Again, right at the top of this broadcast, we told you that they're very top heavy, aren't they? You know, they've shown a significant amount of reliance on their top order. And again, to challenge a team like Royal Roma, you need runs through from your entire batting lineup. If you want to do well in a tournament like that, you can't just hope that a couple of players will keep clicking for you game after game. Now this is going to be an important phase for them. Here's Islam. This has gone up in the air. Where is this going to land? Going to land just beyond our ice cube. That's a great hit again. And Jayawardena, who's just been on fire throughout the series. This time around, he just goes for an old school slog, brings out his driver, and he tees off. Oh, this one is a good ball there. Maybe he'll be a little bit disappointed, Jayawardena. I think he could have done better, particularly with no real protection on the fine leg in hindsight. Probably would have hit a boundary there most occasions. Oh, this is another great ball here by Islam. And again, Islam Al-Haq was terrific in the last match between these two. Took 3 wickets, took 3 important wickets that pretty much broke the back of the Kent Lunka chase. One thing, though, was he struggled a bit with extras bowled 3 wides. He's going to want to clean that up in this innings. Just stepped across for a bit to try to confuse the batsman, but then went back to his original stance, and the end result of all that is just a single run down to third man. But yeah, he's just done so well this year, Jayawardena, averaging 46 in the 7 innings he's played this year, going along at a strike rate of 192. Of course, he's had a lot of not outs this year that has helped him plenty. And he's looking for the wide. Take another look at this. I don't think he has a case there. I think the umpires made the right decision. Yeah, it's a good ball there by Al-Haq, and he starts this match very well as well. Islam Al-Haq having a good day with the ball so far, as Kent Lunka are 44 for 2 at the end of 4 overs, so managed to peg them back quite well here after that magical second over of Noman Khalil. I think Royal Roma just plugging away, taking the wickets. They've just kind of exposed the slight soft underbelly of this Kent Lunka team. And it's going to be Mohsin bowling this 5th over. Again, we saw how well Mohsin was earlier when he took that incredible catch to dismiss Ishman Shaminda. This one's probably going down the leg side. As Jayawardena gets to another end, given leg buys. And also look how far he's batting outside his crease too. There's not much going for that one. So going down the leg side again. It's going to be given a wide. 4th wide they've bowled already, Royal Roma. I think they do have a slight issue with extras. I think that's something they definitely will look to correct, especially, again, considering their standard is trying to challenge Roma Cricket Club for the ECS crown. They're going to have to clean things up because Royal Roma are just such an incredible unit. They field perfectly. They hardly make an error. And again, I think Royal Roma really need to take these games as an opportunity to put some good habits in place for when they face off against their opposition in the semifinals. Advances down the crease here. Jayawardene will just get a single over there. But yeah, that projected right now at 106. That's probably not going to be enough to really challenge Royal Roma. Again, probably going to need to go 15 or 16 and over. Get to at least the high 120s, low 130s to make this an interesting chase. This one's gone up in the air. Gagandeep Singh is tracking it, tracks it well. Just a one run. Tarik Dura, though, he needs to really get a hurry on again. He's made some runs these last couple of games, but as we mentioned, he's had a few issues with his strike rate. Oh, this is a very interesting way to play it. Oh, has he put it down? He has. That was always going to be a really tough opportunity for Francis Nemantha. But worst of all, he helps it over the rope for a 6. And let's just take another look at this. Yeah, just pops right through the hands, goes for the reverse cup. And it goes over for a 6. So, well, it's good to see that some of the fielders for Royal Roma see the lighthearted side of it. But that could be a costly drop if Jayawardene goes on to make a big score, as this one's played away. And it goes for a boundary. So a good end to the over here for Kent Lunka. They get a big 6 and a big 4. And of course, that's going to play a big role in this equation. As of course, we welcome you into the Ice Cube here. We're live on the European Cricket Network right now. Kent Lunka looking pretty good here against Royal Roma. You know, that 6 and 4 right at the end of the over has really just turned the equation back in their favor. And really, that's the nature of T10 cricket. It just takes a couple of balls to completely swing things your way. Kent Lunka, interestingly enough, won the toss. They decided to bat first. We were debating whether that was the right decision or not. We thought maybe a side who had the batting woes they've had would be better off trying to chase. But they've actually put on a pretty good showing here, largely thanks to Jayawardene, their star batsman. And there's Laika once again. Good chance to look at her. Yeah, this is blocked out again as Islam Al-Haqil. Again, he's just been really good all day today. Of course, we talked about the 3 wickets he took earlier. Maybe they're just paying him that little bit of extra respect, Kent Lunka, considering he already demolished them in that previous one. But this one's a bit too short, and it's going to be given wide by the umpire, I think. One thing with Islam Al-Haq is he's at least cleaned up the wides in this innings. I think previous match he played, he bowled a few too many wides. That's probably the one thing I guess you could have nitpicked him for in the previous performance, but no issues with that so far here. Played away. It's going to beat the fielders, and it's going to go away for 4. So Tarik Dura, again, a little bit slow out of the blocks. That's often the case for him. But he managed to pierce the gap there, get it away for a boundary. Yeah, we've often said, you know, he's had some strike rate issues, Tarik Dura. Needs to really just free himself, play some shots again. He's a good-looking player. He's got good technique. I think he just needs to back himself, settle into his innings a little bit faster. And Twilight just having a bit of fun at Nemantha's expense, talking about the dropped catch. Well, you know, it wasn't the easiest chance, to be fair to him. Well, let's say that. And of course, got some players making Mahela Jayawardene comparisons. Or our very own Jayawardene here for Kent Lunka. Obviously, though, regardless, that is high praise for Rishal Jayawardene. I think he's a very classy player. Again, that's just something we've all noticed. Plays the drives really well, plays the horizontal bat strokes too. Very complete cricketer. I think somebody who really could just take his game to any part of the world and succeed. This one's clubbed away. Don't worry about that. That goes all the way. It's a huge hit as Jayawardene continues his good form. A humongous six over here. Just steps across, steps back again. I mean, most players, if they move that much before the delivery, will not have a still head at the point of contact, but he's just so technically gifted that he's moving all over the place, and he's still got the balance to whack a six over long on. Just a terrific player, and again, I think he's one of the players I've enjoyed watching the most in these first couple of days I've been in Rome. As he moves on to 38, of course, no real scores of note outside of him. Of course, Shaminda started off pretty well, but unfortunately for him, it took a blinder of a catch by Mohammad Mohsin to bring his innings to an end. And Kent Lanka going along pretty nicely. I think the only concern for me would be that, of course, those of us who've been watching their team quite a bit over the last couple of days know some of the issues they have with run scoring in the middle order. So we kind of know that they're always just one wicket away from collapsing as a side. And again, that's kind of the fear that's plaguing a lot of the Kent Lanka faithful, who there are plenty of in this field, as this one's it just goes past the fielder. We didn't have a chance to look at that, but it's a misfield, and the fielder raises his hand in acknowledgement. Yeah, in all honesty, that was not really an error. Not much he could have done about that. Just sailed over his head. And in response, Royal Roma are actually going to move the fielder, who was a fine leg, just a few yards to the left. The fielder at backward point, so yeah, plenty of protection now for that boundary. This one's up in the air. Those going to land safely in no man's land. They've got to push for a second run, surely. And they will come back comfortably for that second run, just helped by the odd bounce off the field. Don't think there's too much that Royal Roma could have done about that. This one just a hit into the pitch. It's going to be a single again. Middle overs momentum is going to be very important for Kent Lanka. They often start off very strong in the power play because of the strength they have in their top order, but they just kind of lose their way through the middle again because of those lack of depth issues. They need to keep rotating the strike over here and just pick out the gaps. They have good players in their team. This one is clubbed by Jayawardene. It's going to go away towards long off for a 4. So Jayawardene going along very nicely again. Bit too short, bit too wide. Just allows him to free his arms. And he whacks it away. Two balls to come in this over. This one's hit away again. This is going to clear the fielder. It's going to go all the way. Another huge hit for Jayawardene. It's over-pitch delivery, and again, he's just got brilliant wrists. He generates that bat speed, gets underneath the ball, and whacks it away for his 5th Maximo. And now 2 runs away from a half century, and his 3rd half century of this ECS. On a plate again. Are they going to push for a second? He's run the first one hard. I don't think that's going to be on. It's a good decision in the end. Good call by Tirikadura to tell him to settle for a second, as of course Gagandeep Singh was on that in a flash. Of course, let's have a look at the groups for the ultimate European cricketing carnival. Of course, Europe's finest will battle it out for continental dominance, pride, and a coveted spot in the championship round. Of course, we'll find out who joins Netherlands 11 in the championship week over the initial weeks, and it's going to be absolutely great. I mean, we're going to write some unforgettable chapters in the European cricket history. I mean, all starts off with Group A on Monday next week. Spain, the Isle of Man, France, Czechia, and Greece. Of course, Corey, who was commentating the first week over here, has headed off to Spain to help his boys get prepared. Of course, the best of luck to them. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Really looking forward to that. Jayawardena now 1 run away from a half century. Oh, this is played so nicely. Beautiful shot. And he got some oh-hos from the opposition, which really just emphasizes how well he's played. And yeah, just points to his back and says, remember the name. I'm Rishal Jayawardena. Beautiful shot. Right through the gap. Goes away for 4. Oh, played expertly again. But there's a fielder out in the deep to cut it off, Ulhak. And that's only going to be a single. Oh, this is played nicely away by Tiki Radura, but it's a good fielding on a deep backward point. And again, I think sides have seen him make runs in that region a few too many times, and now they've just started protecting that boundary. Again, it's good to see that teams are noticing the tendencies of their opponents and responding to them. Oh, this is played away nicely too. It's going to be a single though again. Rashid, he's been bowling very tightly, very economically. And wow, we just have a giant grasshopper inside our commentary box. Probably a good, let's say 2 inches large. Probably one of the largest grasshoppers I've ever seen. Yeah, we had one on one of our cameras yesterday as well. This one's played away. Of course, our director Andrews was just showing that to us at the end of play yesterday. So yeah, a lot of interesting bugs around. Oh, this is going to go over the fielder's head. Is it going to beat the fielder? Well, again, we said that Tiri Kadura loves that region. And this time he just helps it over the boundary ropes. So forget about the fielder. Just take him out of the equation. And he plays his favorite shot to perfection over there. That goes away for 6. As the Kent Lanka are 102 for 2. And they're, again, going along really nicely. And what did we say? They needed to try to get to that high 120s, low 130s to make this a competitive chase. And I have to say, hey, they've proven me wrong. I mean, I said that they should have bowled first. They've actually done a really good job so far batting first. And if they can close out these last couple of overs strongly, then certainly their decision will prove to be the right one. This one's played away. It's like 1 bounce before going to the fielder at third man. Gagandeep Singh coming back for a second over. He was only given 1 in the previous match. Now it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Royal Roma have used 6 different bowlers, so they're going to have a bit of a decision for who's going to receive the final over. Looking at it, though, it's going to be a very tough decision. Of course, Khalil went for 20 in his first over. Mohsin went for 14, Rajwinder Singh for 18. So, you know, the captain, he's going to have a bit of a headache to decide who bowls the final over of the innings. Just getting his field spot on here, Gagandeep Singh. Oh, he walks across, and that is expertly played by Tiri Kadura. Again, he's not a natural power hitter, but what he is a very intelligent cricketer. He picks out the gaps well. Again, nobody had final leg because everybody, they've just packed that field on the offside because of his patented boundaries for third man. And now they just move a fielder there. And they've left a lot of the leg side completely vacant for him, though. Again, this one's in the channel, and it's going to be another dot ball. And Gagandeep Singh so far this over, he's bowled fairly well, just 5 runs off the first 4 balls despite that boundary. But can he close out strong again? Our projected scores just dipped because of those dot balls, and again, it's up in the air. It's just going to be a single here, and now a lot of pressure on Jayawardena with 1 ball to go to try to hit a boundary. Again, what did we say? They need to get to high 120s, low 130s, so probably need another 15 to 18 runs minimum, we should say. 7 balls to go in this innings. This one's played away. Is it going to beat the fielders? It's a tight gap between them, but actually that's an exceptional bit of fielding. But they'll come back for a second run. The throw isn't the best, and just a little bit casual by the bowler as well. I don't think Corey will like seeing his favorite player doing that, as again, great bit of work. That is an exceptional collection by the boundary riding Numan Khalil, who, well, I wonder if he's going to bowl the final over, because again, as we said, the captain's got a bit of a decision here. Is he going to go with Khalil, Mohsin, or Rajwinder Singh? And it does look like he's going to go with Khalil, even though Khalil went for 20 in his first over, which he did manage to get a couple of wickets in. Khalil, of course, has taken the only 2 wickets we've had so far this innings. And of course, we take a look at the best fielder on the European Cricket Network. Oh, that's an edge. That one's gone through to the keeper. So Khalil, who's been taking wickets exclusively throughout this innings, that's a thin edge through to the keeper. That's really well taken by Noor Mahmood. Good stuff. And that brings Takiri Adura's innings to an end. And once again, his strike rate is probably going to be exactly 125. You know, it's just been the trend for him. In all 3 of these innings, his strike rate has been near identical. But I mean, one thing you can say about him as a player is at least he's quite predictable, and you know what to get from him. But 5 balls to go here for Kent Lanka. Again, 20 runs of 5 balls is probably too steep a task. And of course, that would be Khalil's hat trick right there. Of course, well, we didn't mention that since his first over was so long ago. But yeah, that was Khalil's hat trick. So he's now the 3rd player to get a hat trick on the network, and of course on this series, I should say. And yeah, just so apologies for missing that. Of course, he was yeah, a lot of us just simply didn't realize, just because Khalil's over was all the way back in the 2nd over when he took a couple of wickets. But again, full credit to him. Congratulations to Khalil. That's a great way to get his hat trick. And this one is going to go for the big, spectacular ramp shot over there, Jayawardena. As we just take a look at this, goes for the shorter delivery again. Yeah, very hard to play a ramp shot to that. 4 balls to go. And again, just a rather quiet end to this innings for Kent Lanka. Just 8 off the penultimate over, only 2 off this so far. And this one's been played away. It's going high up in the air, and it's going to go for 6. So Jayawardena now, he's pretty much got 3 balls to make as many runs as he can. He hits this one for a 6, 3 more to come. That moves Kent Lanka on to 118. Now 12 needed to get to 130. And again, and yeah, this time he just tries to ramp it over the keeper, but it's been given a wide. Just see here, Jayawardena going across. And yep, that is probably a wide. It doesn't go over the stumps. Yeah, this is one big 6 now. Just put a lot of pressure on the bowler. This one's struck down the ground. It's going to be just a single, but I think more importantly, oh, Jayawardena is going to get run out. Well, he was really eager for a second run there. In all honesty, it wasn't on. It just wasn't on. And he wasn't paying attention on a sharp throw to the non-striker's end. And of course, Crew Triple One saying that is the longest hat trick in T10 cricket. I completely agree. I mean, all the way from the 2nd to the 10th over, kind of caught us all off guard. With that one, just sneaks in a quiet hat trick. As Kent Lunka, though, 120 for 4, a couple more balls to come. Tahir Khan's going to be on strike. Can he hit a boundary or two to end this innings? This one's gone up in the air. Is it going to go the distance? Yes, it will. That's a huge 6 by Khan. It actually comes off the lower end of his bat. He hasn't even hit it right out of the middle, but it's still traveled the distance. And that is enormous because now Kent Lunka, you have to say, have a very, very competitive total here. And this is going to take some chasing for Royal Roma. 1 ball to go. Where are Kent Lunka going to finish? This one's high up in the air again. Fielders converging underneath it, and the catch is going to be taken in the end. Very good catch there by Kamaljeet Singh, as Khan will hit a 6 and then get out the very next ball. Kent Lunka end up on 126, a very respectable total. So we should have a competitive chase as the 2nd place Royal Roma. Well, they've got a game on their hands, as of course the big story of this over is the fact that we just saw a hat trick from Noman Khalil. Got a couple of wickets on his last 2 balls of the 2nd over he bowled, and now of course goes for 16 runs in this over, a slightly expensive one. 36 runs over the 2 overs he's bowled. As we take a look at the highlights of this innings, of course it was a great opening partnership there between Shaminda and Risal Jayawardene. Shaminda continuing some of the good form he's shown today. Made 16 of 10, got off to a good start, and it took an awesome catch there by Mohammad Mohsin to dismiss him. But the star player for this side would of course be Risal Jayawardene. That would be the 2nd wicket, which Noman Khalil would take. An absolute snorter of a delivery. It would be a long time before he would bowl his next ball. This one is just some clean hitting here by Risal Jayawardene, making 65 of 25. Hit 4 boundaries, 6 big 6s. And then Tiriya Kadura made 26 of 21, kind of going along at his typical strike rate of 125. He was a partner at the other end, while Risal Jayawardene would do much of the big hitting. Of course, you can just see some of the highlights. As we said, no one other than Khalil was able to get a hat trick. He ends up with a hat trick as well as 4 wickets. He was involved in 5 because he was involved in the run out as well. And we just see there Tiriya Kadura playing his patented shot over 3rd man. And this one is just behind fine leg. A great bit of fielding there. This would be a thin edge. That would be the hat trick for Noman Khalil. A rather muted celebration because, again, just so long between the 2nd over and the final over. And this one, again, just smashed towards the fielder at long off. And again, Jayawardene was so eager to get back on strike. He would, of course, in the end, be run out because of that. Tahir Khan would hit a big 6 on the penultimate ball of this game before getting out on the final ball. That would be Khalil's 4-fer, as Kent Lunka would end up 126 for 5 at the end of their 10 overs. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard of this innings. Shaminda, of course, right at the top, made a 16 of 10. He got off to a good start, and it took an outstanding catch, which we showed you right at the start of the highlights package, by Mohammad Mohsin to dismiss him. Risal Jayawardene made 65 of 25. He was a bit eager to get to the other end for the last 2 balls. Over-eager, one would say, and that would mean he would be run out. Tiriya Kadura going along at his typical strike rate of 125. Could have been a bit faster, but again, his main aim was to try to hang along there with Risal Jayawardene. Looking at the bowling figures, of course, the biggest story is Noman Khalil with probably the quietest hat trick you've ever seen. He had figures of 4 for 36, went very expensive, really. Gave up a lot of runs, but again, he's going to go down in the Hall of Fame for that hat trick. And other than that, of course, we saw Usman Rashid giving up 19 runs over his 2 overs. They were a tad expensive, Royal Roma, and that's why they're going to have a very interesting chase on the cards in the second innings. Of course, join us again in a few moments' time as Royal Roma, the second place side, might be on for an upset here against Kandlanka. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to this incredible second innings we're about to have between Royal Roma and Kent Lunca. Of course, Kent Lunca posted a very good target here of 127 for Royal Roma to chase down, so we could be in for upset watch. They got a very good innings from Rizal Jayawardene, who made 65, and then of course Tikiri Dura chipping in with 26. Of course, we had that big hat trick taken as well by Khalil in the previous innings, so we should be in for an equally thrilling second innings over here, as the second place Roma are taking on 7th place Kent Lunca. Of course, Kent Lunca played significantly less matches than the Gladiatori and Campanile, so let's see how this one goes. Tahir Khan bowling the first over. Starts off with a wide. Umpire Nilmal signals that one wide. Good decision by him there. Yeah, he's just going to watch this one along as well. It's another wide, so back-to-back wides to start off. Just needs to get his radar right here, Tahir Khan. I just hope the next ball isn't way down the leg side or something. Needs to get it right on the money. Off stump, middle stump. Just gets this one inside the tram line, so he's sticking to his plan, and he managed to get this one to work. Again, at this stage, you probably wanted to attack the stumps a little bit more. Bowl wicket-taking deliveries. Still early in the power play. Two fielders outside the ring are, of course, at third man and long on. This one's played away towards mid-wicket, and they'll scamper across for a quick single. Yeah, we're just about halfway through a big day with 5 matches. Royal Roma going to continue this winning streak against sides lower down the table. So fuller, wider delivery again. It's just a single though. But yeah, just because they have a slightly bigger target here, still would like to see Kent Lunca just attacking. Continue to attack, continue to look to take wickets. Play with a positive mindset. Now that's it, that's much better. That's a much better line. I think that's where he needs to be. Well, we're going to be greeted by some of our friendly flies for the first time. Of course, all been hearing the stories about all the flies around the ice cube for the last few days, and we're starting to see some of them pop up here as we're approaching in the afternoon, as this one's going to go away for 6. It's a thick edge that's gone the distance here. RF just throws everything at it, gets the top edge, it sails over all the fielders' heads and goes the distance. Yeah, Tahir Khan again, you know, just not a fan of this line. Shouldn't be bowling that wide. A little closer to the stumps. We know he can do that. He's a very good player. Don't take anything away from him. He's an important leader as well. Again, we were discussing how he was involved in a big, right at the center of a big team talk after Kent Lunca's last loss, just talking to the rest of his teammates, giving them encouragement, but also valuable advice. This one is played away. It's going to take one bounce and skip over the boundary rope. I'll go for 4. Good looking shot. And it's smacked over deep extra cover. So a nice start here for Royal Roma. 14 for nothing at the end of the first over. As of course it's a chance to remind you that that's been 308 matches since we last had a golden ball. I just hate to see that count tick game after game after game here, but I'm sure it's going to come to an end soon. I mean, Rome feels like the right place for it to come to an end. I don't think we've ever had a Golden Ball final on the European Cricket Network. Maybe all of this has just been set up for us to get a big Golden Ball final here in Rome. I think the new bowler is going to be Shaminda now for Kent Lanka. And Shaminda, he's been in pretty decent form these last couple of games. We also know what a good fielder he is. He took a blinder of a catch earlier today. Now here's a chance for him to roll his arm as well. Going against Luckenwell, of course. This is a nice little story within a story. Of course, Luckenwell is chasing the top spot. And this year's run getters, and he's going to be very annoyed that he's missed out on a full toss there. I think it's actually dips quite a bit, so you could maybe be generous and call that a dipping Yorker. Kind of like almost like a sinker in baseball. It's certainly a weapon that a lot of cricketers have added to their repertoire as well. Umpire's having a quick word with Shaminda. And again, just takes all the pace off that ball. And I think Luckenwell, I think he's just sizing him up right now. I think he's about to get the measure of him. I think we'll get another big shot coming here on this next ball. Again, Luckenwell is a brutal hitter. Strike rate of 215 in this series. I think I see a big shot coming here. Yeah, and there it is. That's a huge hit. That's gone the distance. Enormous six, goes all the way. Might have landed in Florence, that one. That is a huge hit. Just tosses it up. Very risky to do against a batsman of this quality. And see you later. Shaminda, though, he's playing with fire, bowling like this to Luckenwell again. Got away with it once on his very first ball. And maybe, again, just bowl a bit flatter. I think flattening it up that much in this format against one of the most dangerous hitters is a huge risk. Goes for the big one again. Across the line, just loses his shape a bit. Yeah, this one is bludgeoned straight to the fielder at long on. He's actually watched it very well, to his credit, and he's going to make sure that's just a single. That's, of course, Tiri Kadura, who's been batting quite well for Kent Lanka as of late. Cut away, and this is going to beat the fielder at point, but it's not got enough to go to the boundary. So it's going to be just the one run here for Arif as the over comes to an end. Arif keeps the strike for the third over. And we're 22 for nothing at the end of 2 overs here in this match. 39 between Kent Lanka and Royal Roma, as of course we have a chance to look at the standings, of course. So we're all on upset watch here as Royal Roma could be in with a real scare here against Kent Lanka after Kent Lanka have set a target of 127 for them. But again, I think Kent Lanka are slightly better than that record suggests of 1-3. Of course, last year's ECS, they won just 1 game out of 8, and then the year before that, they didn't win a single game, but they look like a much better team in this ECS. And this is the great thing that we've seen with a lot of these teams, is they just get better and better game after game after game. Khan just trying to get his field setting spot on. He wants the third man just ever so slightly squarer. He's sort of now into a more traditional third man position. Oh, and shouts of it's out, and they go up in appeal. Chorus of appeals, but it's not been given. Let's just take another look at this. Is there anything there? Where did that noise come from? Ooh, well, it's really hard to tell in all honesty from that angle. And they are absolutely convinced, Kent Lunka. Let's just take another look at this from here. Again, we see that deviation there, don't we? We see that enormous deviation. And is that just it coming off the pitch? Has it taken an edge along the way? Well, in the end, the decision is that it's not out. That one's a bit too wide. And again, Tahir Khan continuing to aim for that tram line. And again, when he's bowled straighter and closer to the stumps is when he's been most successful. So needs to keep doing that again. We just saw him almost get an edge, at least produce a... This one's gone up in the air. His fielder's converging underneath. It's going to go over all of their heads and go away to the boundary again. That's the problem with giving this much width. It's really risky. You're playing with fire. You know, you're immediately taking out most of your opportunities to get wickets. Again, don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but I'd like to see him bowl straighter. This one's up in the air. Shouts of catch it. It's going to take one bounce and go away for 4. As Arif, he's really enjoyed facing Khan in the early stages of this innings. Khan's first over going for 14. This one already has gone for 13. He's still got 3 balls to come. Oh, shouts him out there. Yep, this time there's no question. This time there was definitely an edge. And the umpire raises his finger and gives Arif his marching orders. Well, Arif did plenty of damage, and you can see a little shake of the head there from Tahir Khan. He knows that he's gone for a few too many runs, but he does get his man in the end. As Arif departs, having made a 20 of 10. And now the dangerous Gagandeep Singh is going to come out to bat. Power hitter, absolute brutalizer, and of course one of Corey Rutger's favorite cricketers. Just loves his batting stance from what I've heard. Great figures as well so far this tournament. Is of course one of 2 centurions so far this tournament. Made an undefeated 109 against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Averaging just under 40 for this series with a strike rate of 242. And here we go then. Here's the iconic batting stance. Just examining the field. They've moved third man a lot squarer for Gagandeep Singh. He's now kind of more of a traditional deep backward point. And they just put a fielder out at cow for him as well. He just told to stay where he is. This one just a pitch outside the leg stump. And of course, Mucker is saying the man, the myth, the legend, Gagandeep. Completely agree with that again. He's just been in red hot form. And he just leaves that one go for, let that one go for a wide. And this time again, Tahir Khan just keeping it wide again. He wants to keep it outside his arc, doesn't he? I think against a power hitter like Gagandeep, you might excuse him for this kind of bowling. Going to be some question marks about that decision there by the umpire, but again, we'll leave that for you at home to debate about as we, of course, come to the end of the power play. And they're 32 for 1 at the end of it, Royal Roma. Again, Very even game so far. Just 5 runs separating these two sides at this stage. Now this is going to be a very close encounter. Maybe this is the game that breaks our golden ball streak again. This is a sort of golden ball-y kind of target, isn't it? It's a par score. We've got an underdog team going up against one of the major contenders for the ECS Italy crown. Yeah, I just heard some shouts of hurry up, boys. Of course, a few people keeping that over rate in mind. It's taken them 15 minutes to bowl the first 3 overs. This one is a drill down the ground, and it's just gone past the fielder. Mind you, that was Shaminda it was going to as well, so would have been a heart and mouth moment for Luckenwald. If there's one person you never want to hit a ball to, it's a Shaminda. Obviously, always a very, very tough chance, but he's given it a terrific effort there. And he's looking for the wide there, but he's not going to get it. I think, again, umpire's just telling him to look, it's just to brush your thigh pad along the way. Not going to get a wide for that. Oh, he just gets him bound. Against Nico Fernando. This is the same issue he had earlier today against Royal Roma, just straying way too far down the leg side, especially with fine leg inside the ring. You can't really bowl there. Just needs to get some bat on it, and he's going to help it away. And it's a real shame because Nico Fernando, obviously, he's a very, very good player. You just hope he can turn some of these issues around for his team. Oh, this one is belted. It's going straight to the fielder. It's going to be a tough catch. Has he taken it? Oh, yes, he has. That is spectacular. What a terrific catch there by Ishan Shaminda. This man is a live wire. There's nothing he can't take. We've seen him take 2 brilliant catches in one day. I mean, he's made the top 2 plays of the day today. That is outstanding. Let's just take another look at this. I mean, he probably has no right to get to this. He's out of the block so quick, plucks it before it hits the ground. And this is a brilliant catch. Hats off to Shaminda. What an electric player. What a live wire in the field. And Shaminda's very quickly going to become one of our favorite players here on the network. And that is a huge, huge wicket again. Ishan Shaminda, such a difference maker for his side. He's done well with the bat, but in the field as well. Yeah, you just feel really for Luckenwald, of course. He's desperately trying to get runs to close the gap with Rehan for the top run getter, and he finds one of the best fielders out there. Nielsen tucks that away. He's just going to get a quick single here. Now it's Singh who's yet to get off the mark. The big power hitter. Oh, this one is absolutely clubbed. And again, you talk about somebody who can just effortlessly hit 6s. Now I know why. I mean, just look at this. It's just so easy for him to clear the boundary. And Fernando has just been belted. And that will really spoil his over. 17 of that over. Probably not the best one, despite the wicket. As we, of course, just take a look at the rate. I mean, that big over basically means that Royal Roma are now once again on track with the required. And, of course, Makara saying, that's the Guggen we know and love. And, of course, a big reaction to that catch. Helix saying, that is a great catch. Seifel, wow, what a catch. And Twilight saying, catches win matches. Absolutely agree. I mean, if Kent Lunka go on to win, that man right now on your screen, he could be the one who's made the difference. We'll just take another look at that again. I mean, how has he taken this? How on earth has he taken that catch? That is brilliant. Top stuff. That's one thing I love about this Kent Lunka team is, you know, despite whatever issues they may have had at times scoring runs, In the field, though, they are terrific. And again, you know, there were a few question marks about some of the sides and their fielding. In the previous game we had, no question marks over here. I mean, both these two teams are exceptional in the field. Oh, what a crack off the bat, but it's going to go straight to the fielder, and it's another terrific catch. Is there anything they can't take? Kent Lunka. Oh, that is another astounding catch. I mean, if they are going to go off and pull off this upset, we're going to look back at some of these catches and just wonder how on earth they have taken them. That right there is Denuan, one of the most terrific death over bowlers, and now he shows he can take wickets with not only the ball in his hand, he can wait for it to come to his hand. And just another brilliant catch. I mean, this is probably stunning. The Royal Roma faithful, they can't believe what they're seeing. Two of their best players have been dismissed courtesy of catches that Kent Lunka had no right to take. Let's take another look at that. Terrific diving catch. I mean, this highlight reel is just going to be Kent Lunka catches at the end of the day. One's pushed away. It's going to be a single over there as Kate Singh gets off the mark. Karanayaka, it's 2 runs off the first 3 balls he's delivered. No, this one's gone away. It's gone for a 6 again. And that's the thing with Royal Roma. They're just such a great power hitting side. They've got that great equalizer in their arsenal, which is the big 6. And Helix there saying another great catch. Totally agree with you. I mean, Kent Lunka, well, what can you say about them? I mean, I'm speechless. I'm out of words. Maybe that's because I've been live on air for, we're approaching almost, 6 hours now. Got another 3-4 hours to go, but I don't know how to describe just how good this Kent Lunka side are in the field. Spell-binding stuff is, of course, got 1 ball to go before the halfway stage of the innings. Royal Roma need a 70 of 31. And Twilight saying, is that catch the game? Hold your horses, Twilight. I'm not sure about that. This Royal Roma side, they still have plenty of hitting left. And this one's gone away. It's going to go all the way. That's another huge hit by Mohsin. And now 64 runs needed off the second half of the innings for Royal Roma. I mean, we're in for a terrific finish to this game, as we just see Mohsin get down and hit an absolutely wonderful hit. As once again, it's a chance for us to welcome you into the commentary box. Hi, everyone. I'm Nish Bhatt, and I'll be taking you through all of today's live action. And it's been a terrific game so far. Of course, Kent Lunka, massive underdogs heading into this game, but they put on a great show in the first innings, led by Jayawardena, who once again was so good with the bat in hand. His third 50 already, and so far this innings, their fielding has been the biggest highlight. They've taken 2 catches they had absolutely no right to take. It's been a joy to watch, and I think we should all be on upset watch, because the second half of this innings is going to be absolutely spectacular. Let's just take a quick look at them. That was the first one. Brilliant one there by Ishan Shaminda. Then Denuan says, well, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. Oh, Mohsin gets out on one leg again and bludgeons another one. His third 6 already, and again, this is why you can't keep Royal Roma out of this game. They've just got the greatest equalizer in T10 cricket, which is the big 6. And a power hitting team like this, they're never out of any game. Oh, and some appeals here. That was probably... No, I think the umpires made the right decision here. Maybe just missing the leg stump. Goes for the slower ball, and that variation does deceive Mosin over there. He was already halfway through a shot by the time the ball came to him. And of course, yeah, we'd like to say, Helix, to take care, and can't wait to see you back here again tomorrow. I hope you have a good day ahead. Oh, up in the air again. Another catching chance. Is this going to be another spectacular catch? It's going to be a much simpler catch. I mean, that is a piece of cake by this team's standards. That was not at all easy, but this side are so good. They make difficult catches seem very simple. That is the end of Mosin's innings. Probably one too many big shots. I mean, they didn't need a 6 of every single ball, but it was there to hit. Mosin went for it, and in the end, it's a slight miscue. Again, a very good cameo by Mosin. But now, who's going to be there to guide Royal Roma through these last 4 overs? They still need another 55 runs, and they've lost their top 5. Beg your pardon, their top 4. Again, this side has a bit more depth than most teams in this series, but this match now is going to become a real test of their lower order to see if they can get the job done. Karunaika here. Oh, this one's a bit too wide. Frees his arm, Singh, and absolutely belts it down the ground. Another huge hit here. And again, it's just been a very odd game. It's been wicket six for much of the match. You've not really seen much running between the wickets, but Royal Roma don't ever bother with that. What's the point when you've got that kind of 6 hitting ability? This one's played away again. The fielder's getting underneath, and oh, he doesn't take it this time. I think it's always a tough chance, but Kent Lanka, usually they're so good. They don't miss anything, and then I think worst of all, they give up a run off overthrows. I mean, this was always going to be a tough chance. I think he's done it very well to even get to it. That's Denuan, yep. Denuan, of course, took a spectacular catch earlier. And he's going to tee off over here. Finds a fielder out in the deep. Just a single. Noyan Dutta says, you guys wait. Roma are going to take this game. A lot of faith for him. Still believes in his side to do this. And again, you know, for most teams, you might say that you're reaching the stage of the innings where maybe they're just beginning to get out of it, but Royal Roma certainly aren't one of them. I mean, as you've seen, whoever comes in, they're just effortlessly clearing the boundary. I mean, just a quick bit of addition. Hit 8 sixes so far this inning, and just 4 fours. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. Oh, top edge. It's going to go away for a boundary. Getting a little bit lucky here as well, Royal Roma. Oh, there's not much that Lanka can do about that. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And again, just to emphasize what a big slogging side Royal Roma are. They made 33 runs from Cow Corner. Oh, this one's going to go behind point for a boundary, and that's another 4. Really Really unfortunate over there, and of course that means it's just 37 needed now off the last 3 overs. We could be into G-word territory. G-word being golden ball, as of course we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our next game. Royal Roma will be right back to face Casalina in what should be a very exciting matchup. Of course, Casalina succumbed to defeat earlier against the Capanelli. This is the 4th of our 5 matches today. You're currently watching the 3rd of our 5 games today. And full toss is played away, and again I think Fernando just gets away with that. I think it's a little bit of a risk to go with Fernando. I mean, he's again a very experienced performer. He's usually done quite well for Kent Lunka, but he struggled a lot today, particularly against Royal Roma. I mean, maybe this is just a side he doesn't do well against, so I think going back to him is a rather gutsy decision. You know, I mean, anybody can have a bad day, even some of your better players, so might even have been worth potentially going with another player. Of course, they've got an over from left with Ishan Shaminda. He's certainly going to bowl 1. And then Denuwan, so it's just a case of who's going to bowl the penultimate and the final. Probably going to see Denuwan get the penultimate over, just because that's usually one of the most pressure-packed overs. This one is going to go up in the air, and it's going to go all the way. It's going to clear the dugout. Another enormous 6. And that's the thing with Royal Roma. Incredible power hitting ability to possess. The sheer brutality of this batting order makes them such a challenge to face. .30 needed now of 16. Just get that scorecard updated as soon as we can. It's 30 of 16. This one played down the ground. That's gonna be a single, so make that now 29 of 15 needed for Royal Roma. We'll just do this manually. Oh, it's wide down the leg side, and again Fernando, he struggled with this so much throughout today, and you feel for him. He's such a good cricketer, but he's just having a difficult day with the ball. 28 of 15 now. This one's played away. It's going to be a single. I think singles is what Kent Lunka will take at this stage. 27 of 14. That's the equation now. Oh, that's going to be a dot ball. Dot balls are priceless at this stage. Dot balls are absolutely priceless. Huge dot here, and Fernando again. The captain went with him. He decided to go with experience rather than whoever was in form. And again, 27 of 13 now. Of course, apologies, you can't see the scorecard at the moment. By my calculations, it should be 27 of 13. But again, we'll await official confirmation. But this has just been such a good game. I mean, the pendulum swinging back and forth. And well, yeah, I mean, this match has just had so many twists. It's been incredible, because anytime Kent Lunka just looked like they're about to get ahead, then you suddenly see Royal Roma come back with a big hit, a big 6. I mean, of course, welcome you back inside the commentary box. Of course, I'm Nish J. Button. I'll be taking you through today's live action. And, well, we've got an absolute humdinger of a match. Told you to be on upset watch right at the start of this game. Kent Lunka, a massively underappreciated side in this tournament, have come on and put on a very spirited performance, and we could be in for a golden ball over here. I mean, let's just take a look at that figure, of course, here on the European Cricket Network when we're playing T10 ECS cricket. In the event of a tie, we head to a golden ball where one ball, just one ball, decides the outcome of the game. The batting side is put into play. They need 2 runs to win. Otherwise, the fielding team takes it. And so far this year has been pretty even, Steven. I mean, historically, we've seen the bowling side do better. But in 2023, that's not been the case. And unfortunately for us, it's just been way too long since we last had a golden ball. You know, it's just been something in the air that's made us feel that maybe Italy is the country where we break it. Just going through some of the golden balls we've had. Of course, I was there when the Limassol Zelmi took an incredible golden ball win against the Nicosia Fighters. That was a crazy match. As, of course, now we just come back into the commentary box, and I think this is going to be a terrific finish again. Anytime it seems like Kent Lunker are getting ahead, Royal Roma just bludgeon a big 6. We just head back on the field for live play. And this one's going to be played away. And that should be a single to end the over. So by my accounts, I think we need 26 runs off the last 2 overs. And I'm glad it's just been confirmed there by the scorer. So 26 needed of 12. This should be a fantastic finish. And ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're joining us from, I think this is just a great way to spend your afternoon. Again, we've got a spirited side, a side who only had 1 win in last year's ECS, looking like they're about to knock off the finalists from last year's tournament. It's going to be Danawan, as I expected to bowl this penultimate over. This is a big hit, and it's going to go all the way, so that just changes the equation again. And that's the thing with Royal Roma. It takes 1 hit for them to turn the momentum of the match. 20 of 11 now. Singh heroically leading his team's charge lower down the order. He's on 34 of 13. This is another big one. This is a catching chance. It's going to Ishan. Oh, he's never going to drop one. He never drops a catch. And for the 3rd time today, Ishan Shaminda takes a catch. This is probably the simplest of them. And this is another mighty blow to Royal Roma. Tenuan with a smart delivery, and there it was, Singh. He thought it was there to hit, and he's popped one up. He looks at his bat. Don't think you can blame that. That looks like a fine bat to me. As now Islam Ul Haq, we know what a good bowler he is, but don't underestimate him as a batsman. Again, one thing about this Royal Roma side is they have 6 hitters all across their order. The Kent Lunka have been terrific, and hats off for Ishan Shaminda. What a player, what a cricketer. This one's gone up in the air again. This is going towards Shaminda, but well, we need to be taller than 3 giraffes to even had a chance of that one. It's another big 6. And this is just the kind of game it's been. 6 wicket 6. I mean, the new batsman comes in, first ball, doesn't need any time to settle in, and just clubs it over long on. And this has been a wonderful mid-afternoon thriller here in the Eternal City. 14 of 9. You now feel like it's come back in Royal Roma's favor. This is another big hit. It's also going to go all the way. It's a huge one. Back-to-back Maximos. Islam Ul Haq has belted this. And the game has turned on its head. 8 needed of 8. It's run a ball. Twilight saying, what a game. I agree. What a game. This has been a thriller. Goes for the big hit again. This is a catching chance. They need to take it. They do take it. Kent Lunka again. They're so good in the field. They never put any of these chances down. And is this another twist in the tail? It's the young man who's taking a catch. It's young Kevin Mohotalage. Good catch there, Kevin. 8 of 7 now, and Islam Ul Haq departs. And again, they don't need 6s here, Royal Roma. They can do this with singles. But again, knowing Royal Roma, I don't think any of them are even going to consider nudging the ball around. They're probably going to come out here and look to whack a 6. 119 of 6 now. 8 needed of 7. Those big blows by Islam ul Haq have turned the game completely in Royal Roma's favor, but we've seen stranger things before. A dot ball to end this over would mean we're in for a thrilling finish. Here we go. Denuan, huge pressure on him. Oh, he's looking for the wide, but I think there's a bit of bat on that. That's why the umpire's not giving it. Let's just see again. Oh, I don't know about that. On second thought, I thought there, because certainly there was just a bit of a click sound from what I heard. Yeah, that was nowhere near the bat when you look at the camera. Just wonder where that sound came from. But again, 8 needed off the last over. Twilight saying they're a very strong team, Roma. Completely agree. And Twilight saying the G word, are we in golden ball territory? We certainly are. As again, once again, we'll just take a bit of time to remind you the rules for our tiebreaker here on the European Cricket Network. Last golden ball we had was all the way back on the 22nd of July. It's been almost 2 months since we had a golden ball. We've been starved of one. As here we go, this one's played away. It's just going to be a single here. And that go, oh no, what are they doing here? It's really sloppy. And there's going to be another error. They're going to steal another. Oh, this is a comedy of errors. They're shooting themselves on the foot here. Kent Lanka, what are they doing? What are they doing? Comes off the toe end of the bat. This should really just be a single. Should go to the keeper's end in all honesty, and then, oh, the bowler makes a meal of it. Very unlike him. Tiriak Dura. This one's gone up in the air. Is this a catching chance? It's gone straight to the fielder. He takes the catch. And he needed to hold on to that. Mahmood now departs. 5 needed of 4. And again, they've got the safest pairs of hands here. That's Nicolo Fernando. Very good catch by him. And you just wonder, though, why is Noor Mahmood going for the 6? All they need is a run of ball, and he's trying to go for the heroics. He wants to hit a match-winning 6. In the end, he's going to depart, and look who he's going to be greeted by. Well, looks like Derek has gone for his afternoon. Oh, he's come back. He's woken up from his afternoon siesta. Wouldn't fault him for disappearing, of course. A very hot day here in Rome. He is in Italy after all. And there we go now. 5 needed of 4. Saif ul Rahman is out there. He goes for the big shot as well, and he gets it. Royal Roma win it in style. They take this one, and we just thought Kent Lanka might pull off the upset, but it's heartbreak. It's heartbreak for Kent Lanka. Saif ul Hassan drives a dagger right through their hearts, and he hits a big 6. And again, this just follows the theme in this game. 6, wicket 6. That's kind of just been the story of much of this. Of course, we saw a rather comedic error at the start of this over. I don't think that would have made a difference in the end to the outcome of this match. They hit a big 6, of course. We need to catch our breath. Of course, we've got a match coming up shortly after this at 3:15. Just about 19 minutes time, beg your pardon, between Royal Roma and Castellina. But hey, let's just take a look at the highlights of this innings. This has been an absolutely thrilling match. Of course, Muhammad Arif and Lakwal came out to bat. The two of them looked really good. Cashing on the power play. Made 32 in the first 3 overs. Tahir Khan's overs were a bit expensive, but they were very entertaining to watch. He produced some chances, and he finally managed to get a wicket. That would be the dismissal of Arif, who would make 20 of 10. But of course, the main story of this was, of course, the brilliant catching of Kent Lanka, and I'm sure we're going to take a look at some of those terrific catches over here. That was Isman Shaminda, one of a few incredible catches he would take today. And of course, we had a chance to see Gagandeep Singh as well. He would hit 1 big 6, but of course, he had a very short stay of the crease thanks to this bit of heroics by Denuan, who pulled off an absolute blinder of a catch. But nothing, just nothing seemed to slow down Royal Roma whatsoever. Whoever came up to the crease would belt a six. Pretty much every batsman except two hit sixes in this innings for Royal Roma. We just see Mohamed Mohsin, who made 21 of 9 thanks to 3 big sixes. Of course, he would eventually be dismissed. Isman Shaminda would take his catch. This was a fairly simple catch for a player of Shaminda's quality. There are some big blows by Kamaljit Singh. He made 34 of 14, 3 sixes, 2 fours. This edge just goes through it, beats the keeper, and it goes away for a 4. And look at these clean, beautiful hits. I mean, again, just adding up the amount of sixes they hit. They hit about 13 sixes, 14 by my accounts. Again, had to do some very quick arithmetic. Again, this was at rather a comical moment at the start of the final over. Something that Tiriak Dura won't want to look at again. And then he took this wicket. Noor Mahmood, he saw the headlines, he saw the big win, tried to finish it in spectacular fashion. All he did was provide a simple catch to Nicola Fernando, and then Saiful Rahman came out first ball, bang! Absolutely belted that down the ground, and Royal Roma pretty much crushed Kent Lanka Hearts and dismissed all chances of a Kent Lanka upset. As we of course take a look at the scorecard, top scorer was Kamaljit Singh in the middle order, and again, that's the great thing about this Royal Roma side. They have so much batting depth. A lot of their quick bowlers lower down the order can smash sixes as well. It was a terrific performance. 34-14 for Kamaljit. Islam Al-Haq with those big sixes at the end. He hit back-to-back sixes to start off his innings, and was then dismissed on the third ball. And again, it was stuff like that that kept taking the momentum away from Kent Lanka, and eventually they had the wind knocked out of their sails. As of course we take a look at the bowling figures for Kent Lanka. Shaminda, a little bit surprising that he didn't bowl that final over. I was certain he would. Instead, they went with a bit of a gamble and went with Tiriak Dura, although only 8 runs were needed in that final over, so maybe they just thought they'd take a risk. Other than that, they were a touch too expensive. Kent Lanka. Tahir Khan, I found his game plan a little bit interesting. Just bowling a bit too wide for my liking, but he did manage to get a wicket. And of course, Denuan went 3 for 27 in his 2 overs. But in the end, Royal Roma beat Kent Lanka by 3 wickets. Well, we'll be back with you in just about 20 minutes with our 4th match of the day. This one was an absolute humdinger, but I promise you, we have a lot more doozies to come. Stay with us. We'll be back soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our fourth match of the day. I hope you've all had a chance to catch your breath after the absolute thriller we had previously between Royal Roma and Kent Lunka. I mean, we've still not had a chance to catch ours because the action just comes thick and fast here on the European Cricket Network. We've got Royal Roma against Castellina coming up next, and let's head over to the coin toss where the two captains are joined with our match referee.
So Royal Roma, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. Okay, Castellina, you're the away team, you will call.
Yes.
There you go.
Tail.
Tails has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
I am batting.
You're going to bat?
Bat.
Batting, okay. So toss has been won by Royal Roma and they will bat first.
And of course, Royal Roma decided to win the toss and bat first. So they're going to set a total here for Castellina. Should be a big moment for them. Of course, Royal Roma still high off that previous big win. Of course, we just take a look at this fantasy dashboard. Royal Roma now 8-5, having picked up that victory previously against Kent Lunka, and they're going up against the Castellina side of won just one of their first 4 games. Their top performer is their captain, Indika Sain. And I'm looking at the win predictor, of course. Royal Roma, 82% favorites. Castellina, though, they're just kind of breaking the mathematical rules. Should be 18%, not 28. But I guess this one, they give them all the way up to 110% over here. But yeah, Royal Roma, understandably so, heavy favorites heading into this game. Should be very exciting to watch nonetheless, as of course we just saw a massive underdog in Kent Lunka give a huge fright to Royal Roma. Expect this one to be very exciting as well. I know what Corey would be saying if he was here looking at the outcome of this toss. I think some of our more viewers who get our insider knowledge a lot more will know exactly what I'm talking about. Luckenwall here facing the first ball of sand. This one is played away. It's going to be a bit of foot fielding, and it's going to be some runs for Royal Roma. This one's hit straight down the ground. It's a catching chance. And, oh, that was always going to be very difficult. It was a good effort put in over there by the fielder. I think that's Porutotage. He bowled really well in the previous match. I think he was unlucky not to get more wickets. But, yeah, great effort by him here. No, that's going down the leg side. That's going to be 4 wides, and it's a minimo to start off. Just gets that one badly wrong there, Indika Sain. Not much the keeper could do about it either. Oh, this one's, just struck him really high. Just right on the thigh pad, he's just staring into the abyss. Very funny reaction. Yeah, it's actually hit him in a less guarded part, I'll just put it that way. Not as much protection where he's been hit. Just going to take a moment here, Luckenwall. Of course, Luckenwall is in that race for top run getters. Of course, he missed out in that previous match, but yeah, it's a very, very tight race between him, Sharif Rayhan, of course. Rayhan has played 3 less matches. This will be Royal Roma's final game of this ECS, at least in the group stages. I mean, we'll certainly see them in the semifinals on Friday. This one's popped up in the air, and it's going to clear the fielder. Again, a terrific effort there by Konmutage. But he's not able to get to that. And just look at this one there. Yeah, great stuff there by Porutage. And Kroom saying it should be 72% for Roma for him. I'd give Royal Roma more of a chance. I think they're quite big favorites against Castellina. I think looking at Castellina's lone win, you sometimes wonder how they even managed to get that. Not to be too cruel to them. And yep, Twala, it is indeed Royal Roma's third match of the day. They're going to play out the remainder of their games for their ECS right here today. As of course, a good chance to remind you that we're just a week away until all of Europe's best step out onto the pitch in Malaga, Spain. The European Cricket Championship is almost here. I mean, this year's championship promises to be one of the best one yet, as there will be a blend of raw ambition from some eager debutants we got coming in, as well as the guile of some of our seasoned veteran squads who've been there and done it before. The stage is set. Cardama beckons Europe's best, and I can't wait for that. It's going to be very, very exciting. This one is a brilliant hit. Has it cleared the boundary rope? It most certainly has. Just an effortless 6. So cleanly hit. Look at that strike. Bang. Sounds beautiful coming off the bat. Anyway, it's obviously a long day here, doing 5 games, so it'll be great to have a conversation with some of you in the chat. Feel free to get your questions in. We can obviously discuss plenty of off-topic, non-cricket related things as well. Would be great to hear from you all. Or just have a brief pause in the game. Two umpires just having a conversation about the balls. Of course, it's very interesting. Of course, we do quickly get balls out to speed up the game, and had a chance to speak to match referee Ian Ramage earlier today, and of course we've got 3 sets of balls we use. One for overs 1 to 3, one for the middle overs, and then one for the late overs. So if a ball does disappear near the end of the game, we're not going to send back a fresh new ball to the fielding side. Instead, we'll give them an older ball, a ball that reflects what a cricket ball would look like after 8 overs of wear and tear. Now this is hit into the deck, and it's going to be a quick single here. RF gets to the other end really fast. Again, well, Roma, they're not a side who bother with running between the wickets too much, just because of how good they are with their 6 hitting. Again, as we mentioned, they clubbed 14 sixes in that previous match against Kent Lanka. So again, for them, it's just a case of create a good base for hitting, and then set up to launch, just as they do here, as this one sails right over the ice cube. And it goes for 6. Yeah, that is right in the slot, though. Not a good ball by Porotage. I think Porotage's first over today was probably one of the best spells of opening bowling I've seen here in the ECS. He was just pitching it on the perfect line and length, right in the channel, getting it to move either way. He kept beating the bat. I think he was desperately unlucky to not get more wickets against the Campanelle. Also that big swing again, horizontal bat stroke, just kind of loses his shape while playing that luck. And while as we come to the end of the over, 13 off it, Royal Roma are 26 for nothing at the end of 2 overs. And of course, a chance to take a look at the standings. Of course, Royal Roma are playing their last match of the group stages of this ECS. Of course, it goes without saying they've certainly secured their spot in the semifinals that will take place on this Sunday. The Campanelle currently sitting in 4th place because of their net run rate, but it's just mathematically there's no way they're going to remain in the 4th spot as the tournament progresses. As of course, one of those teams are bound to get at least 1 point before the group stages conclude. Of course, it's 2 points for win, 1 point for no result, and 0 points for a loss. This one's popped up in the air. It's going to be a tough chance to take, and it's taken really well. Good catch there. Went for the reverse cup. And full credit to Porotage there. That one really high up in the sky. And again, I had the perfect view of him trying to field that one. He just did all the fundamentals perfectly. He's also got a nice bucket hat and a beautiful pair of sunglasses, which are perfect for this very sunny day in Rome. As the first wicket falls for Royal Roma, Luckenwald is not going to extend his lead in the top run getters board too much in this innings. Just 13 runs from him. And of course, a very good afternoon of James Stewart, who is joining us in the commentary box. Beg your pardon, the chat. Would love to have you in the commentary box, though, of course. That'd be even cooler to meet you in person. Of course, we had some big news announced on European Cricket Network earlier today. Officially, we had the official press release where we announced the list of fixtures for the group stages. That's certainly exciting. Of course, we've been talking extensively about the ECC throughout this coverage. Ooh, chance for overthrows. Not going to be any there. And yeah, this is certainly a very interesting thing to just look at the fixtures now that they've been confirmed. And, you know, you can just start marking the games that you're looking forward to the most. Of course, I personally, I've got my eyes on Group E the most. Of course, a little bit of work here. They'll come across for a couple of runs. And we'll just continue this conversation as throughout this match. I'm sure we'll get opportunities to do that. But yeah, my personal eyes are, of course, on Group E, which will take place between the 9th to 11th of October. England 11 there, Cyprus, Switzerland, Romania, Malta. This one is just helped away behind square leg. That's going to go away for a boundary. And very well played there by Arif. Just takes one bounce before going over the rope. As, of course, we do come to the end of the over. Royal Roma are 34 for 1 at the end of this power play. Let's take a look at that. Of course, it's been a very solid power play, I'd say, for Royal Roma. If anything, 11.3 is fairly quiet by their standards. And, of course, a very big hello to you as well, Tim. Hope you're having a good time. Nice to see Stephen Kelk here as well as Julian Dawson. Good to have you all in the chat. Porotage now, ball the first over after the power play. Just trying to get their fielding precise here. Lanka, of course. I think overrate's obviously not a problem. I think they've gone through their first 3 overs fairly quickly. 10 minutes to bowl 3 overs. That's very good. This is nicely played by Mohsin, who batted incredibly well in the previous match against Kent Lanka, clubbing 4 big sixes. Room Trip saying big moderator meetup commentating. I'd love that. That would just be amazing. I think we should have an ECS series with just moderators commentating. That would be wonderful. We get Chris Smith involved in that as well if he's interested. Let's see this here. Shorter delivery. Is this a wide? Well, it's certainly going to be one for the over, but that's a tight call. Just played away. Not the right length to bowl, in all honesty. It's very easy for Arif to get underneath that. and he just helps it along behind square leg. Goes into the little archaeological site we have in the parking lot. I just mentioned a couple of interesting stories about that yesterday. Of course, and a local Roma Creek Club was looking to build a clubhouse. They found some ancient Roman artifacts in that site. So, of course, no construction work can be done there until the proper archaeological work has been done. That one's, again, gone towards fine leg for a big six. He just helps it along, plays it so easily, uses the pace of the bowler to his detriment. And Arif moves on to 27 of 11, of course. A typical bludgeoning here by Arif. Of course, Julian Dawson asking how many moderators could we get into a commentary cube? That's an interesting question. I mean, this is a fairly spacious cube, but considering we got much of the Italian women's team in there yesterday, I think we could easily get most of the moderators in here. Here's Borotage. Oh, this one's helped away as well. That's going to go for 6. It's another terrific hit here by Arif. And the 6s are piling up. This is turning into real misery for Borotage. 3 6s in a row. And again, he was very impressive in the first match that Castellina were involved in earlier today, but Borotage, not the case here. He's just getting belted again. Just straying too far down the leg side. He needs to get his line right. And again, the margin for error is so small against a team of Royal Roma's quality. Just want to get things right here. Put the bails back in place. 1 ball to go here for Arif. 19 off this over so far. And Arif will absolutely belt this one. Is he going to find a fielder? No, he's actually going to find the gap right between the 2 fielders, and he'll come back for a couple of runs. 21 run over. A really painful one for Tanaka Borotage. That's more runs than he gave in both his overs in the last match. Tough little spell for him. Again, that's just the nature of T10 cricket. You know, you're the hero one day, and then the next day you're back to 0. 34 of his 2 overs, as of course we take a look at this run rate so far for Royal Roma. They're going along really, really well. Just at under 14 and over, so they'll be very pleased with that. Again, this is a side who can kind of just use the England T20 tactic, which is just keep hitting for as long as you can. If you get out, doesn't really matter. We've got plenty of depth to come, and that was pretty much their formula against Kent Lanka in the last match, and it served them quite well as they took that win. And we're just starting to have some bees come into our commentary cube. Had a pretty nasty looking one just go by my face. It's currently just hovering in front of our screen. Well, some more unwanted guests in our commentary cube. Okay, that one's a wide. As Shunika starts off, he was a rather expensive. Okay, Castellina's last match against the Capanelli. Goes for the big hit, and he's going to find a fielder. Just for a moment, there was a little bit of a juggle there, and you wondered if he might drop it, but he doesn't in the end. Again, no real celebration there from Borotage, as he knows that, he had a pretty expensive over, and I think he's still just thinking about that, so he's glad he's able to take it in the end. 2 catches for him as Mohsin departs. This time around, he's not able to make the same impact as he did against Kent Lanka. Here he comes, the man, the myth, the legend, Gagandeep Singh. As he's out to do some power hitting. James asking me if he can teach me statistical mechanics. Well, I'd love to learn that, James, but I don't know if there's much you could learn from me. I don't know if I could teach you much. I could barely teach a toddler, in all honesty. Oh, goes for the big miss swing. I know they're going to scramble across for a single. Yeah, beg your pardon. This is Rajwinder Singh, not Gagandeep Singh, who's come out. Anything, the big news is that Gagandeep Singh won't be playing in this match. He's been dropped for his poor performances, of course. That's a tongue-in-cheek comment. He's getting some rest, and they're giving a few other players a chance to play as well. The Castellina. This one is just a fuller delivery on his feet, and he's just played that away. And it's going to be a single. And Makara, Gagandeep's biggest super fan, saying the team is nothing without Gagan. Well, I think this team has plenty of talent. And they're still going to be heavy favorites here against Castellina. This one is played away. Dot ball there. Oh, big hit here across the line by Singh, and he's going to get this away for a 4, so very well done. And that's the thing, they just continue to get boundaries, don't they? Second 4 they've struck this innings, compared to the 6 Maximos they've managed to hit. And again, you know, Royal Roma are one of those sides, they hit way more 6s than they hit boundaries. As we, of course, welcome you here into the Ice Cube, and Royal Roma currently sitting at 62 for 2 halfway through the innings. Of course, they're coming off that sensational win against Kent Lunka, a heart-stopping win. I mean, we were all stunned by that terrific match, the plot twists and all the excitement. It was truly scintillating. Of course, now they're up against the Kent Lunka side, who are massive underdogs. Beg your pardon, the Castellina side, who are massive underdogs heading into this game. Of course, fancied as just 18% favorites in this match, and it's going to be interesting to see how Royal Roma fare here. Oh, this one's a good ball. It's just jammed right in. A nice throw. Umayanga is coming in to bowl the 6th over. Oh, this one is belted, and it's going to clear the boundary open, go away for 6. I mean, just look at the fielder out in the deep. As soon as it's struck the bat, he's immediately got his hands up saying, that's a 6. Don't worry about that. And just, that's the thing with Royal Roma. I mean, once they hit it, it stays hit. And again, just make that 7 Maximos for this innings and just 2 4s. That really reflects you the kind of power hitting this team possesses. Again, they don't really even play anything along the ground. It's just try to clear the boundary every single ball. And oh, is this taken? Yes, it has been. Well, Castellina saying if Kent Lunka can do it, so can we. That's another terrific catch, and we've witnessed some absolutely spellbinding, mind-blowing catches today. This is another brilliant one, and it's been hit to the fielder out in the deep, and my goodness, that is another brilliant catch. And that is Kaluturage, I believe, who has taken that one. What a superb catch by Sudara. And let's just take a look at this one more time. I mean, Royal Roma's batsmen must be feeling so unfortunate that all the best catches in the world are being taken against them today. I mean, wow. That is outstanding. Truly special catch. Just running out of adjectives at this stage. I'm probably gonna have to keep a thesaurus with me on hand, just to keep looking into words. Maybe gonna have to start using Italian adjectives as well. Bellissimo, beautiful catch. And this one just run down to third man really, really well. And that's gonna be a boundary. And really, that's the one thing you love about Royal Roma, isn't it? I mean, nobody takes any time to settle it all for them. I mean, most of their players come in and the very first ball they hit a 4 or they hit a 6. It's just the main attribute of this side. As a Kamaljit Singh playing a 4-for-1 and looking, because of that, they just put a fly slip in place now. Oh, he tries to get a hand down to it. You know, I'm almost glad he hasn't got his hand to that, because if he probably did, yeah, might have had a broken finger or two. You know, for the sake of his safety, I'm almost glad he didn't get to that. I think your fingers are a bit more important than saving a run. Oh, it's another edge. And that's going to go away for 4 as well. So Arif continuing to pile the misery here on Kasilina. Again, just plays it into the surface and it goes away for 4. As the Royal Roma are 78 for 3 at the end of 6. Going along at exactly 13 and over. So of course, to take a look at the scorecard, Mohamed Arif top scoring with a 41 of 17. Luckenwall playing his last match of the group stages. He would obviously be keen to try to extend his lead at the top of the run getters board, but unfortunately, he's not able to do that. Rajwinder Singh, the skipper, made 11 of 5. But again, a couple of starts there, but nobody able to kick on other than Arif, who is bludgeoning this Kasolina side. There's a dot ball there, Shakana. Rolled it well in the first over. 7 runs off it, managed to get a wicket. So a couple of dot balls to start off. Really good stuff here. Really, really good bowling. Again, you typically say big shot coming after that, but big shots are all they hit. I think every shot this Royal Roma side play is a big one. Oh, it's a lowish full toss. He's just looked to place it down the field, and actually that's perfect precision. It's one of the tamest hits by him, but again, they've just got so much power. And he goes for that with his feet. Probably not the best. He should be throwing your body on the line in all honesty, and he just quickly apologizes to the bowler for that. I think the fielder guilty of a bit of foot fielding is the captain himself, Indika saying, come on now, Skip, you got to set an example for everyone else. One run there. In the air, and it's going to clear the fielder. It's gone for 6. Huge hit over long off. And again, Arif, he just gets one right in the slot and he powers it over the fielder at long off. Terrific hit, 1 ball to come. And again, this is the thing with them. It just takes them 1 big hit to ruin your over. Oh, played away. This is really nicely played. It's a very good shot. Plays it with the spin and hits it behind 5 fine leg and brings up his 50. A really good 50 here for Arif. Took him just 19 balls to get it. Hit 3 boundaries, 5 big maximos. And he's... look at that. He's just getting a round of applause from the rest of his team. And very well played. Again, very humble celebration. He knows the job's not done. There's still plenty to do. And of course, let's take a look at some of the upcoming events here on the network. Of course, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Rome, and we'll be here until the 24th of September. We've got an ECI over the weekend after we're done with ECS this Friday, and then look at all the terrific action we have after that, of course. Take a look at this ball. First, this one is absolutely drilled down the ground and goes away for 4. A little bit too short. In all honesty, of course, that's none other than Sudaran Kalacharage, who took that very, very good catch earlier to dismiss Rajwinder Singh. He's come on to bowl now. Rough introduction to his spell. Goes for the big swipe across the line there, Singh. But yeah, just going back to that graphic, of course, it's really fun. And then we have the ECC afterwards, between the 25th of September to the 20th of October. Of course, the Euros of cricket. That is the highlight of our year. And then we've got series coming up in Croatia, Malta, and Spain before we round out with the inaugural ECCW, a huge moment for European cricket and women's sport in general. As we return to live action, this one's played down the ground. It's going to go towards the fielder at long off. And this one isn't quite able to get a hold of it. He just didn't have enough room to play that stroke. He was cramped for room. Yeah, he just tries to rock back, but just Arif didn't quite have the room to play the shot he wanted. It's a good ball here. Just jams it right up there. Now this one's struck down the ground. It's going to take one bounce for going to the fielder. Again, hands on head there for Sudara. And he thought there might have been a catching opportunity there just because of the miscue, but in the end it was nowhere close to the fielder as Royal Roma are 100 for 3 with 2 overs to go in the innings. This one is drilled straight to the fielder at cover. Just pops out of his hands, though, like a bar of soap. He's not quite able to take that. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, but just, he manages to get his hands to it, but it just pops right out. Very unfortunate for Subasinghe. Interesting they go to Umayanga, despite the fact that he was rather expensive in his first over. Again, you might have thought that they would have just potentially considered a bowling change maybe, but that's not the case. Instead, they just decide to go with experience for this penultimate over, and there it is. It's a classic case of you miss, I hit. Singh clatters that ball straight onto the stumps, and this is a good ball here. Aims for the stumps, bang. There's a shattered set of stumps for you. Big hit across the line. And that's going to be the end for Singh after a nice little cameo performance. Making it 17 of 13, Kamaljit Singh. Now it's going to be the dangerous Islamul Haq coming on. Of course, we saw the impact he can have with the bat in the previous match against Kent Lunka, where he hit a couple of big sixes late in the innings that pretty much knocked the wind out of Kent Lunka's sails. And again, if he can replicate that here, hit 2 sixes, again, it's just going to make this task that much taller for Kasilina. Goes for the big hit. It's going to clear the boundary rope with ease. Islamul Haq, pretty much all he knows how to hit are sixes. And again, just like in the last game, he comes out, very first ball goes bang. Huge hit over there. Again, it's just such an asset to have someone like that lower down the order who doesn't need any time to settle and can just hit big shots right from the get-go. That one is probably a wise ball to bowl to Islam. You probably just want to keep it wide, keep it out of his arc. I think you'd rather have him trying to reach at a ball. And again, he's trying a similar thing again, but that's the fear of the batsman, isn't it? I mean, Islamul Haq has essentially earned that wide for his side by being a great power hitter. You just see the bowler fears him a little bit, so he's trying to keep it out of his arc, and because of that, he's just pushed it a bit too wide. And oh, he's given it wide here as well. And we see this. Well, interesting call there. As you can see, just catches the line, so the umpire getting that one right. Is he going to go wide again here, Umayanga? Oh, it takes an edge, and it's just not going his way. I mean, if you do the math, the end result is he's given 6 runs off another illegal delivery, so it's pretty much worth a 6. There's a couple of wides, an edge for a 4. As a Royal Roma move on to 114 for 4, an expensive over for Umayanga. That one goes for 18. And no surprise, this final over is going to be given to Sudara Rachige. I think I'll stick to Sudara. Now this one is up in the air. Is it going to clear the boundary up? Of course it will. It always does for Royal Roma. As Arif belts yet another 6, his 6th Maximo of this innings. Gets down on one knee and whacks it the distance. Great, great hit. This one's hit again. Is this going to go to a fielder? No, it isn't. And it's another 6, so back-to-back big blows to start the over. And a horrible start to this final over for Sudara. And Arif is just bludgeoning this side right now. Castellina having a tough time. We're just going to take another look at that, of course. Yep, it's a 6 by probably a good couple of feet. Let's see here. 3rd ball of the over. Is he going to go 3 consecutive? And this one is struck away. Is it going to find a fielder? It certainly will. It goes to a boundary rider. That's Borutage out in the field. And again, I mean, this is the nature of playing Royal Roma. You get one dangerous hitter off strike, and then comes a guy who's just hit his 6 and 4 on his first 2 balls. Goes for the big hit again. Oh, this one's gone high up in the sky, collects some stardust on the way down, and it's really well taken there by Sudara. Great catch. And I wonder if that's the one that's been causing some issues with our Starlink. Maybe just to hit a satellite on the way down. As this skied up in the air, and look at how well he's tracked that again. You know, we're here in Italy, clear blue skies, not a cloud in the sky. And again, try tracking a little white cricket ball in that beautiful Mediterranean sun. It's no easy task, so a really well taken catch there. As we've still got a couple more balls to come in this over. Let's just take another look at this catch. How good was that? Sudara, really, really good job. Well taken. And now it's going to be Mahmoud, who was out for a duck in the previous innings. Tried to finish the game in style. This time he's going to go for the big shot again. Oh, is it going to be back-to-back ducks? It is! Back-to-back derricks for Mahmoud. And this time he's going to get a golden derrick to add to his collection. Oh, he goes for the big shot. I mean, it's the right shot over here. He really just has to go for it. Kind of slices that one. And it's popped up for a fairly comfortable catch for the fielder. And there's golden derrick to greet him. At least he's smiling on the way out. Derrick just waddling around in the nice Roman sun. We'll just take another look at that one. Yeah, slices it up, as we said. And yeah, very comfortable catch, well taken. And a couple of wickets here for Sudara right at the end. 13 off this over already. 1 ball to come. Final ball of the innings. And it's played away. They'll get at least 1 run here. Surely they have to push for a second. They might as well go for it. Oh, and it's a terrific direct hit. I mean, this is some great fielding by Castellina in the final over. And look at that. It's a wry smile from Saeed. He's like, you hit that. That's probably the only time in your life you're going to make that direct hit, and you made it against me. You certainly know that feeling. I mean, that's probably how Royal Roma felt when all the opposition were taking terrific catches against them, as Roma will end up on 128. We'll just take another look at that final ball. Oh, this is a brilliant direct hit. And Saeed on the way out was smiling. And, well, they're all smiles, Castellina, as they head back to the dugout. But, well, maybe once they see the score, they won't be as happy. 128 is what Royal Roma get in the end, as we, of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was Luckenwall and Arif who came out to open the batting. Of course, Luckenwall is currently leading the way as the top run getter in this ECS. And look at some of this clean hitting, of course. Was 14 sixes Royal Roma hit last time, and by my count, they hit 11 maximos this innings. And we're just seeing a showcase of absolute brutality. This was a very well taken catch. Again, Bodu Totage is a terrific fielder. He took a couple of catches here. We saw him take a very nice one earlier as well. And these are just some good hits again. They're so good at just finding all the boundaries, Royal Roma. And this would be the end, of course, of Mohsin's innings. Another great catch by Bodu Totage in the deep. And this one was another beautiful big blow by Rajwinder Singh. But of course, he would be dismissed by this absolute humdinger of a catch there by Sudara. What a catch. Another spectacular catch for this day. We've seen so many of them. I mean, it's just been that sort of a day. Catches galore. And that would be the end for Kamaljit Singh, dismissed by Umayanga. And just have a look at some of these. This one whacked over long off. And this was another big chance up in the air. We, of course, saw Sudara take a big catch earlier. He took this one as well. This one was a lot harder than it initially looked. And it'll be back-to-back derricks for Nur Mahmood, as he would pop this one up and it'd be taken really well by Subasinghe. And then we saw this great direct hit right at the end by Nishankar Runcourt. Let's take a look at that. Bang! Beautiful direct hit. And it would bring Royal Roma's innings to an end. They made 128 runs and lost 7 wickets over their 10 overs. And let's take a look at the scorecard here very quickly. Of course, the top scorer for Royal Roma was Muhammad Arif, who was unbeaten on 66. And then, of course, the second highest scorer was Kamaljit Singh, who managed to get 17 of 13. Of course, as you can see, quite a few players getting starts, but it was only really Arif who went on to play that big innings. We'll then take a look at the bowling figures, where, of course, the pick of the bowlers has to be Sudara, going 2 for 21 over his 2 overs. Again, they were all a slight bit expensive, Castellina, and I think 129 is going to be a rather challenging target for them. But of course, we've seen a few strange things today, and we could be in store for some more, as of course we'll be back in just a few moments with the second innings. Stick around with us, as we've still got plenty of live action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to the second innings here between Castellina and Royal Roma for what hopes to be a very exciting chase that we should have over here. Of course, Castellina posted their highest score of this tournament earlier today against the Capanelle when they made 118. Going to be slightly harder to get to 129, especially against this quality Royal Roma side. Or looking to finish off the group stages strong, playing their last match of these group stages. Still got 2.5 innings of action left today because I've got one more game after this, which will also feature Castellina. So they'll be taking on Kent Lunka to round out the day. Here we go. First ball of the innings. And just looking for the wide over there. The umpire's just got a helicopter going on above. I don't know if you can just about see that. There it is. Ooh. Is that the Polizia? I have to say, though, Italian police, though, I mean, their uniforms. The less said, the better. I don't want to be offensive to my hosts for this ECS. Maybe they should look at the Carabinieri. I mean, that's how you should have a uniform. I mean, that's how you make a uniform for any kind of armed unit. Strange, though, I mean, when you do see Italian police and you think you're in one of the fashion capitals of the world. This one is just played away. It's going to take a bounce before the boundary rope or not. Looks like it's actually gone the distance for a 6. Really nice looking 6 here. Very, very odd 6, isn't it? He just kind of opens the face of the bat. We just take a look at that closely. Yup, as you can see, it's landed just a foot in front of the boundary rope. And of course, it's Dave in the chat. Great to see you here, Dave. Hope you had a nice nap. Certainly always good to hear from you in the chat. And of course, we're approaching the end of the day. It's a good chance to just have a random discussion, talk about all things cricket, and not related to cricket too. That's going to be a single over there. Sane will get off strike. But yeah, just going on to that previous point, I mean, they certainly have very odd uniforms. That's all I'm going to say. Which, for a country like Italy, where people are so smartly dressed, see the police wearing rather comical outfits as very odd to see, to say the least. Long off, and a deep third man in place for Shehanka. This one is, oh, it just beats the fielder at cover. And it goes past him. That'll allow Castellina to sneak in a single here. Julian Dawson saying, I thought Vinny was buzzing in. Well, if anyone has access to the ECN helicopter, it's definitely Vinny. I think while the rest of us have to take the van, he just parachutes off a giant airborne vehicle. That's the end of the over. 8 runs off it. As of course, has been 309 matches since we last had a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. That was all the way in July, and well, if we get one here, I think it'd be a little bit surprising. It'd be a little bit thrilling. It'd be a nice little wake up too. I think Castellina again, they're seen as heavy underdogs in this match, and I know there's not too many people hopeful that they'll make this a competitive game. But again, we saw Kent Lunka in the last match give Royal Roma one hell of a fright, and just don't get your hopes down yet on Castellina. Oh, it's a terrific ball there. You could hear a big wee from someone at mid-wicket. Just look at the bounce and carry. That one is just under the chin. Oh, this one takes an edge. And has this gone over the boundary rope? It looks like it has. And it's going to be a 6. And this one's just going to fly over third man. Let's just see that. Where does it land? Oh, yes. I think maybe Yep, it's just on the other side of that boundary rope. Looks like a 6 to me. Again, terrific work by our director, Andres, over there, showing you these great pictures. Oh, this one is just directed at the body. And it's looks like there might have actually been some glove on that, because it doesn't look like the umpire has signaled it leg buys. Let's just see again. Yeah, maybe. Looks like there was some glove there. Good decision by the umpire. Of course, it's not going to make a huge difference in terms of the actual total score of the team, but of course, you know, batsmen, they want to pinch every run they can get. That one's going to be a wide by Islam Al-Haq. He's bowled very well so far today in his first couple of games against Kent Lunka. Very impressed with his bowling. The first match in particular, he took some very important wickets. The second game, he was highly economical. And just a shout of catch, but doesn't land anywhere close to a fielder. As you can see, no easy task here for Castellina. They need to go at more than 13.5 and over. 2 balls to come in this over. And again, just a great ball. I think he took some pace off that one as well, Islam Al-Haq. And again, I think the shot that Indika Sain, the skipper, was rehearsing, I'm not sure he wants to play that shot. He was, let's just say where he rehearsed was nowhere near what he should be playing. I think that's something he should be playing a horizontal bat stroke to. This one goes up in the air. Where is this going to land? On the other side of the boundary rope, so it's gone for a 6. I'm not sure Indika Sain had any idea where that was going. I mean, you should have just seen his head after hitting that one. He was looking the other way, and then he just realizes a bit later that he somehow managed to clear the fence. And that's a very odd shot. And it goes away for 6. So there it is. Castellina are 22 for nothing at the end of 2 overs. So a very healthy start for them. Again, Castellina, they need to really cash in on this power play, try to go at well over 11 and over, in all honesty. As we, of course, take a look at these standings here. Royal Roma playing their last match of this ECS. And the Castellina still have quite a few to come. They'll be involved in our final fixture of the day later today. As we're just going to see Khalil coming in, the hat-trick hero from earlier today. And let's see how he performs in this match. In he comes. Now this one's popped up in the air again. There's a catching opportunity. It's going to beat all the fielders. I know a bit of foot fielding out in the deep. There's a potential signee for AS Roma, who I think picked up a 3-0 victory yesterday. I believe the game was on at the hotel. Of course, it's hard to miss AS Roma with all the Mourinho ads around Rome. As we, of course, take a look at the hat-trick here. Of course, that was the 3rd hat-trick we've had so far this series. Bilal Khan, Onkar Singh, and now Noman Khalil. And this is, again, it's a backward length delivery. Kroom 111 asking favorite football team. You wouldn't want to know Kroom. Let's just say they're not doing it all well. It's almost embarrassing to say you support them these days. James Stewart saying luck is just as good as skill. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And Stephen Kelk saying that was a very random 6. No shouts of out here, but I think that was someone all the way out at long on. No real reaction from anyone who was actually close to the batsman. And, yep, looks like the batsman's just been distracted by something. Yeah, a bit of movement in the field, maybe. Yeah, it looks like an extra ball was just thrown onto the field as that was happening, so. Yeah, great to have you in my here, Andres. Oh, there's an edge. That's a thick edge. Everybody can have heard that one. It was going to be a tough chance always for Nur Mahmood. And again, just riding their luck a little bit here, Castellina. They need all the good fortune they can get. And yep, Shehanka moves on to 14 of 8. Again, that required just to hovering around 13 and a half. Maybe one more boundary needed this over. At least one more. Oh, this one's been middled. It's going to be a chase for the fielder, but manages to get to that one well. And it's just the one run, but again, I think Sane here, last ball with the fielding restrictions. He's got to go big. He's got to go big. He's just looking around. Two fielders outside the ring are at a fine leg. And a fielder at deep point. It's going round the wicket here, Khalil. Again, we saw him bowl an absolutely brilliant Yorker to a left-hander during his hat trick. Oh, that is another top ball. Again, he gets it right up there, doesn't he, Khalil? As the power play ends with a dot ball. A rather quiet power play in the end for Castellina, considering they really need to be going at just about 14 and over. This power play brings just 29 runs for them. You'd have to say that that's just not enough. You can't go in under 10 and over, but this is kind of just about where Castellina's batting abilities seem to be. They're not a big scoring side, so it's kind of why they were huge underdogs heading into this match against Royal Roma. But again, if they can just keep this to, I would say 15 to 17 and over required of the last 3, we could still be in for an interesting finish. Anyway, they just have to keep themselves within touching distance, running near the end of the game, and then, you know, all sorts of strange things can happen. Another fantastic Yorker there. That's a good ball by Mohsin. Going for that toe crusher. Just take another look at this. Yeah, top ball there by Mohsin. And this one is played away towards long off. And it's going back to the non-strikers end. And well, Kroom 111 saying that Dagenham and Redbridge is his favorite team. Are you from East London, Kroom? By any chance then? Well, Kroom, I'll give you a hint. I don't know if you're guessing them right. I'll just say this. It starts with C, ends with A. I think I've given you a pretty big hint over there. The team's name starts with C, ends with A. This one's popped up in the air, and oh, it's just gonna go past the fielder. And it's gonna beat him, of course. Yeah, my local team, though, back home, Apoel, don't particularly follow them as much just because I think the standard is pretty low, in all honesty, and they've had plenty of their own struggles as well. I think their peak was in 2012 when they made it to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. This one is, oh, it's gone straight back to the bowler. And Mohsin almost takes a spectacular catch. I mean, Royal Roma have been victims of some incredible catches from by their opposition, and they almost take a really good one themselves. And if that had stuck there for Mohsin, that would have been really, really special. And of course, very good evening to you, Clever. This one is played away towards Islam. Of course, it's 18 minutes past 4 here right now in Rome. Now, I don't know what the rest of you define as evening, but for me, evening starts at 4. So, in all honesty, I think it's fair for me to say good evening for the rest of this broadcast today. And another great ball here by Mosin. Again, very quiet over here. And these two really need to hurry up now for Casalina. Going at just 8 and over. It's all a little bit too slow. As we're coming to the end of this fourth over, of course. Indicasane, the captain, did make his first career half century earlier today against the Capanelle. But he's just a little bit too slow here, going along at just 14 of 11, as of course that Casalina worm is just going in the wrong direction, just digging itself deeper and deeper underground. At this stage, it's probably going to end up somewhere close to the Earth's core. It's all gone a bit too quiet for Casalina. This one's played away. And it's just going to be one run over here. Okay, Twilight, you don't need to say that. He mentioned that the team that starts with C and ends with A means draw or loss. I will not speak their name out of sheer embarrassment on this broadcast. Ah, this one, he just hits it into the pitch there, Sane. And again now, Casalina, it's time to start taking some risks at this stage. I think only one over that's gone double digits. That's really not good enough when you're trying to chase down 129 again. 2 consecutive dot balls here. We haven't seen a boundary for a really long time. It's all the way in the second over. This one's played away nicely, and there we go. We finally see one. Well, I guess this is the first time. I don't know if this counts as a commentator's curse. I'm not going to consider this one. I mean, we need some boundaries just for entertainment. So I'm not going to count that as a hex. So it's a welcome boundary. And another big swing over there. Of course, Room 111 saying that he supports Essex in cricket. And of course, well, yeah, I certainly knew a lot of West Ham fans growing up. I have some friends who support West Ham. Also, got to go to the London Stadium earlier this year as well, though. Although it was not for football, it was for the MLB. That's how odd I am. Went to the London Stadium for the London games that took place over there when the Cardinals played the Cubs. It was certainly a great event, as of course, well, here's a chance to tell you a little bit about a great event we're really proud to host here on the European Cricket Network, as we'll be shining the spotlight on women's cricket between the 17th and the 22nd of December. We'll get to witness Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria clash for the ECCW. The winter chill might set in, but the competition will certainly heat up. Which nation will be immortalized as the first ever champs of this historic contest? I can't wait for that. And just remember some of the stakes we've got on the line here, as of course there's a catching opportunity, and that's really, really well taken. Mosin will get a wicket over there. That's the hat-trick hero taking that catch. This one goes high up in the air, just backpedaling, and takes it really, really well. Good catch over there. Very nice play as Indicasane's innings comes to an end. And yeah, of course, keep in mind, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundu has promised to give any one of his coats to the Italian women's team if they can win the ECCW. Remember, that's on the line, so I mean, hey, I know we're not supposed to cheer for any team, but I think we'd all love to see that, right? He's promised them a pick of any coat he owns they like, so that's going to be very interesting. Of course, we had that really cool moment yesterday when we had the Italian women's team in the commentary box, and Mr. Maximo presented them the pair of shoes they'd won, courtesy of beating the Dutch women's team. Here's Sudara. And yeah, this one is just inside the tram line. Starts off with a nice wider delivery there. Of course, Sudara did a pretty good job in the first innings. I thought he bowled all right, but of course, took some really good catches as well. Here's a chance for him, though, to make his impact felt with a bat that required now, just under 20. That's another dot ball now. That's going to make it climb over 20. Yeah, this is starting to look really, really rough for Castellina. It's going to be very hard to see them pull this off from here, especially knowing some of the power hitting they lack. This is gone straight to Singh, who's just going to kick that one away. Again, you know, they are well ahead in this game, but I just don't like to see that again. You want to treat every ball as if it's the most important ball in the game, especially just to maintain good habits in your side. Again, Royal Roma, they'll be involved in some crucial knockout stage matches on Friday when they'll be in the semi-final. I mean, we could pretty much all but confirm that. There's no way mathematically they can be knocked out of the semi-finals. Oh, it goes for the ramp shot, really innovative, but it doesn't look like it has enough to go to the boundary. Oh, I call it a coat, Dave. It's a coat, not a jacket. I believe it was one of the coats. we can argue about the terminology. I think. What would all of you call it? Would you call it a coat or a jacket? I'd call it a coat. Maybe a blazer would be another good term for it. As of course, so we're at the 6-over mark where Castellina are 41 for 1. And yeah, Clever, it's most unfortunate to hear about some of the issues you're having with your bank card. I hope you can sort those out. Oh, that's a great ball. It's going to beat both the batsman and the keeper, and somehow not hit the stumps either. But yeah, that require continues to creep up. But yeah, it's a chance for us just to talk a little bit about the history of cricket in Italy, as of course we'll have a look at this one here. It's going to go straight to the fielder. Was never an easy chance there for Kamaljit Singh. It was a little bit low. And I think he's, I think in the end, at least he's made sure it doesn't go away for a boundary. Pretty much need a boundary every ball now, Castellina, which is making this close to unattainable for them. So again, I think the likes of Sudara and Shehankla really just have to look at this as a good audition for them to maybe put on a good performance. This one is a drill towards long on. That's going to be a single. Goes to the big shot here, and is this going to clear the boundary rope? No, it won't. It's going to find a fielder out in the deep, as that brings Sudara's innings to an end. As again, he just kind of slices it, doesn't hit this as well as he'd like, and it's gone up, and it's very well taken by Muhammad Arif, who batted spectacularly in the first innings, as Castellina are just kind of limping across. And of course, a chance to look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Both Kent Lanka and Castellina will probably head into that game 1-4, so it's going to be a battle of 1-4 to round out the day. That certainly sounds very exciting, as of course, well, you can see Nicola Fernando leading the way for Kent Lanka with 326 points. He got Rishal Jayawardena with 394 as well. I think he's an absolute bargain at 6.5. And yeah, if you don't have him in your fantasy team yet, probably mentioned it a number of times, I think you're making a big mistake. I mean, he is an absolute bargain at that price. I mean, trust me, none of his innings have been a fluke. One of the most technically gifted players I've seen so far over here. This will just take a top edge and go away for a boundary. But yeah, let's go back to that discussion we're about to start about the history of Italian cricket. So cricket in Italy actually dates all the way back to 1793, when Lord Nelson actually organized a game of cricket in Naples all that time ago. And then, of course, 100 years later, Sir James Edward Spensley would find the Genoa Cricket and Football Club. And, of course, many of you probably heard about the history of AC Milan starting off as a cricket club. This one is going to clear the boundary rope and go away for a 6-0. Late fireworks here for Shehunka. That one is absolutely hammered. Good hit by him. Yeah, many of you might know that, of course, AC Milan started off as a cricket and football club. It was originally called Milan Cricket and Football Club. This one is struck towards cover. And then again, after the war, I mean, cricket just continued to grow in Italy. A lot of it was from the growth of an expat community. And then in 1980, you had the foundation of the Italian Cricket Association. Not even going to try pronouncing the name in Italian as I have it written. And then, of course, in 1984, they were officially recognized by the ICC and became an affiliate member. And then the association would acquire associate status in 1995. And, of course, received government recognition as well in 1997. And, oh, a bit of foot fielding out in the deep. Nice, neat footwork. And again, maybe AC Milan will consider hiring him for some nice little bit of footwork there. We've seen some good foot fielding by Royal Roma in the games they've been involved in today. Probably not ideal, but they've been able to get the job done. This one's popped up in the air, and it's going to clear the fielder for sure. We'll take one bounce just before the boundary rope. And we'll just take another look at that. Yep, just takes a bounce a few feet in front of the boundary rope. And this one is good hit straight towards long on there. Really, really well done. Of course, Dave, talking about the coat. Well, Dave, I'll just say I don't agree. That's all. I make up the rules. And of course, James Stewart saying, "I'll call it Vinny's flash frock." I don't think he'd appreciate that. But it's a good thing he's not here on comms, but probably listening in. I mean, of course, if you're lurking, Mr. Maximo, do come in and say hello to us. Although, yeah, probably, and he's probably chilling at a beach somewhere right now, close to us. But hey, we've got the best seats in the house over here, sitting back, watching Castellina against Royal Roma. This is played away towards mid-wicket. And, well, it's now, they need a 6 pretty much every ball from here, Castellina, to win this. They pretty much need more 6s than they've hit this entire tournament to win it from here. Goes for that big shot there, Umayanga, and he misses the ball. But, yeah, let's just continue some of the cricket history we were talking about here in Italy. You know, you had the Milan Cricket and Football Club, the Genoa Cricket Club. And, of course, back in that period during the second half of the 20th century, of course, a lot of cricket was played by the Australian and British embassies, members here in Italy, as well as members from embassies from South Asian countries as well. They actually, hear this, in the 1970s, they considered playing a Rome Ashes in one of the public parks here in Italy. That would certainly have been very, very fun to hear about. This one is, oh, it's gone straight to the fielder, and again, he's just, it's the second time he's had one drilled at him, Hassan Saeed. He's failed to take a catch on each of those two occasions. This one was struck a lot harder, and it's a completely different to the previous chance he had. That one was all the way down low, and this one is high up there, and he just helps it over the boundary rope. This is played away, and oh, he's just overrun it, and he loses his footing right at the end. And just a few misfields at the end here by Royal Roma. You'd like to see them just be clinical and ruthless to close out the game. But yeah, this isn't going to hurt them too much, and I don't think it's going to have too much of a bearing on their final standing as well. I think they're probably going to end up this tournament at second. It seems like Roma Cricket Club have secured the top spot. So really, I think the rest of this week is going to be a battle for third or fourth places. Of course, there we go. We see Dennis Oros right there in your camera taking a photograph. Of course, had a chance to meet his sister Diana in Cyprus when I was had the opportunity to do a brief bit of commentary work when I was there doing the ECS as we come to the final over. Castellina need 55, but yeah, now just moving on to some famous players, of course, that Italy had back in 1970s. There was a famous Italian Sri Lankan player called, well, we of course had a chance to see him, Alfonso Jayaraja, playing earlier today, and it's just great to hear that, isn't it? That he started playing cricket all the way back in the 1970s and 80s in Italy, and here he is today, with a chance to play in 2023 as the game is growing. So, I mean, it would just be wonderful to just witness so many different eras and watch the growth and transformation of the game with your own eyes, as this one is belted for 6. And of course, they had famous players like Massimo da Costa, Desmond O'Grady, great Syrian cricketers like Issam Kahale as well. This is a slower ball. And that time, of course, cricket was mostly played up north in Italy, mostly around Milan. But it's slowly making its way down south, of course. I mean, Kent Lunka, who we saw earlier today, they're from all the way in Naples. So, yeah, it's becoming more of a nationwide sport as well, which is great to see. Of course, we got 2 leagues here on the network. In Italy, we do one in Milan, which mostly features teams from the northern part of Italy. And then, of course, this one here, which mostly features teams from central Italy and also a couple from the south. This one is struck hard and it's struck away. A great hit here for Umayanga. And, this is really good for him. It's a chance for him to get into good nick and maybe even earn a promotion up the order. Potentially have him batting at 3 or maybe even opening the batting. He's striking the ball better than anyone I've seen so far for Castellina. Just hitting some really good-looking shots. 2 more balls to go. This one is absolutely drilled, and it's going to go straight to Saeed as well. And I really feel for him. I mean, it seems like he's been a magnet for the ball, and he keeps coming to him in the worst possible positions. He's not getting anything nice, a nice chest height or waist height catch. It's always either too low or too high. And we've got 1 ball to go here until this match comes to an end. Of course, this isn't the final game of the day. We've still got 1 more to come after this. Castellina will be back in action against Kent Lunka. Last ball of this game. It's a big hit here by Umayanga. Is it going to clear the boundary up? Oh, yes, it will. Well, a great hit right at the end here by Umayanga. He provides some late fireworks, a bit of entertainment. And exceptional hitting right at the death. As, of course, Royal Roma take this one by 32 runs. And of course, well, let's take a look. Let's take a moment to appreciate how well Castellina have done. Of course, they started off this tournament massive, massive underdogs, and most people thought they wouldn't have a hope in hell of doing anything. But again, I think they've been very competitive and have shown some great spirit as we, of course, take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Kent Lunka, who are 1-4, will be going up against the 1-4 Castellina cricket team. And, well, let's take a quick look at the highlights of this innings. As, of course, Indika Sain opened the batting alongside Shehananka. The two of them put on a good partnership in terms of runs. They made 38 runs, but unfortunately they just came a little too slow. They were going at just over 7 and over, which just wasn't enough for Castellina, considering they had to go at just under 13 to win this game. See that, a nice shot there by Indika Sain. So played that one behind point and eventually he would be dismissed. This would be a nice catch taken by Noman Khalil, the hat-trick hero from earlier today. And yeah, you really have to feel for Saeed. He just kept attracting the ball in the most awkward of positions. And this, though, was a very good catch taken by Muhammad Arif. I mean, Castellina would lose just 2 wickets in this chase. And again, you would say that, well, should they have accelerated a lot more? I mean, they probably should have, but I think they were just trying to hit it, but they were simply incapable of doing that. And then right at the end, we saw Umayunga with some nice clean hitting. He made 34 of 12, hit 4 big sixes. That's as many as the rest of his teammates combined. And he would hit 2 fours as well. Yeah, just look at these shots. They're all really, really good. Again, Saeed finding himself in an awkward position. And then, yeah, this big 6 right at the end. It just hung up in the air for an age. But it managed to clear the boundary rope. As, of course, Castellina would end up with 96 runs. But let's take a look at their scorecard. It was Indika Sain, the skipper, who made 19 runs. He struck 1 boundary, hit a couple of sixes. Probably just a bit too slow, considering what Castellina required. Jahanka hung around till the end. He made 38 of 23. Probably could have gone a bit faster himself, but again, I can't say they didn't try Castellina. They put in a great bit of effort. Sudara would only make 3 of 8, but it was Umayunga at the end who put on a great hitting show, making 34 of 12. And of course, let's just take a look at the bowlers for Royal Roma. It was, of course, Ismail Huq who managed to get the one of the wickets here for Royal Roma. He went, beg your pardon, Mohammad Mohsin going 1 for 6, and Rajwinder Singh going 1 for 9 were the 2 pick of the bowlers for Royal Roma. And the other good thing about them was that they were extremely disciplined, giving up just 2 runs of extras, as they managed to restrict Castellina to just 96 for 2. In the end, Royal Roma close out their final game of the series with a 32-run win. Well, join us again in a few moments, as of course we're not too far away from our 5th and final match of the day. By my accounts, it should be on in about 35 minutes, so we'll be back after a short break. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our final game of the day. Let's just take a beautiful drone shot of our gorgeous cricket ground as we're heading into the final game of the day. Of course, conditions are slightly overcast for this game. It's been a thrilling day. We've had some exciting cricket, and we're about to witness the final match of the day between Casalina and, of course, the Lanka Kent. Well, let's head out to the coin toss where the match referee is joined by both captains.
Okay, Kent Lanka, you're the home team. You will toss the coin. Casalina, you're the away team. You will call. Okay, there you go. You can toss the coin.
Head.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
I want to bowl first.
You want to bowl first? Yeah. Okay, so toss won by Casalina, who will bowl first.
Well, thank you for informing us. That's, of course, our match referee, Ian Ramage. And, yeah, Kent Lanka and Casalina about to take the field. Both sides are 1-4 to start off this tournament. So, again, this is a huge matchup for both of them. We take a look at that fantasy dashboard. Of course, as I said, Casalina, they're 1-4 because they lost their last game against Royal Roma. So just correct that. As we can see, Rishal Jayawardena leading the way for Kent Lanka with 394 points. Absolute bargain at 6.5. We'll take a look at the bat versus ball wall as Kent Lanka are expected to score about 104 runs to Casalina's 95. They're fancied as 9-run favorites. I think it's just about right there. Kent Lanka, in my opinion, are just a slight favorites heading into this game. Of course, biggest issue for Casalina is their batting, and of course, that's been reflected on our win predictor, which currently has Kent Lanka as a 68% favorites. Casalina, 32% underdogs. And of course, as you can see, it's slightly overcast right now. It's probably going to be good conditions to bowl in, of course, early in the power play, but it is T10 cricket after all. You look to attack it, of course, just played completely differently. Balls are different as well, and it's going to be quite exciting to start off. Should be a lot of fun. And again, I just wonder if any of these teams are thinking about whether there could be a rain delay. I mean, the forecast certainly this morning didn't indicate we would see anything like this, but well, I'm just having a look here at the precipitation percentage, and it's still quite low, at least according to AccuWeather. But yeah, I think you just got to play normally. You can't have that on your mind, as that's a brilliant leaping dive by the keeper to start off. Of course, both these teams have taken spectacular catches today. Kent Lanka as well as Casalina. That's another one down the leg side. The keeper can't get to this. He just pushes that one away. And it's a few more runs up extras here for Kent Lanka. Yeah, this is the captain himself, Indika Sen, who's bowling this. Of course, both sides made up of mostly Sri Lankan origin cricketers. So it's going to be a nice little derby for these two teams. There's going to be a lot of pride on the line. Of course, both teams based in very different parts of Italy. Of course, Kent Lanka play down in Naples. And this one's you know, in the end, Jayawardena probably would have been better off actually facing that ball, because he would have got his side wide. I mean, yeah, maybe Indika Sen's going to say, well, him walking away just disrupted me a little bit. But again, I think Sen's bowling so far doesn't make you too confident about his line. Again, that one just straying too far down the leg side. And Jayawardena, who has been in red-hot form, made 3 half-centuries already, helps that one along. And it goes for a boundary. And finally some runs off the bat for Kent Lanka. That current run rate, of course, is bound to dip as the game goes on. I wouldn't bet on them to continue at 42 and over. This one is, oh, goes straight past the field right mid-off. He tries to get down to stop it, but it slips right through his hands. And Jayawardena will go to the other end. But yeah, very important matchup for both these teams. I think You know, Kent Lunka came very close to pulling off a big win against Royal Roma, and oh, we just have a bit of a breeze picking up for first time in a couple of days. This one again down the leg side. Is that going to be a minimo? It will. No, it's not actually. It's come off the pad. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, it looks like it's just clipped the pad along the way, according to the umpire. And I think it's just a spared into Kassane's blushes, because a 4 wide over there would have been so costly for him. And now he's going to decide to go around the wicket, a change of angle. But yeah, the breeze just picked up. I think for the first time since I've been here, I've actually had to put in a few things to stop my notes from flying around, as this one is hit very well by Nico Fernando. And it goes away for a boundary. You know, might just have to put my phone on it, because we've got all kinds of notes flying about all over the place. Keep it down. Of course, everyone remember, of course, that Cyprus series with where I had the great fortune of being with Rico, where things are blowing all over the place. Even the tents are getting uprooted, as this one is struck away over mid-wicket. I mean, goodness me, that was something else. We had laptops flying all over the place. I mean, you know, when you can't keep your laptop down, I think that's when you know you're in for some real concern. And yeah, nice couple of boundaries here for Nico Fernando to start off. Of course, Kent Lunka, yeah, they'll want to get back to winning ways. They haven't won since their second game against the Capanelle, as this one is probably going down the leg side. And again, Nico Fernando, he wasn't really paying attention to the action. I mean, let's take another look at this. As we can see, yep, certainly going down the leg side. But then Fernando should be running. This is Jayawardena's call. And Jayawardena has made the right call. He's told him to run, and instead, you know, he's kind of just stranded there and a bit dozy, in all honesty. Of course, we've got just 7 days to go until Europe's finest step onto the cricket stage for the Grand European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. And again, this should be a whole lot of fun. You know, we've got a lot of newcomers, some new countries that are going to be involved in the ECC. We've got a lot of our old veterans coming back as well. So it's not too long until the first ball. Of course, Group A kicks off on Monday. And that's going to be a whole lot of fun. 31 nations battling it out to be European champions. Now fuller delivery, Portage, and this one's gonna, I think it's, no it hasn't, it's actually gone the distance. And just for a moment I was wondering if this landed short, because certainly it's impossible to see from where I'm positioned. And yeah, that's just landed a foot in front of the boundary rope. So it's a 6 for Nico Fernando. Of course, we want to get back to his old scoring ways. Just had a couple of disappointing scores today. Now this one is played away behind square leg. It's going to be quite a chase. Who's going to win this chase? The ball or the fielder? The ball's going to win the chase. As that was Nanayakara who failed to win that race against the ball. Look at this one. He just plays it behind square leg. He puts in a good chase, but just can't quite get to it. But yeah, great start here for Fernando. Going along at a strike rate of 300. And yeah, this is a much better ball. Much better ball. It's never a run on there, of course. Oh, that's a terrific ball. That's an absolute jaffer. And it's taken an edge along the way. The keeper is absolutely disgusted with himself. Nuwan Arachege. I mean, let's see this one. Nuwan, he's got a chance. Oh, it just takes an edge through to him. And oh, look at him. He is disgusted with himself. Doesn't even go to collect the ball. He's still so annoyed with himself. And I have to feel for Porutotege. I mean, he's created a lot of chances today. He's bowled really well. He's had a few chances put down by his teammates. And on another day, he could have had a lot more wickets. And looks like Fernando's just going to be receiving some treatment here as he hurt himself. Just to wonder how he's going to... Yep, we've got the medical personnel going along with some of the magic spray. Looks like it's... is that his index finger? Yeah, looks like it might be that. As you see, yeah, might have brushed some glove along the way to the keeper. Just going to get some spray. But yeah, of course, as we mentioned, this is a crucial match for both these teams. I think just looking at the way Castellina have played in the early stages of this tournament, it'd be hard to see how they could potentially get one of those top 4 spots. As we, of course, welcome you into the Ice Cube. Hi, everyone. Great to be along with you here. Nishche Butt, and I'll be taking you through the action over these next couple of days here in Rome. And it's been a very interesting day. We had some great matches. Of course, the Campanelli played their final match today, as well as Royal Roma. Unfortunately, we have to bid adieu to the Campanelli. I think they were great ambassadors for the game. They're a great club, very historic club. And they put on a great fight today, managed to win a game against the Casinelli. And then, of course, Royal Roma, they pretty much stamped their place in the top 4 with a terrific win. And now this game we have here, our final match of the day, I think there's a lot on the line for this as well. Of course, the Casinelli, they're probably a team a lot of people are overlooking for the race for the top 4. But Kent Lanka, they've got that, underdog, sort of dark horse feel about them. I could see them making a late surge and potentially being there as we're ready to resume with live action. It's going to be Jayawardena on strike. 2 balls to come in the over. And this one is absolutely belted. It's up in the air, and it's going to take a couple of bounces before going over the boundary rope. So Jayawardena, again, the man who struck 350s at the right from the get-go in this series, is going to continue to pile on the runs. Again, just looks incredible in every innings he's played. He's been highly consistent. I love his stroke play. He's quickly turning into one of my favorite players in this series. Again, that's my thing. If Kent Lanka can somehow manage to get one of those top 4 spots, he plays a big innings against one of the big boys. There could be a huge upset on the cards. Oh, that's a terrific ball. There's no way he's going to play that. Oh, that's wonderful. It came back in, and it also stayed a little bit low. And it's gone on to shatter the stumps. And yeah, this is a terrific ball. And just take a look at this. That is wonderful. And you've got to say, he absolutely deserves that, Taraka Porotage, for his bowling. He's bowled really well all day today. He hasn't necessarily always received the reward for it. But now he dismisses the danger man, Rishal Jayawardena. And that is a huge moment in this game. Very early, as Kent Lanka, of course, getting off to a great start at a 36 for 1 of 2. Let's just take another look at that. Oh, that's brilliant. I think he's just expecting that to bounce over the stumps, but it's just clipped the top of middle. And again, this is a pitch where, you get very even bounce. The bounce is very predictable. But, when you do get the odd one that probably doesn't behave the way you expect, that can really cause all kinds of issues. And here's Indica Sane coming back on, and Nico Fernando blasts another one straight over the fence. Huge hit. And he's hammered it beyond the fence for 6. A terrific shot And Fernando, well, we've really been waiting to see him play one of those big innings that we know he's capable of playing. And we've seen him get off to good starts, but this might be the match where he goes on and plays the big one. Have I cursed him? Oh, I haven't. Thank goodness. I mean, almost seemed like right as I was about to praise him, he would get out, but that was a fairly simple catch. I mean, Castellana, I mean, we saw them take a terrific catch that previous match against Royal Roma. I think he's just got the technique completely wrong there. You know, just take it the good old-fashioned way. And here's Shaminda, of course, who's come on. Of course, Shaminda as well. He's played some nice cameos in a couple of matches today. But again, when we talk about Shaminda today, we're going to talk about those 3 terrific catches he's taken. I mean, he's going to dominate the highlight reel single-handedly with all of his catches. And he's just been tremendous today. As we're just going to have a little fielding change. Covers being brought back into the ring. Just notify who the other player is outside the circle. This one has gone over for a 6. And that is a huge hit. Let's just take a look at this. I mean, that is just a terrific shot. It's played so well. And he manages to get this brilliant angle of elevation on it to just hammer it over the fence. And, you know, this is why, you know, I have to say, Kent Lunka, they're just, for me, they're a very threatening team. They're better than their record suggests. They could easily have had a couple more wins if things had gone their way. I mean, keep in mind, they've lost 2 very close matches. They lost by 4 runs to the Capanelli. We saw the previous game against Royal Roma. So that second win just eluding them for now. But again, they get to that 4th spot, then watch out for them on Friday. Big hit across the line there by Shaminda. And this one is played away towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. This means that, of course, see the danger man, Nico Fernando, back on strike. Or, wait a second, has the over not come to an end? I believe so. Let's see, I think, well, yep, in the end, a little bit of confusion, but the over does come to an end. Shaminda does keep strike. And we'll come to the end of the power play. Very good power play for Kent Lunka. They make 50 runs off this, of course. They always tend to have very good power plays. Really, the issue for them is that they lose some momentum in those middle overs because, again, once they lose that top order, they just don't get enough runs from the middle order. That's basically been their number 1 problem, their Achilles heel. And let's see how they fare here. Of course, they're probably not going to need a big total to defeat the Castellini. We're going to see a new bowler introduced. Here is Shea Hunka. And this one is played away behind square leg, and that's going to be a single. And yeah, this is going to be a very important phase in the game. I think Castellina, even though they're behind the 8 ball right now, if they can just continue to attack, keep plugging away, get a few wickets, they can just claw their way back into this game as Fernando goes for the big heave across as well, and he sends that into the trees. Huge 6 by Fernando, and I think this is the big innings that we've been waiting for from him. Again, he had a few issues with the ball earlier today, but right now he's coming big with his batting. He was on a 32 of 11. Again, just batting with a strike rate just under 300. And very, very optimistic appeal over there. And once more, the loudest appeal was by the fielder at Long On and the fielder at Cow. Can't think of 2 people who would have had a worse view of that. And yeah, absolutely nothing going for that one. This one is played away nicely. It's a beautiful looking shot by Shaminda. Just opens the face of his bat and runs it behind point. And then a good bit of running between the wicket by the two of them. We'll get a couple of runs for that. And this one's gone up in the air. Here's a catching chance. Oh, great effort by the fielder. Great effort by him. But he's just not able to get to it. I have to say, though, he did almost everything perfect. He was out of the blocks quick. He was hogging the boundary rope, and then as soon as he saw it, he was tracking it. And, oh, he just isn't quite able to get to it. I mean, if he had taken that, that would have been a really special catch. This one is just drilled down the ground, and it's, again, a good bit of fielding. Both the boundary riders on the straight boundary for Castellina are really good. Of course, the man who made that excellent effort was Shea Hunka. As we, of course, come to the end of the fourth over. Kent Lunga still going along very nicely at 62 for 1. And of course, we'll just take a look at the economy rate here. Going along very nicely, you have to say. Kent Lunga, 15.5. Haven't really slowed down after the power play either. The previous over gave them 11 runs as this one is tossed up. And again, the keeper will be a little bit disappointed with himself for that. They'll get some runs courtesy of buys. And this one again, it's struck straight to the fielder at point. Good start to the over for Sudara. I mean, he's just one run off this over so far, which is from a bye. Oh, and again, he just tries to smack this across the line. Shaminda. If anything, if he can actually hit that over cover, he might have a better chance to get a boundary, considering the fielder at cover is inside the ring. If he can just hit it over him, that might not be such a bad idea. And again, we do know that Shaminda is very strong on the offside as well. That's a single there for him. Here's Fernando. Goes for the big hit, Fernando. Doesn't quite get hold of this the way he would like. Just the one run here. One ball to come. It's been a pretty good over so far. Only 3 runs off it. And that's one of them also courtesy of a bye. So last ball of the over. And he comes down the ground, and you talk about spoiling an over. That's how you do it. Great hit. Incredible hit. He came down the wicket, and he absolutely blasted that one, Shaminda. And it's another pretty decent over for Kent Lunga, courtesy of that big hit. Well, I mean, again, 6s are the greatest equalizer in T10 cricket. As, of course, we welcome you into... As, of course, we welcome you into the Ice Cube, and, well, it's been a great start here for Kent Lunga, who are looking for their second win of this series. Of course, they had a heartbreaking defeat at the hands of Royal Roma earlier today, but they don't seem to be dissuaded by that so far this innings. They've looked incredible. It's good to see Nico Fernando step up. We've been waiting for a big performance from him, and, well, this is exactly an example of his ability. What another hit. It's another terrific hit by him. Take a look at this. Bang. Hits that so well. And again, the clouds just starting to get a little bit grayer. And, you know, this is why you probably can't trust the forecast. I mean, we weren't expecting any rain, really, at this stage. And even now, I think all the forecast sites. Oh my goodness, what has just happened here? What has happened here? He's been given out. Well, I have never seen this before. I have never seen this before. I mean, I am absolutely stunned. Honestly, this makes one wish that Mr. Maximo was here. I think he'll really regret that he wasn't in the box for this one. I mean, it's been stuck in his helmet, and, well, there's a bit of a discussion here between the umpires because I think some of them are a little bit confused as well by what's going on here. Let's take a look at this. Well, it's lodged in his helmet. I have never seen that before. And, well, there was clearly an edge there, and it's, well, they go up rightfully so, and they appeal for that. And it's a wicket after a ball's been lodged in his helmet. I mean, I'm glad he's all right, first of all. But what a comedic moment over here. Let's just take another look at this. Big edge there, and Nico Fernando's innings comes to an end in absolutely hilarious fashion. But that's all very, very scary, though. You have to say for the wicketkeeper, and it's a good thing he has a helmet on, of course. And, you know, we always encourage players to wear a helmet, but that's a first for me, seeing a helmet, a ball trapped inside the keeper's helmet. And that's going to be a single for Tiriak Dura. Again, Tiriak Dura, he's made some nice 20 or 30 odd scores throughout this series, usually with a strike rate of 125, so he's probably just going to want to step that up. Yeah, goes for the big heave across the line again here. Well, who says that European cricket it doesn't deliver? I mean, it always does, as we see another wicket over here. Shea Hugga gets a second one. This one in much more normal fashion, a clean bowled. But yeah, this is another one. We just see he goes for the ramp shot. He fails to get it. And it goes on to crash onto his leg stump as he is clean bowled. As Julian Dawson is asking, did he have any Velcro on his helmet? I wonder if he did. But yeah, that is certainly a first for me. A very funny moment, a very interesting moment. Might want to have another look at that. I mean, tell me this, are you going to see that again? How many times are you going to see that? A wicketkeeper taking a catch with the ball getting stuck in his helmet. And then, of course, he once he picks that up, he's like, well, look, is that not a legal catch? And yeah, Kroom 111 making a good point that, well, if that happens to a batter, it's considered a dead ball. But on catches, it's presumed to be okay. That I agree. On keeper catches, it seems to be the case. I mean, I think there was an incident with Harry Brook where the ball got caught in his grill, and obviously in that case it's just given a dead ball, but not the case for the keeper. As long as it's unintentional, which of course I don't know how anybody could intend to get the ball stuck in their helmet. But yeah, this is certainly one where I think you really need to almost know the very nitty-gritty and corner of the rule book to get what just happened there. This one is just nudged away by Tiriak Dura. It's going to be a single. Yeah, this is just such an interesting one. I mean, even just trying to do a quick search right now, it's doesn't seem like it is something that you're going to find too much information on. And well, I think he's another lighthearted moment. I think he just completely lost track of where the ball was. I mean, let's have a look at this. He stops the ball, then he forgets where it is. Well, at least I'm glad that Castellina are just bringing some humor to this final game of the day. And yeah, since that Fernando wicket, of course, the run rate slowed down significantly as well. It's now down to just above 12 for Kent Lunka. Oh, it's just going to come off the pad. It's going down the leg side. Is it going to trickle away? And there he is, of course, Dennis. Just does a little bit of footwork fielding. Come on, Dennis. You can do better than that. Of course, he's got his camera over there, so very busy taking photographs. One ball to come in this over. 7 off it so far, including the like behind this one's again just played away. They're going to push the first one hard, and don't think there's a second run on. As of course we come to the end of the 7th over, and Kent Lunka move on to 86 for 3. Well, we've got a delicious menu of cricketing action for you tomorrow. I mean, we start off with Asian Latina coming back after quite a long break. They'll be playing 3 matches tomorrow. The first one of them will be against Casalina, and then the Roma Bangla Morning Sun will play their first game in a couple of days as well against Kent Lunka. Really looking forward to seeing Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Very exciting team, of course, involved in the biggest chase in ECN history earlier this series, and then some great other teams over there that I'm looking forward to seeing as well. Roma Cricket Club, of course, didn't feature in any of the action today, but they'll be back tomorrow, the defending champions. This one is struck hard down the ground, and that's going to be a single. Yeah, Dave, of course, Dave pointing out that in tennis, a ball in the net is a ball replayed. How is the wicketkeeper allowed to take a wicket? The wicket should be reclaimed. Yeah, I do agree with that, but I think it's, yeah, I think we've just found one of these little loopholes in the game, haven't we? And I think that's going to be a run out or not. Let's just take a look at the side-on view over here. It's a very good throw, you have to say, very sharp throw. And let's see, well, he's come back in time. Great running, and again, full credit to him for sliding his bat the whole way. I think too many players don't do that during a European cricket series, but again, not the case with Khan, a very experienced player. Yeah, Kroom 111, just reading some of the laws. So the laws mention if lodged in close fielder's helmet, it would be not out. Doesn't actually say that for the wicketkeeper, though. A, the ball is hucked to the body of the catcher or accidentally lodges in his clothing, in the case of the wicketkeeper, only his pad. However, it is not a fair catch if the ball lodges in a protective helmet worn by a fielder. As we, of course, just take another look at that one again, it's quite clear that Khan was back safely. And yeah, I think it, certainly for fielders, if it accidentally lodges in, let's say, your a big hat or something, then you get away with that. This one again, Khan strikes a boundary for a 4. I mean, yeah, if it gets stuck in your floppy hat, in theory, as a fielder, if it's not intentional, and then you pick it up, it's still out. I think, yeah, I agree with Dave over there. I think that's a loophole that should probably be closed for the keeper. Yeah, certainly a moment that would catch many off guard. Certainly going to be something worth having a discussion with the match referee with after today's play. And of course, certainly continue to discuss that during tomorrow's live stream, as this one is hit away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. And this is struck towards long off, and it's a really well taken catch. And good stuff here, of course, as Casalina get their 4th wicket. This was really, really well watched. And, well, let's just take a look at that. Good stuff here by Tinashu Shahanka, who takes that catch, as Kent Lunka are starting to lose wickets in a cluster near the end. It looks like we're going to see Vim Kuthi, of course, the backflip superstar for Kent Lunka. Haven't seen him do a backflip since yesterday, because He's not been able to take a wicket since yesterday, but yeah, would be interesting to see if he can get a backflip here as the sun is setting late in the day. We're it's about 5:45 local time. Oh, this one, this comes off the pads. He's going to take it through to the non-striker's end. And, well, we're going to have a look at this, of course. Did he make it on time, Mkuthi? Let's just watch this again. Just completely misses the ball. It's a good throw by the keeper, straight to the bowler. And let's watch this closely here. Does the bat go across the line in time? No, it doesn't. He's going to be given his marching orders here, Mkuthi. And a sharp bit of work, of course. Going to be a golden duck here, though, for Mkuthi. He's going to get to meet Derek as well. So there he is. Derek still waddling along late in the evening here in Rome as it's another wicket tumbles. And Kent Lunker are now on a team hat trick. This one's just another chance to take another look at this. Very sharp work. I think once the keeper doesn't collect it, it's great that he's just on it in a flash. I think too many people would be sulking after an opportunity like that and not recognize the opportunity. But he's done well. And they get the run out, so Kent Lunka just losing their way slightly since Nicolo Fernando was dismissed. These last few overs giving them just 22 runs of the last 3. And yeah, this is just a little bit of mix-up about which end they should be at. And again, so the new batsman needs to go to the striker's end, of course. So it's going to be Denuan who's going to be facing the ball. This is well defended by Denuan. And they're just moving the fielder in cover a little bit closer. I think they don't want him to just maybe nudge this for a single. So yeah, the fielder at cover was initially right at the edge of the inner circle, and now he's at short cover, and he's just trying to take away the single. And let's just, the umpire just asked him to stop for a moment. As we just have a brief pause in the game. Of course, right now, as you can see, Kent Lunka projected to get to about 110. Might be a little bit difficult for them now, though, considering they've lost a lot of key players. I mean, at one stage, they look set to maybe threaten 130 or 140, but again, losing Fernando has hurt them hard. And the umpire just having a word with the scorer's table. Should be able to resume shortly. And of course, let's just have a look at some of the talk on the chat. Of course, Twilight saying, never run on a misfield. Yeah, well, I think T10 cricket, though, just defies some of those conventions. As, of course, well, let's just take a moment to talk about the ECC, of course. So we have Group A starting next week with Spain, the Isle of Man, France, Czechia, and Greece. Of course, Spain and the Isle of Man are probably the 2 big favorites in that group. Corey Rutgers, of course, has headed back there to help prepare the Spanish team. And Group B starts on the 28th of September. Jersey and Guernsey. I think they're going to look at them as the 2 big teams in that group. And then, of course, Italy, hosts of this ECS, are going to be in Group C alongside Denmark, Sweden, Serbia, and Estonia. Group D as well, looking very interesting. Got the Ireland 11 there, Hungary, and again, very exciting side that's coming up. They were involved in that incredible chase we saw earlier this summer against Portugal, where, of course, we had Charlie Hunt and Rico on the call. Group E, of course, one that I'll have a personal interest in. That's going to be very interesting. And then, of course, the final group as well, Group F. Should all be very interesting. And then, of course, winners of each group go on to the championship group where Netherlands 11 have already booked their place. This one is going to go straight to the fielder at long off. It's a really well taken catch. And it's not the first time today that we've seen him, Sudara, take a good catch. He's done really well today, I have to say. An exceptional fielder. This one's gone high up in the air, and he's tracked it so well. And another wicket falls here for Lanka, who are just starting to lose their way ever so slightly as the innings coming to a conclusion. And of course, Dave asking if no quackery for me. No quackery for me. I think you wouldn't want to hear it, and it'd certainly be an insult to Rico as well, who's copyrighted the duck sounds, as Julian very rightfully so points out. Ten balls to come in this innings. No, this one's just going to be struck past the bowler, and it's only going to be a single. But yeah, boundaries drying up near the end. Again, since over 6, we've not seen many runs scored at all. 22 runs at 3 overs before this. This over itself, it's produced just 1 run off the first 4 balls. So Kent Lanka, I mean, they're really losing their way, and they've pretty much left the door open now for Castellina to pull off a really good late comeback. So one's played away again, and I think it's just going to be 1 run here too. And that's why it's saying Group F is so hard. Yeah, I mean, you could easily say that might be the group of death for this year's ECC. Again, whatever it is, I think it's so hard to predict what's going to happen, because a lot of these teams, they're kind of unknown quantities. I think, and we're going to see Finland involved over here right at the end of this week. We're just going to, this one is just slogged towards the field right long off. And again, Finland's not a team that we've seen much on ECN because they've just not been involved in much of the action. But then again, looking at some of their results preparing for that series, I think they've done quite well. Their bowling looks pretty exciting. Of course, we'll once again just have a look at the groups over there. Group F, you got the Scotland 11, obviously going to be the biggest favorites in that. Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg, Norway. I mean, Norway, a very strong Nordic side. I think there's just going to be a lot of good stuff to say, and it's going to be so unpredictable, according to me. I think there's a lot of teams over there who could pull off some surprises, of course. Even in Group E, I mean, you look at Romania and Malta, they have 3 wins between them in last year's ECC, but I think this year both of them could be a lot better. You know, they've both played plenty of cricket heading into this ECC as well. I think that's another factor which is going to matter a lot. How much practice have you had heading into the ECC? How much game time have you played? How much have you been in pressure situations? And some of these teams have had bundles of that for this year's edition. This one's again up in the air. Another catching chance. Is this going to be taken? What's happened there? What's happened there? He looked like he was taking it, and then he just left it for his teammate. Well, this is all getting a little bit silly here for Castellina. Another one pops up in the air. He's in perfect position to take it, and then he just leaves it for his teammate, and they're all... I'm glad they can see the funny side of things, Castellina, and that they're such a lighthearted team. Well, that's another humorous moment in this game. You certainly have to say this innings hasn't lacked entertainment, as Tahir gets a hold of that one, and he's hit it straight to the fielder. He seems to have hurt himself a bit taking that. Tahir Khan, again, who's a big hitter. We know his ability to clear the boundary. And yeah, that's a very good catch. Again, he's not the tallest fielder in the world as well, so it's not as easy for him. He's got to jump up to take that, so good effort. As Tahir Khan's stay at the crease is a rather short one. Seven wickets have fallen for Kent Lanka, and now we're really into their tail. And for Side, who at one stage were going at just about 14 and over, where they're not even managed to cross the triple digits mark with 4 balls to spare. And again, it just goes back to some of their old issues with their batting depth. Again, we did say that could they continue that momentum they had in the power play in the middle overs? They've typically not been able to do that. And they've not done that here either against Castellina. And that one is just a bit too hot to handle for the wicketkeeper. And they're going to get 1 run because of a bye. If they can close out these next 3 balls really strong, Castellina, and just give them so much confidence heading into the dugout during the mid-innings break. This one's popped up in the air as well. Another catching chance. Is this going to be taken? Oh no, it's been put down. Well, at least he hasn't left it for his teammate. You know what that drop reminded me of, as we'll just take a look at this one again. And Castellina would just let a few too many chances fall. In many cases, they just haven't even got their hand to it. What it reminds me of is when someone does a fake in football where they just leave a shot for their teammate, but there's actually no one behind them to shoot it. I've seen that happen a few times, especially in the playground, and it's always funny when that does. As that's another dot ball there. Good over by Porotage. 1 ball to come. And I have to say, this is a spectacular recovery by Castellina, considering how dire the situation was right at the start. They were 50 for 1 and then 62 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. As it does end with a boundary, but it's still a very respectable final over here by Porotage. Just 9 runs off it. And some of them, of course, won't be credit to him because of buys. So a good comeback here by Castellina, of course. Lunkin managing to make just 41 runs in the last 6 overs. That will certainly delight this Castellina side. And again, we have got a very competitive total on hand here, and it should be really exciting as we, of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, that was Rishal Jayawardena hitting his first 4 of the innings. Nicolo Fernando was the real star, making 40 of 17. He was bludgeoning the ball all over the place. He hit 3 boundaries, 4 sixes. This one was just a terrific ball. It kicked up off the surface, took the edge, but it was a bit too hot to handle for the wicketkeeper as well. Jayawardena would only hit that 4 there before he was bowled by an absolute jaffer here by Porotage. I think he's bowled incredibly well. He hasn't necessarily had the figures he deserves, in my opinion. Should have had even more wickets. But let's just take a look at some of this clean hitting by Nicolo Fernando. That is an example of it. He was a bit lucky over there. He was put down over here. Unfortunately, for Castellina, they put down a few too many catches. This was a great hit by Isan Shaminda, who would make 18 of 13. And this was just a great effort in the field. I think the 2 fielders out on the straight hit for Castellina were very, very impressive. And this is one of the most comical moments we have ever seen. I mean, Nicolo Fernando absolutely stunned that he was given out. The ball stuck within the wicketkeeper's grill. I mean, that is really, really funny. I've never seen that happen before, and I think a lot of our viewers were stunned as well. And this is certainly going to be all over the highlights reels. And this one is clean ball, just hits the top of the leg stump. And that would be out. And of course, well, we saw this rather funny moment where he just has no idea where the ball is heading. And then this is just a terrific hit, goes straight to the fielder at long off. And then we saw a bit of a running off a misfield, but a good throw, and then a nice bit of work by Sudara would mean that Vim Kuti would depart for a golden duck. This was another very well taken catch by Sudara. That would be the end of Denuan. And they put down a few more catches. Castellina here, he just leaves it for his teammate. He's perfectly set up to take the catch and then says, oh wait, I think you're going to take it. And then this was a very, very well taken catch. That was not easy. That was Umayanga out in the deep taking that one. As we just look at a few highlights and also a few lowlights in this reel. As of course, Kent Lanka will be a little bit disappointed that they end up on just 105, considering how good a start they had as well. Of course, take a look at the scorecard. Of course, Nico Fernando, the top scorer, making a 40 of 17. Shaminda with really the only other score of note. And then you take a look at that Kent Lunka middle order. It looks a bit like a phone number, doesn't it? 490090. It was just a little bit disappointing, as once again they lost all the momentum in the middle overs. It's becoming quite a common tale for them. Then we'll take a look at the bowling card. Indica saying this captain was rather expensive, went for 30 runs over his 2 overs. The pick of the bowlers was, of course, Omayanga, 1 for 7 over his 2 overs. Shanika managed to pick up a couple of wickets, but he went for 18, and the Sudara bowled really well as well, 1 for 15. Took some catches too. One big concern, though, for Casalina is the amount of runs that they gave up off extras, 16. But in the end, Kent Lunka end up with 105. So we've got 1 innings left in today's bumper 5-match day, and it'll be coming up very shortly. Stick around and find out, because guess what? We'll have the final inning of the day in just a few moments.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, welcome back to for our final innings of the day. It should be a very exciting affair as, of course, both Kent Lunka and Castellina are fighting to get their second win of this series. Kent Lunka posted a total of 105 in the first innings. Of course, they just kind of lost their way after Nico Fernando was dismissed. And Castellina came back well. They fought really hard. And I think we're in for a very competitive finish. I mean, hey, we might even have a golden ball finish. I'm going to utter the G word. I know we've been waiting for it all the way since July, but we're getting a lot closer. Again, 106 is certainly attainable for Castellina. It's going to require their skipper, Indica Sane, coming out there and playing a good innings. And we're just moments away from the first ball. Nico Fernando, well, he's often balled the first ball of the game, and let's see him here as well. He's going to bowl the first over. And a little bit of width and offer here as it starts off with a dot ball. And of course, I've got the great pleasure of being joined by Shub Anand in the commentary box. Shub, it's great to have you here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milan. Thanks for inviting me here, and I'm happy to join your section. Really nice game. It's the final game of the day, so it's a good total. I think 106 to win in 10 overs, but I think it's a good chance for Castellina to win this game.
And of course, we just see a dot ball over there. So, Shub, you've become a bit of a cult hero here on the European Cricket Network with some of the catches you've been taking on the boundary. Would you like to tell us a little about that after we see this ball?
Sure.
This one is absolutely drilled, and it's going to clear the boundary up. That goes all the way. A huge six there, and the first maximo of the innings for Castellina.
Yeah, what I showed is a straight shot, like ball out of the rocks, a massive six. So yeah, thanks again for inviting me again. And the thing is, I started studying umpiring in the year 2019 for Hungarian Cricket Association, and that was my first time in umpire a game. It's the next ball.
And this one's just going to take an inside edge and go away towards fine leg. It's a bit of a race there for the fielder. He does well. Cuts it off, but they get a couple of runs nonetheless.
Yeah, actually you asked me a very good question regarding sometimes what happens many of even the players come to me and which team do you play for? So they always say I never play as an umpire. So it's I used to play when I was in India in 2019 before coming there. Then I joined a club in Hungary called DCC. I played only one game, but after that I decided I want to be an umpire. So in 2019 European Cricket Series, I think 2020, when I got an opportunity to an umpire in the ECS game, it was even for 2 days so umpire there, and I had a very good performance over there in 9 games. Next day I was called by European Cricket management to umpire for the upcoming event that was in Bulgaria. So it was a nice startup for me, and loving umpiring there. I met Alex Dolos there, Scottish international umpire. I was there in Bulgaria for 7 days, and I learned a lot there and a lot there. So I thought that's why something came in my mind, decided to be an umpire instead of playing cricket.
You know, I had the great pleasure of meeting Alex as well. He's just full of incredible stories. Did he tell you anything about the match he umpired against Australia?
Yeah, I think he should.
And of course, really sorry to cut you off, Joe. We do have to remind our viewers you got 310 matches since a golden ball. Do you think this could be the game where we get it?
It could be. I think it's been so long. We have been waiting for the golden ball. 310 matches. Let's say if we have a golden ball, that will be more fun in T10 cricket. So yeah, about Alex Doros, I met him in Bulgaria. So regarding, you asked me a question about the Australian game, when I was he invited me for a coffee. He showed me some documents regarding he umpired an Australian game, and the game, and Steven Smith was banned. And it was very nice to meeting him. It was a very pleasant moment, like sitting next to him, and he was teaching me the positioning, the umpiring positioning, and many other things. And yeah, he's a lovely guy. He's my mentor.
This is a nice ball there by Khan, and you can just see Sain a little bit frustrated with himself after not being able to connect with that one.
Yeah, this bowler, I'm like Tahir Khan is a very nice bowler. I've seen him before as well. He's a fantastic player, and whenever he's not playing all the time, like I saw him doing nets most of the time. So he loves cricket. He's a very decent bowler. Let's see what he can give to his team. So yeah.
Oh, this one's
Nice
absolutely
shot.
smacked
Keeping
down the
that.
ground. It's going to clear the boundary up. Another
Yeah,
six,
six.
another Maximo here for Sen.
So yeah, but yeah, it's like big thankful. We are very thankful to European Cricket as well, because like they have given us opportunity. It's not me, like even the local umpires as well. Especially the guy if you see on the field, Suleiman Said. The ball goes the 4 runs for the batting side. 4 balls, 10 runs conceded by Tahir Khan. Very nice shot over the point. So yeah, we're talking about even the on-field umpire. Now, if you see Suleiman Saeed is like my colleague as well. He's a very nice umpire and a very experienced umpire as well. So we are very thankful for European cricket, like they picked us and given us opportunity to learn from cricket.
That's
I'm
what
right
it is.
with
Just
that.
going for that toe-crushing Yorker. But yeah, I've had the chance to meet Sully in the past as well. It's good to see him after a couple of years. And, you know, he's just loves his cricket, a huge enthusiast. He also loves planes. I mean, one of his biggest dreams as a child was to become a pilot. And I'm sure glad that, unfortunately, he was not able to quite attain that. And instead, we got him as an umpire over here, as this one's another, just going to miss the leg stump by a whisker.
Yeah, another dot ball at the end of the over. 25 for no loss after 2 overs. So absolutely, is a very nice guy. He's always involved in getting into the cricket. And regarding Suleiman Saeed, he has done a lot of ECL, ECC games, and he has been umpiring from 4-5 years. He has nice knowledge about cricket. But you know, like in umpiring, sometimes like even umpire would like to play as well. So we miss playing cricket, but we are happy to getting part of the umpiring team, and we getting improving day by day. So very nice.
And of course, we see the standings here for the ECS Italy so far in Rome. Both these sides currently rock bottom in the table, but they've also played just 5 games each. So this fixture is going to be very important. And well, we're going to just see new bowler introducing the attack. This is going to be Karunayaka coming in for Kent Lanka. And this one, he just gets it right up there. Good Yorker. Starts off with a nice full delivery.
Yeah, I think this is the last over, power play's last over for the batting side. I think they will they will be happy if they score more runs in this over. But it's a nice start by the captain Sen and the other his partner. So let's see the 80 runs to win last 47 balls. It's a very nice start by the batting side.
Just getting things absolutely right here. Of course, fielding restrictions, just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring in the power play. They're currently at long off and deep extra cover. Goes for the big shot. Is this going to sail over the fielder's head? Oh, there's no fielder there. And I'm sure you wish you were there to take that catch. That's another big 6.
Yeah, whenever I'm doing my other roles, so I was looking for try to catch the balls. But unfortunately now, like I'm not doing well when it comes to balls to me. But in the morning, I'm happy I got a 1 catch. And I made it tougher, but it wasn't tougher.
Oh no, that was a sensational catch. And I think everyone on our chat and in the ECN community really enjoyed looking at that one. And we're just going to see Karunayaka now. Let's see how he responds after getting bludgeoned for 6. That's another one's hit straight to the fielder at cover.
Just the one thing about this left-handed batter, the captain of this team, is a very nice batter. And he's the one is a very dangerous batter. I think bowling team looking for get his wicket quickly, because like if he stays here 2-3 overs, then So yeah, this another dot ball by number 48. It's a nice bowling by this young man. Yeah, we're talking about this batter. He's a very good batter, and he's the leader of this team. This is very important for this fielding side to take this wicket. Otherwise, like this man, if stays 4-5 overs more, he can finish the game quickly, man. Another ball.
Oh, this
full
is a
toss.
full toss.
Yeah.
Yeah, might just. Well, let's just take a look at this one here. Any question of no
Yeah.
ball? What do you think, Shub?
I think it's like marching ball. Let's see like what third umpire is waiting for it. But I think it's a genuine ball. I think it's a fair delivery. So shouldn't be worried about the bowler. I think it's a genuine ball. Yeah, it's a genuine ball. Let's see the another one.
Oh, this one's gone up in the air, and this is going to be a catching opportunity. No, it's actually not anywhere near a fielder. Beg your pardon. I think I've got that one completely wrong. The top edge is just flown high up, and it's sailed over the boundary rope. Goes for 6.
Yeah, it's an unlucky bowler. But anyways, like 38 for no loss after 3 overs. What do you think from this position? I think the batting team is really well. And I believe like they have a good start now. They want to carry on this momentum and finish this game as soon as possible. And it's good for the batting side as well. The Kent Lanka, yeah.
Yeah, of course, you've been here since the start of the tournament. Casalina in their first couple of games scored 35 and 34 runs respectively, but their batting has improved a lot since then. What have you noticed the most from them?
Yeah, I think a couple of players from the Castellina team side, like they were missing in the beginning of the event. They were busy in the other duties as well. They were busy in the local games as well. Now they came back, and it's a very good side at the moment. And I'm happy the captain is performing himself as well. And I do believe they have a good bowlers, they have a good lineup, but sometimes in the beginning they were unlucky. But anyhow, I think they would like to carry on this momentum, just want to win this game, and after that, like they will have a game tomorrow as well. So it's a good chance for them to qualify the semis.
And this one is a good ball. He just has to push at that one. Shahanka, of course, we can just see that Kent Lanka at this stage were 50 for 1. They were well ahead of the rate, but of course, the thing with Kent Lanka, though, was they started to fall apart later in the innings.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, it's a T10 format. Like every single over matters a lot. If you have a good one over, it doesn't matter either from fielding side or the bowling side, from the batting side. Just one over, it can change the game. So team 10, you have to just carry on and just like go ahead and just win for your team. It's really important for both teams. If one over can change the game, yeah. So yeah, I think this is a nice start by this bowler, B1. As a young man, I know him. He's like practiced a lot. In the morning, he was practicing a lot in the nets, and he had his personal coach as well. So, yeah.
This one goes just down the leg side. I think Denuwan, though, you have to say, I think he's got a lot of good variations, doesn't he? I notice he rolls the fingers across the ball quite a lot. He's so good in the death overs.
Yeah, especially when he comes over the wicket. And is a nice bowler, as I did mention that in the morning he was practicing a lot with including with his coach. So he's a nice young man, and it's a chance for the catch. Would he stop it? Yeah, stopped it. I think 2 runs has been taken by the batting set.
Yeah, this is a pretty good over there. A nice bit of fielding out on the deep. It was always going to be a rather tough chance. He just tries to get his body in the way there, Tahir Khan, and a nice effort to prevent that from going to the boundary. Couple more runs for Casalina.
Oh, he misses it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Nice backup by his teammate, and saved 2 runs for his team. Everyone matters a lot. And so yeah, regarding this Kent Lanka, I think they have a good cricketers. And the last ball of the over. Nice hit to the points. 1 run. Call for 1 run. Oh yeah. They have taken it.
Yeah, that's well, he almost clatters into the wicketkeeper at the end. In the end, all's well that ends well. No one gets hurt as Casalina are 41 for nothing at the end of 4 overs, of course. And of course, well, it's a chance to just look at some of the graphics of what we'll have coming up in the ECC. And Shub, is there anything there in particular that catches your eye that you really want to discuss?
First of all, everybody is very excited for this championship we call Years of Cricket. And definitely, yes, remember last year took a one catch, and it's like 31 teams, and, and yeah, like it's the event start from Monday, which is like a national team goes to the Khartoum Malaga.
Which group are you looking forward to the most? A lot of people in our chat are calling Group F the group of death.
I'm looking for the group with England, group T, and for sure for the finals group as well. The team who will qualify for the finals group. Very excited for this event and very excited for this championship. And yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there to support my own team.
And will you be doing any umpiring during the ECC?
No, I'm not doing an umpiring. I have other duties to do there, but definitely I'm like all of us very excited for this event and looking forward to having a new teams as well. But it's like this is also I would say like this ECC is like a chance for all the European cricketers, including like the guys who really want to play cricket, but they left cricket in their home nations like for some reason and came back. They came to Europe and settled down themselves here. And bowled him like one breakthrough finally for this fielding side and one wicket down. The moment nicely bowled, middle of stumps, and he's gone. The batter misses completely. He has to go. He has to go. And I finally the breakthrough for the fielding side. Ken Lanka.
Yeah, Tiriak Dura coming up with the goods, getting that wicket. That was really important because Castellino were going along very nicely. This partnership obviously getting 43 with a run rate of just 10. I think that makes this match very exciting, of course, because Castellino, they're going along at just the required run rate right now.
I think if you look at this over, only 4 balls to go. If still he bowl, I'm like bowl really well. I'm like doesn't concede more runs, and in last 5 overs, almost like 10 runs per over to win this game. But I think this game is still for me 60-40, 60 for the batting side and 40 for the fielding side. I think the one more good over bowling team can come back in this game, and I do have feelings for the golden ball, by the way.
Yeah, we certainly, I mean, we're trying to break this golden ball streak. 308 is just way too much. I believe it's actually 310, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
And, well, we need to, could this be the game that we break it? Of course, both these teams desperately looking for their second win, each of them sitting with a record of 1-4. So this is a pretty pivotal match for either of them if they want to grab that 4th spot for this semi-finals. The new batsman is Umayanga, who batted really well in the previous innings against Royal Roma. I mean, he was hitting the ball really cleanly. The best I've seen any Castellina batsman hit it.
Yeah, I just want to remind you last week.
And this one is just played away. It's going to be a single. He gets off the mark.
Yeah, I just would like to remind you last week we had a chance for the golden ball. If you remember the game between Asian Latin versus Royal Roma, and 1 ball 2 runs to win, like the incident ball. They took they scored the runs and Asian Latin lost that game. That was the only chance in this event we had it, but we are really enjoying the golden ball for the next one. He misses the ball. I'm telling you, he's a very nice bowler. He's a nice bowler. He can bring this game back, and he's experienced, very experienced guy. And so still, I think the run rate going up, and still 62 runs to win in last 32 balls. Very excited. Both teams are looking forward to get 2 points.
Now this one's popped up in the air. It's a catching opportunity for the bowler, and he takes it and catch. So it's 2 wickets this over, and Shub, just as you said, he's come up with the goods. He's gone bang, bang this over.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I think they are very happy taking this wicket. He was an experienced guy, very good guy. And finally the second one down the moment, and the guys are back into the game. And again I'm telling you, like this T10 form, and this is a 1 over game. 1 over can go either way and you can win the game. Sometimes I've seen the scenes like 1 over 3 runs to win, and like it's difficult to score in that game. So absolutely nice bowling, but don't forget that the new batter Sudura is a very nice batter, and he can smash the ball and is a hard hitter of the ball. So let's see how they will handle him.
Yeah, it is Sudara coming out here for Castellina, and again, very important phase in the game. Both these sides, they kind of have a history of sort of losing their way in the middle overs after they lose key top order players which side's going to hold their nerves. It could be in for a very tight finish here. Last ball of this amazing over for the Kent Lions. It's going to end in a single as Sudara will keep the strike. Casalina 45 for 2 halfway through their innings. As of course, we've now got a chance to look at some of the events coming up on the European Cricket Network calendar. Of course, we're here until the 24th of September in Rome, and then we've got the big ECC, the Euros of European Cricket. We're really looking forward to that. We then head over to Croatia as well as Malta for the second time this year. Then we got our last ECS of the year in Spain before hosting the inaugural European Cricket Championship for women. We're really looking forward to that. That's going to be a historic moment. And Shub, I'm sure you're looking at that schedule and saying, wow, there's some mouth-watering stuff there.
Yeah, like good to see like European cricket is very busy, and very excited for European cricket championship women as well, because that is a really great opportunity for women team as well to participate in upcoming inaugural European cricket championship for women. And it's really nice to providing the facility for everybody to go perform well for your nation, and just very encouraging.
This one is
that to field, and it's gone, and the fielding team is back again. 3 quick wickets for the fielding side. What a bowling, what a comeback by the fielding side. Really happy for them. And I think it's a poor short selection. He's just trying to hit the ball, but he couldn't connect the ball properly, and he's disappointed from his shot. I'm telling you, Neil, I think now the fielding time is on the top.
Yeah, they've just about managed to claw their way back into this game, getting 3 wickets in a quick succession. Of course, Dave saying hi to you in the chat, Shub, saying he'll be in Cardamom from the 7th to the 21st of October. And yeah, it'll be great to see the two of you having a conversation over there. And exactly, I mean, that was Danish Trikyadura who took that catch. Of course, he managed to produce the 2 wickets in the previous over. And now, well, he's just been a magnet for the ball. And he's made a big impact for Casalina, who now, well, they're in a little bit of trouble here against the Kent Lions. They find themselves in a spot of bother. Got 2 new batsmen out there, which is just a rough spot for any side to be in.
I think it's over the stumps. Good decision by Suleiman Said. Very good decision by the experienced umpire, Suleiman Said. So yeah, thank you, Dave. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you on the chat. It's good like you're sticking with us and watching our cricket. It's good to see you. Another ball. Only like 2 for the call. Let's see. I think it has gone for a 4 runs. So misfield by the fielding side, and batting team is really happy for getting the 4 runs, but it could have been stopped. But let's see, have a look again. He tried his best, but anyways, like 4 runs for the batting side. So yeah, I think we were talking about the Women Cricket Championship. I was thinking like we have Sweden, Italy, Netherlands, and it's really good for them. Like they get an opportunity to play against the good nations. They can improve. They can learn a lot from the seniors. So it's really good for them as well. I'm very happy from the European cricket, like they have introduced this event as well. So 50 up for the team. It's only 1 run at the long on. 6 overs gone, 51 for 3. But last 4 overs, 55 runs to win for the Kessel line.
Yeah, it's certainly very attainable, isn't it? I mean, they have to go at just under 14 and over. The only concern would be that a lot of their better batsmen have now been dismissed, so we're going to have to find some hitting from elsewhere. As of course, we'll just take a quick look at the scorecard. Indika saying the top scorer, having made 40 of 23, but no real scores of note outside of him. Of course, Shub, one thing I'd like to ask you, though, of course, as an umpire, I mean, everybody talks about how big it is to play in the ECC as a player. What about for the umpires? I mean, this must be such a big honor to be umpiring at the biggest event in European cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Like even like umpires also represent their board from the nation as well. It's like very good opportunity for umpires as well. There are thousands of things in umpires' life as well, which is very difficult to describe it, because umpires, like before start of the game, they have to go for the grounds inspection and everything, and after that they have to many equipments for umpire as well, which they have to carry on it, and their mind setup is really important. Like peace of mind is really important in umpiring. And if you think that, I think there's an opportunity, and it takes it. He takes it. Another breakthrough. and this man has to go now. Very well fielded by this young man, and I've seen a lot of catches. Very good fielding by the Kent Lanka. I think they are back in the game now. I think it's a good chance for Kent Lanka to win this game, and just more 2 good overs, and I think they can make it. So yeah, about the umpiring side, I'm telling you, it's not an easy job. It's like every single ball we have to focus it, we have to just pay attention, because like if you misses a ball, sometimes like close call, we have to decide it. Sometimes what happened that whenever close call comes up, we have only hardly have 5 7 seconds to make our decision. We have to say yes or no. But we are very happy. Like every day we learn, every day we work hard, and every day we think about from our mistakes. Umpiring is like it's all support. Cricket is you always learning from your mistakes. But yeah, it's a very important, and it's like without pilot you can't fly the plane the same. Without cricket you can't. Without umpires you can't run cricket.
This one is just played down the ground by Arichage as soon as he comes in. And yeah, absolutely agree with everything you said there. I think a lot of people often forget that umpires are human too. And, they're not just robots who can get every single decision right all the time.
Yeah. Other thing is like what I would like to tell you, the main aspect is like if you see in some games like we umpires, they have the opportunity, technology for the review system, 3 reviews in each side. But sometimes we have a game, we don't have this technology, but we have to make our decision by ourselves. I think day by day, time by time, the technology has been improving a lot in helping us and helping teams as well to get the fair call. But it's a long day for umpires as well. I think we really appreciate. We call man in black, especially. Yeah. So yeah, this is really important for umpires as well. I think we should appreciate each other work, and really happy to have umpires in our game. So yeah, this fifth ball of this over, as I said, and I think it's a good over. If you have noticed, this one guy has conceded only 6 runs, 3 wickets, and yeah. So in umpiring life, it's like it's not an easy job, but it really sometimes very easy to criticize umpires. But I would say like there's thousands of things we have to handle in it.
Last ball of the over coming up. And it's a good ball there. Swing and a miss as Arichage will completely whiff that. And again, a fantastic spell here by Tirikadura. Figures of 3 for 6. He's really turned this game on his head. Of course, the Eternal City will wake up to a quintet of incredible matches tomorrow. We start off with Castellina against Asian Latina. Of course, Latina have not played for a couple of days. We get to see Roma, Bangla Morning Sun back again. They'll be taking on Kent Lanka. And of course, Castellina will be back to play against Roma Cricket Club, who are undefeated so far this tournament. Then we get a good clash between Kent Lanka and Asia Latina before we round out the day with defending champions taking on Kent Lanka. Should be an exciting slate of games. And is there any game in particular looking forward to most over there?
Well, I'm looking for Roma CC and Kent Lanka game. Like very gonna be because both teams are very good friends from each other, and really looking forward to watching the game. And yeah, Roma CC is a very good side. They're a very good team, balanced side, and they're still unbeaten. So looking forward for tomorrow next 5 games. So every game is interesting in T10 format. So yeah. Even another one, he's gone, and bowler Nico Fernando took another one. Very nice ball, just stumps to stumps, and he has to go. And I think now the fielding team I think they have a hold on this game. Just if you see this one, just stumps to stump. He doesn't have to do anything. The ball just stumps to stump. Batsman misses completely. The point is like now batting team, I think they need 15 runs per over or maybe 12 runs per over, and they have to score it. If they don't score, the run rate is getting higher and higher. But the pressure is on upcoming batter, and I think he has to deal with the pressure now. Very nice bowling. I think they don't have to anything right now. Just have to bowl stumps to stumps, off the stumps, and that's it. And let's see.
Oh, this is a fuller delivery. Great Yorker. He just jammed that right in there. And exactly just as you said, I mean, their run rate has been under 4 for the last 4 overs. Castellina, after starting off so on the power play, they've just lost their way as the game has progressed.
Yeah, I think the last couple of overs was in the favor of the fielding side, Kent Lanka. And I think 5 wickets got down, which is a big huge problem for the batting side. And I think they have to try it hard. And this one looks like a 6. And I think the on field 6 runs given by the umpire. Right, nice shot. Some pressure off from the batting side and a nice middle. And 6 run goes in the favor of the batting side. 61 for 5 at the moment. I think they need a couple of them more. Yeah, and like 6, 7, 6 more in last 15 deliveries. They can make it.
It's down the wicket, goes
I
for the
think
big shot again. It's going to the fielder.
And misfield. It goes for a boundary.
Yeah, this is a really odd one because he's kind of caught in two minds. Do I go for the catch? Do I try to prevent the boundary? In the end, he gets neither, and it's the worst possible outcome for Kent Lanka.
Yeah, he was trying to attempt the ball, but he confused himself and it cost him 4 runs. What do you think? Which team would you like to favor now? I think the batting team, anyhow, they will make it. What do you think?
I think Kent Lanka now are strong favorites. I'd say the game has swung in their favor just because of the number of wickets Castellini have lost. That's going to be a wide. Of course, we have a couple of questions in the chat for you. I mean, we'll start off with a rather funny one here from Dave. Dave's asking if you can play any instruments because they're putting together an ECN band in Cardama. Are you going to be auditioning for that? Just answer that right after this ball. This one is played away to the fielder at cover. Just going to be a single.
And a nice question, interesting question comes up from the Dane. I'm very bad in playing instrument, but what I'm very good in a dance, especially Bhangra. If you know about Dole, it's like very famous instrument in Punjab, North India side. Like I cannot play that one, but I love the tone of the Bhangra. So yeah, another one, and he has to go 6 wicket down, 6-7 for 6. I think now it's a very difficult for the Castellana side to chase the total because the main batter has to go now. The main batter has to go now. What a ball, just stump to stump, using his experience, and what a delivery, what a delivery. Yeah, he's happy for his team.
Yeah, he's a very, very smart player, isn't he, Fernando? And it's good to see him do well today. You know, he managed to get a nice 40 score in the first innings. And certainly, you know, we had a big discussion about this in the chat, but what was up with that, though, with the incident where the ball was sort of lodged in the keeper's helmet? Could you just break down some of the rules for people in our chat because we were all a bit confused?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very good decision made by umpires. Doesn't matter ball lodged into the helmets or not, or any other equipment of the fielding side. It always has to be given out. But if we go a couple of years back, then ago, like it used to be a dead ball, but now they finalized that. Like,
and we're just looking at that moment again.
Oh yeah. If you see like the ball lodged in the keeper's helmet, and it means like doesn't matter. It is given out all the time. It used to be it used to be called a dead ball by the umpires, but they have changes the rules and regulations from last couple of years now. Every time I think the bales has gone down off the stumps. Umpires, I hope umpires are watching. Yeah, keeper is active. So yeah, it's I think as per the laws at the moment, like it's always out. Doesn't matter if it's in the keeper's pad, keeper's helmet. So all it doesn't matter. It's out, and very valid decision by the umpires.
Just going to take a look at this ball.
I think given a good call by umpire Hassan Ahmed. And Hassan Ahmed, if you remember this guy, is a very good umpire as well. He will umpire in Milan ECS in this year. So yeah, he's a really decent umpire. He has a lot of experience, very genuine umpire, and good to see him. Another wide, I think, yeah, it's another wide. I think what I believe is like 36 runs from 11 balls. If they get batting side, 16 runs in this over, there is a chance to win for this game. But this over, minimum 16 runs. What do you think?
I think it's going to be very tough, and you just wonder whether they actually have the quality hitters left in their order. Now, I think Tyre Khan, he just has to be smart. Again, he's just aiming for that wide Yorker. He wants to keep it out of their reach, wants to make sure they don't hit any big shots over here. But sure, we do have another question for you from Jeffrey McGuire. Jeffrey McGuire asked, Shub, what did you do with the Grizzly Bear bat you won in the raffle?
What do I do? I'm telling you, last year in this year, I won one Grizzly bat in the raffle last year. And that bat, I'm like, as an umpire, I don't use bat So I donated that bat to the Khartoum Oval cricket ground to the federation. But yeah, like if I use, then I think if I'm not using that one, then I will surely give it to someone who can use it well. And I think he dropped it. He missed it. Am I right? Yeah, he dropped the catch.
Yeah, that goal went to Kevin Mahotalage. He just had an opportunity there. It slipped past him again. It's not too animated a reaction from Tyre Khan. I think it's getting to that stage where it's near impossible for Castellina to win.
So yeah, regarding like so it's cricketing is like whenever you get something like something nice from someone, or it's like just pass on to the needy one, or just like give to someone who can use it really well. For me, I think the bowling count is enough, or the or the bowling marker. Ah, he missed it. Another one is trying. Ah, what do you think? I think he umpire has.
Yeah, this is going to be a little challenging to see what's happened there. It looks like it's a close call, though.
Yeah, the call goes to the third umpire with Nirmal Singh. Let's see, what do you think? I think, oh.
It's just inconclusive. We can't see because the umpire's in front of it there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't fault the umpire, of course, but it's just one of those unfortunate moments, isn't it? And I wonder what the decision will be in a situation like this. I think you just have to give it not out.
Yeah, no, I think it's always for on-field decision. If umpire think that is out or not out, they have to take their own decision. The umpire think that is out, then it means out. And I think really nice work from Nirmal Singh, who's the third umpire. And especially, I would like to tell you another thing. Like we have a very wonderful guy in our official stand. His name is Ian Ramaje. International Scottish umpire as well, so he's very experienced guy. Oh yeah, so he's a very experienced guy, and Rimaj is a tournament referee for the ECS Roma, and under him like even myself, Suleiman Said, Nirmal Said, and Mehboob, they have been learning a lot. So thank you. Another ball, and so yeah, thanks a lot Ian Ramaje for teaching us every day. We are listening to you, we are following you, so it's really nice having an experienced guy in our official stand, which is very helpful for all umpires.
I mean, Ian is an absolutely wonderful person. I mean, he'll take the time to even explain to his commentators a lot of things. He'll often come by the tent, ask what we're doing. He's just wonderful to be around.
Yeah, even in the morning I asked him this one question: what do you think? What is umpiring? What have you learned from umpiring? And would you like to describe it? And I asked him, like, I think this is the trickiest one question I'm asking you, but take your time and think about it. And okay, he said, okay, I will come back to you. And after in the third game, he came back to me. He's like, Shub, in the morning, you asked me a question regarding what is umpiring, like how can I describe umpiring? So his answer was like, umpiring is first of all respect everybody, which is really important. Doesn't matter where are you from, doesn't matter where you belong from, respect players, respect everybody, respect sports, respect everyone. This is really important. And I think from cricket we learn not only about the cricketing stance, not only about the decision making, not only about staying in the game. I think
could have a potential run out here at the striker's end. Of course, they're going to try to run for overthrows. That's just happening right now in live action. But we're taking a look at the replay right now of this direct hit.
Oh yeah,
he's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. I believe it's gone. Yeah, but still, on-field umpires waiting for the third umpire decision, and I think they have given him out. So yeah, umpire Hassan raises his finger. So yeah, about Ian. So it's not umpiring is not about just run the game. Umpiring is not about making decisions. Umpiring is not about you just like have to control the game. Umpiring is more than that. Umpiring is like, like it has to be umpire. What I have learned from umpiring is like respect. What I have learned from umpiring is like we have to be very polite with everyone. We go all around the world. We see a lot of people. We see different players everywhere. And I'm like in umpiring just has to be like we have to be respectful with everyone, and you have to stay with your decision whatever you make, whether it's wrong or right. So just stay with your decision. Whenever like end of the day you're done with your job, just get your time to see your decision, if you can learn from your decision or not. And it's like it's a long subject. It's like even Simon Towell said like still I'm learning. So yeah. I think the only one run was taken by the upcoming batter.
And of course, we've only got about another 4 balls left in this innings. And before you leave, Show, and we all have to leave this broadcast, I really want to ask you this, of course, now that you've made the transition from umpiring to your new role as an integrity officer. I know a lot of our viewers love to learn about how the European Cricket Network works behind the scene. We'll just have a quick look at this ball.
This is a bit on the glove, I guess.
On the club. So just give us some insight into your new role and sort of how this transition has been to a sort of a more behind the scenes role.
Yeah, there's always a lot of work behind the scene, as that even not myself, all the crew members, they're working really hard, and I really appreciate their work and support. So it's like we have to control the players, and we have to organize the PMO match officials area as well. And sometimes, like especially our job is like in between the games, we are more busy. Like when players think that okay, we have no game, we are going off the field, game is over. Before, actually, for an integrity officer, the real work is after the game, because what happened that we have to take one team out of the tent, out of the officials area, and we have to bring the new team back. Introduction part, everything has to be given, handed over the phones, and just work with the lineup and everything. So yeah, it's a really learning job, and it's a really important for us. Just everything has to be organized well. So yeah, this is my new role, what I've been dealing with this one. Another good Yorker length ball and no run on this delivery. I think this is an end. This is an end.
And of course, that will bring this game to an end as Kent Lunka will take this win and pick up their 2nd victory of this tournament. They're now going to defeat Castellina, who has succumbed to their 5th defeat. Rather a tame performance from Castellina in the end. They started off very well with 38 for no loss, but then again, as the innings progressed, they seemed to struggle a little bit, only managing to make another 35 runs in the last 7 overs. Of course, we'll take a look at some of the games we have tomorrow. Of course, Castellina will be right back first thing in the morning to take on Asian Latina, who had a little bit of a break. Asian Latina will play a couple of games tomorrow, their 2nd match against Kent Lunka. Roma, Bangla, Morning Sun as well will take on Kent Lunka in the 2nd match of the day. Of course, they've got so many explosive hitters. And again, I think the big story will also be whether Rehan can get that top run getter spot back. Of course, Roma Cricket Club will return tomorrow as well, the defending champions. And they've been undefeated so far this tournament. But anyway, let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. And well, it was Indika Sain and Shehanka who came out at the start. Indika Sain was looking really good, made 40 of 23. Club 5 big sixes, but unfortunately no one other than him was really able to make runs for this side.
Yeah, the Indica, the captain of this side is like started really well, but as I did mention that only a couple of overs that goes into bowling side, they can come back. So but nicely bowled by this Kent Lanka bowlers, and they brought their team back into the game and they won for them and they got 2 points. So which is very nice. I think tomorrow they will come back in the fresh morning and hope they will win the game for the rest of the matches.
And we just take a look at some of these highlights here from the end. Some nice catches again. He is just such a great fielder, Shaminda. Nothing ever gets past him. He's already taken some incredible highlight reel catches. That one going on, clattering onto the stumps. Nico Fernando bowling him out there. And then we just take a look at this. That is a 1 bounce right in front of the boundary rope. And yeah, this was just, he was sort of caught in 2 minds there. Didn't know whether to go for the catch or prevent the boundary. In the end, he was unfortunately not able to do either one of those things. And this was just a fantastic throw over there. Again, Fernando, he's just been all over the action. And Tahir Khan as well. Both of them getting run-outs. As well, of course, take a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, it was Indika Sain, who, as we mentioned, was the top scorer with 40 runs. After that, though, it looks a bit like a phone number, doesn't it? 2415.
Yeah, after that, obviously, like rest of the batters, it was very difficult for the rest of the batters to score double-digit number. But yeah, but what I'm impressed for the Kent Lanka fielding, like they caught a lot of very good catches and they made it easy. A lot of run-outs, good grounded field. So really impressive fielding by the Kent Lanka, and I'm glad, yeah.
And of course, looking at the bowlers over here, Tahir Khan had pretty good figures, giving up just 14 runs over 2 overs. Nico Fernando picked up a couple of wickets, although he did give up quite a few runs. And then Danawan, of course, 1 for 10 overs, 2 overs. The pick of the bowlers, though, was Triakadura with 3 for 6 in his 2 overs. His 2 overs really just completely swung the momentum of this game.
And yeah, like I think I'm also a little bit excited for who is the player of the match for this game. I think it has to be Danushka, who took 3 wickets, 3 important wickets. But I think the official one has to decide it. But yeah, anyways, the final scorecard is Kent Lanka scored 105 in 10 overs, but in reply, Kaslina scored only 78 runs. But it was a really nice start in 5 overs. It was really nice in the beginning, like they scored 40 runs in just 5 overs, but after that they collapsed it. And appreciate the Kent Lanka bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. And another day is in the books here in Rome. It was a terrific day. We saw some great results. I think the biggest highlight of today was all the terrific catches we saw.
Yeah, especially Kent Lanka, but a really nice ground fielded by the young lads. They have been trying a lot, they're improving a lot, but very excited for them. But what I'm also excited about who will make the qualification for the seamen. And I hope the Roma Bangla's Morning Sun, I'm also looking forward for that team as well. They're nice players in it. So let's see.
Well, Shub, it's been a pleasure having you in the commentary box alongside us. And to all of our viewers, thank you very much for tuning in. It's been a great 5 games today. We'll be back with a lot more cricketing action tomorrow. See you then, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you, bye. Have a good night.
Nice, Ola.